Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yo, yo, yo, yo, hello. Sorry, I'm late. Trust me. That was not planned. Having some internet issues because we have a very bad storm right now that is kind of in its middle phase, which I gotta be honest, it's a little scary because it went like dead. Like, I'm talking dead quiet. And the sky is a very hazy shade of yellow that I recognize all too well. So I think that we might be having a little tornado outbreak coming. So I'm watching that pretty closely today. I hope you guys are, yeah, the eye of the storm. Here. I'm not even kidding. Here, I am watching this super close right now. Because yeah, it's currently in southern Illinois, but once it starts getting closer to Chicago, like, because it's pushing right up towards the lake, and I saw the, yeah, here, all right, Gatlinburg, Davenport, here, right up here is where I'm watching. Here, yeah, like right where it gets to that lake. That big Chicago area. We have tornado warnings going on, and I'm talking like Michigan Avenue is on a tornado watch right now. It's kind of scary, guys. So if you guys are in the Chicagoland area, please fucking make sure that you guys are taking some precautions, because I went and locked down pretty much everything outside. I can't. It's actually kind of crazy. Like, I was just down here. But yeah, that is what I am doing right now. Because yeah, stay safe. Thank you. I'm gonna try my best here. I really am, because this is scary, guys. These outbreaks, they happen so fast. So like the way that these cells develop, and what's really scary about how often this is happening is usually like when a storm hooks, it doesn't turn into full rotation, but like every one of these like massive storms, like when it says severe thunderstorm warnings, these are turning into tornadoes so quick that like they can't even anticipate the fact that they're hooking. Like, you watch it happen in real time. It's scary, man. And I have to be honest, man. It's kind of cool to see that these YouTubers are doing a really good job of keeping us informed as far as like real-time radar coverage, because I was watching some news coverage that wasn't even as good as this. So shout out to the YouTube storm chasing community. But all right, I hope that everybody else, let's get to the show. I hope everyone's doing well. I am a little tired today. How many of you were there for the 12-hour stream? I know, Ryan, you were at the back end at 9:30 with your friends getting dude, that kind of fucked with me a little bit. You're like, yeah, I'm getting breakfast. I'm like, wait, you're telling me that in the time that I started stream, you actually had your sleepy time, and you're now just like, you went through a sleep cycle? That kind of messed with me. I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, I kind of laid down and I was like, oh, how long? Oh, are you real? Right? Look at this. Look at this. I'm all fresh-faced, too. Like, what the hell? I'll be honest, I got like maybe 6 hours of sleep. Maybe. Is this a dream? Kind of feels like it. I mean, if you see, like, God, you know what? Here. You know what I'm going to do? The more that the storm develops, once it starts getting into, like... Oh, shit, it's actually happening now. Here, I'm gonna go take a picture real quick of this and put it in the Discord. So here, bear with me, guys. If you haven't joined the Discord yet, here, what I'll do is I'll drop the link. Because do not try the one that I have on YouTube and Twitch right now. It's a dead link. I have no idea what happened. Man, this, the pressure outside is killing me, by the way. That's another fun thing that's happening. Navigate my phone like an old person. It's kind of funny. Oh my god, there's more tornado outbreaks. Southern Illinois. We got another one. Oh, fun, guys. Alright, so if you're in Southern Illinois, take precautions. Please, please. I don't know how to stipulate this. Can you feel it? Yeah. If you go longer than 7 hours, it's morning. That's insane. Yeah, I can feel... yeah, I feel this. Like, I feel the pressure outside. I don't like this. It's scary. I'm gonna be honest. This is gonna freaking me out. This is cope laughter right now because this is... I'm watching this cell develop in real time. And it's coming right towards me. I don't know what to do. Obviously, if my stream drops, I lost power. So, just gonna give you guys I should probably put that in the title, maybe. If stream drops, then, yeah. That is the storm. We got the Discord in chat in YouTube, and then we got the... Oh, hey, look, I'm on the front page. What? Oh, shit. That really? No way. Well, that's cool. I just saw that I was on the front page of politics on Twitch. That's kind of cool. All right, I'm gonna go take this picture and put it in the Discord because you guys got to see the color of the sky. It's insane. Never mind. Okay, never mind. I can't even see the sky right now. It's raining so hard. Oh, that's fun. I just opened my door and it was just like... Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that was fun. He blew away. Dude, the way that... Oh, shit, I didn't lock my door. Thank you for saying that. Okay, that was actually... I know you were kind of joking, but I'm so glad that I read that when I did. Because immediately, I go upstairs and my door, boom. It's like... I almost should have anticipated that. Yeah, my hinges, they don't stand up to wind very well. People? Yeah. Wind? No. Alright, let's see. What's this cell doing, guys? I gotta see this. Oh, we moved on. Oh, come on. Are you serious? Too late, they're inside the house. Respect the wind. Dude. Well, I'm from the Windy City, which... I know it's named for the politics, but yeah, we actually do have, like, real strong winds, because of the lake. So it's one of those... it's one of those situations where it is kind of like, oh, wait, is that, is it called the Windy City because it's actually windy? It's like, well, it should be. Oh, Steve Rogers. What up, Cap? Also, Colorado. All right, cool, cool. Finally did it. Took 3 months, but I joined Discord. Oh, hey, are you now in the Discord? Oh, you did! I am so proud of you. For real. Here. Yeah, check out the picture of the pup. All right. I thought it was mainly from the famous fire. No, it's from the politics. It's I forgot who it was in reference to. I think it was Mayor Daley though. Here, actually, let's look. Why Chicago is called the Windy City. Chicago was nicknamed the Windy City because of a metaphorical association with boastful, talkative politicians and residents. What's up, baby? I contribute to this. I am the Windy City. For real, that's fucking awesome. Okay, I didn't realize that residents were part of that, so woo! Rather than its actual weather, although its location near Lake Michigan does contribute to breezy conditions. So, what's up? Just what now? What, it ain't windy? No, it is. No, for real. We have one of those situations where, again, it's not even kidding. It's because politicians and residents are boisterous and... Hey, it's Lake Illinois now. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot my fucking, my governor's based, and he was just like, nope. I don't know how to do a Pritzker impression. Wait, he kind of has a voice like this. No, I don't want to do that. He's cool. The massage school, we had it, two Chicago natives, a black guy and an Irish guy. They hated each other. Really? Huh. Really? That's odd. Usually, when I know somebody's from Chicago, we usually get along. I mean, even Sox, Cubs fans, once we're outside the confines of our fine city, it is kind of like that Always Sunny meme where it's just like, that's how I feel when I see somebody in a wrestling shirt. Like, I can spot a wrestling shirt, like, all the way, like a long way, and just be like, oh, that's a Stone Cold shirt. And usually they do the same to me, where it's like, ooh, Macho Man, what's up? Colorado pizza is deeper than yours. Hey, deeper. All right, so now you want to take. All right, you have the casserole moniker then. Ours is not casserole. It's just. Okay, I've always been confused about this. When they call our pizza casserole, how in the hell are they not going to call Detroit style a casserole? That's a casserole. And a good one. Dude, I love all kinds of different pizzas, but again, just because of where I live, it's just give me a good tavern style. We got a few places around here that have been featured on like Barstool Sports and shit like that, so NYC best pizza. I will agree with that. No. It's okay. I will agree. Like pizza by slice. I do love a good New York slice. It's delicious. It is. And I know somebody's going to revoke my Chicago card on that one. Somebody's going to just be like, what did you just say? It's like, yeah, but no, they can fuck themselves on hot dogs. Like hot dogs? Hot dogs all day in Chicago. Like, A Chicago dog, if you, no. Like, screw your stupid conies and, sorry. I'm very opinionated on my food. We have a place here called Bougeau's that serves mountain-style pizza. Mountain-style pizza? It's not planning to start the show with a food segment, but you know what? Mountain-style pizza. What in the... Yo, that's all crust. Is that stuffed? Why am I talking like Jesse Pinkman today? Lies. The Calvarains make the best... No. Yeah, it looks like a calzone, dude. Yeah, bro, that is a calzone if I've ever seen one. Yeah, it's a rolled up... This is a calzone pizza. I am interested. I'm not mad. I'm just interested. Here. Why did I just do that? All right. Colorado mountain style pizza. Bougeau's. It's right there. Here. It's literally right there in the corner here. Mountain pie Bougeau's. Ooh, okay. I have to be honest. The one that has all that spinach on the top, though? With a little ricotta? Oh, ricotta? Ooh. Alright, alright. I see some merit. It looks... the thing is, yeah, it does actually look pretty good. I've never had it. I've never had a mountain-style pizza, but now that's on my list. Mountain-style pizza. Damn, dude, I did not have that on my fucking list. Radar saying... It's all in Canton right now. Okay, it's all down south. Alright, so it looks like it's passing me right now, which, hey... Cool. Keep going, dude. Keep going. We don't need this stream being interrupted by anything other than me having to pee and my dog have to... Oh, crap. My dog didn't go out before the storm. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, man. Oh, this is gonna suck. I have this giant mud pile right now. Oh. Shit. I meant to go block that off, too. Pizza. This is the problem. Now I'm actually getting hurt. What up, Rome? Motor City Pizza, as for store-bought, is my jam right now. Motor City Pizza. Yeah, dude. They have... Is that the one that they have at Costco? Because I think I had that recently where I was like, what the fuck? This is delicious. Pizza rolls. I have pizza upstairs. I really just... I don't know. If I had self-respect, I'd probably go make it, but Oh, yeah. Hey, the pep talk of glass. I love the fact that this is like some literal Temu bullshit where they just twice screwed up. They screwed up when my sister sent it in. My nonna used to make bolognese. How do you say that? Bolognese. Pizza. Oh, hey. We actually have a really good... what's that called? Stonefire? Or... Fire or something? I forgot. Brickfire? Brickfire, right? I don't know. Bolognese. Bolognese. Alright, cool. Yeah, you know what? I should probably know better than to to pronounce the whole like G within it. It's like silent letter. You know the concept of this, dickhead. Oh my god. That was funny though. Haven't heard Illinois called Illinois in a while, and I was like, You're from where? Oh shit. Hey, Allie. Bloodstone. I forgot to welcome you in. You guys do have the best Italian beef sandwiches. All right, here we go. Here we go. You want to see Mr. Beef? Do you guys sound off? You know what? Just put one in chat if you've seen the show The Bear, and if you've seen it, then I'm gonna show you the actual beef there. Oh, fucking Halstead, baby. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, now that I just saw that, that actually made me really hungry. Oh no, what did I just do to myself? I have to actually get one. Alright, I gotta be careful because I know this one's probably gonna try and show my address. Alright, cool. Yeah, we're good. Right? I'm good. Yeah. I like how I'm checking on my stream. It's just like, here we go. Hey, what up, Matesh? How you doing, dude? Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Dude, thank you again so much for the support, man. You really, you made me, pretty much bawl yesterday, so I have to just say. Oh, yeah, guys. This is it right here. Is that a cheesesteak with banana peppers? Fuck. It's Christ, I want it now. Yeah, fresh cream. They literally with the fries, they salt it. Oh man, I want this so bad right now. It's going to kill me. Yeah, here actually. There's Mr. Beef. This is actually like this is what it looks like when you walk up. They also do have this on the side. Oh shit, gotta be careful. Yep, we're good. All right. Problem with me looking up restaurants in Chicago is it literally tries to show me delivery times, and when it does that, it kind of shows a little map where I don't want to self-dox, so let's not do that. God, that mountain style pizza though, gotta be honest, man, that looks really good. You've been to Mr. Beef? Cool. Did you get a shirt? Tell me you got a shirt. You have to get a shirt if you're going to Mr. Beef. We'll be looking at these while eating my flatbread Subway sandwich with veggies. Ooh, that's actually not bad. Oh, shit. That's how it goes. No. There we go. Green. All right. Oh, shit. Here we go. All right. We're getting another wave of storms coming in. Great. Dude, I can hear it. Oh, no. It's getting bad out there, guys. God damn you, you're intent on ruining my diet. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I know. I'm actually in the same boat a little bit where I'm just like, oh God. And it'd be so easy. Right now, it'd be so easy. I could just DoorDash and just be like, hey. Oh, I shouldn't though. I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I ate 3 sandwiches at Mr. Beef. I was in a meat coma. No. Dude, how'd you eat 3 of those? I can barely, dude. I'm telling you, like, when I eat my first one, I'm just, oh. But I eat all the fries, too, so. Wow, Trump, the great deal maker, is failing in courts and failing on the international stage. Guess it's good to be a good boy to Putin. Yeah. Yeah, no shit, dude. It's wild. trying to get me on politics. I don't usually do politics in my, at least the first half hour, damn. But no, it's all right. We can talk politics. It's high on politics. Also, stop. No, I'll stop showing the food. Oh God, I could ruin this just by showing a Rico Benny's sandwich and oh boy, Napolitano or wait, Neapolitan pizza. Wow, why is my dyslexia like even with dyslexia on? I'm having really bad dyslexic moments today. Neapolitan pizza is very strict, but that's just where pizza came from. Our Ragusa pizza had pickles and olives on it. Holy vinegar. Damn. Ooh, like, my wife would love that. Best snack shack of all of a lifetime. Wait, snack shack. I can tell you right now, oh my God, just seeing that fucking beef really just made me hungry. I wasn't hungry before too. I started stream, I had a nice little healthy snack that I making an egg and bacon sandwich right now, living large. I mean, yeah, that's what I did. I lived like a millionaire today. I had two hard-boiled eggs. I went for it, guys. Also got my liquid IV, and then I got some pot roast that I am going to eat for dinner tonight. That's my food that I'm going to be making. I make a pretty mean pot roast. Ooh, Al's beef. Yeah, Al's is good. On State. Yeah, if you guys are ever in Chicago, check out Al's. Al's is good. Harold's Chicken, though. I always recommend... Oh, God. No. I can't talk about this right now because I will order this and I will... No. We just got a Harold's near us. No. I can't do this. Okay, too many birthday beers. Ooh, you had too many birthday beers. Well, happy birthday. I remember. Also... Wait, yeah, it was your birthday yesterday, right? I like how I said I remember, and then I'm just like, I forgot immediately as I said I remembered. I hate to say that yesterday, at the end of stream, I think I did the one too many where I was just like, oh, hey, this is... Probably didn't need that one, but that's alright. Still had fun. That was wild, guys. By the way, 11 hours and 55 minutes was the final count on stream yesterday. Yeah, that was holy shit, dude. Because yeah, I hit 420, and then I was just like, you know what? Like 4:20 a.m. It's today. Happy birthday! I went to Uno's. Ooh, Uno's is good. I'm a Geno's guy. I like Geno's better than Uno's, but you went to 5 a.m. Shit, dude. That I did. And it didn't feel like it. Glad I went to bed. Yeah. Actually, the back end of stream was a lot of fun. I have to say. It was just... We had really chill conversations. You know, this is why I love this. It did not feel like 12 hours at the end there. What felt like 12 hours was when I woke up. And I was just like, what did I do? My body is very angry at me right now. But yeah, Squishmallow, happy birthday. Everybody wish Squishmallow Dragon, our favorite mod, our favorite mod today. You get your special day. I'm not going to play, you know, teacher's pets here. But no, our favorite mod for the day. Just say happy birthday. Give him a little shout out. I fell asleep last night. Oh, you fell asleep to stream? Hardworking day for Stan. Seems like he's still worn out. Yeah, unfortunately. He's he's feeling the pressure from the storm right now. This is what he does. Actually, I hope he's okay. Like, he gets a little scared if like the booms start. Yes, you are very soothing. Oh, thank you. Not trying to do ASMR or anything, but hey. Although, is it bad that like the more that I have been exposed to those videos, I'm starting to realize that I might have a little bit of that, where like certain things like tapping on a desk. Tapping on a desk is something that I like. Yeah, most people would get annoyed by it, but I find it soothing for some reason. But I also I'm one of those like, right now, if I was upstairs in my bedroom, I could just pass out just because of like the rain hitting the roof. No, your voice is comfortable. Oh, thank you. Hate to say I'm a little scared, because I just had a situation where they were talking about me having to possibly get some surgery on my deviated septum here, which, yay. I'm going to be trying a new thing where it's like a magnet in your nose where it's supposed to like naturally adjust your septum. But yeah, man, I'm kind of afraid that it'll make my voice change, and I don't want to. Ooh, Scooby snacks. Gee, Scoob. Zoinks. Don't even get up. You don't need to get up. Here you go. Breakfast in bed for the Stan Man. Oh. Oh, you got it. Okay. Love ASMR. Why does it hurt? Stop your breathing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not getting proper breaths. I haven't smelled like that was kind of the thing. I did the smell test where they gave me like this Q-tip to just like go and like open my nose with, and I was just like, holy shit. But like immediately my voice went so deep. I was just like, I don't like that. I kind of like the little bit of nasal that I have to my voice, because it works. Like I've been able to make, all of my impressions with that. So you might have, might have to. I don't know about the bean. I know. I remember when they built that thing. It was. It was huge. Oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Be re. You mean be real? I agree with that. Also, welcome to the stream. Appreciate it. But no, the bean I do not understand. We also had the giant Marilyn Monroe for a while. That was also kind of. It was like, what the hell is this? I have a picture of me just being like, huh, doing the. I mean, who wouldn't? Come on, come on. Howdy, howdy. Can I get a howdy? Howdy. I really have. I'm all over the place. How you doing? Oh, man. This coffee is hitting today. I need another cup too. You ever have that anticipation for needing another cup of coffee when you're not even halfway done with the first? It's just like, I definitely burnt the candle on both ends. You don't need to explain the bean. You experience it. I mean, it is cool. If you've ever microdosed and like just stared at it, it's cool. Sensational. How are you? What kind of coffee do you have? It's a Caribou coffee. It's a seasonal blend that they released. I'm still a Caribou coffee fan. I always was. That's where I used to go to read books when they still had them, like around here. I feel that often. Might make another cup. That's got, dude. I'm telling you, like I'm not even. Yeah, look, not even halfway, and I'm just like, that's still. That's not nearly as much coffee as I need. I should have made a bigger cup of coffee. I heard France wants the Statue of Liberty back. How the hell they plan on transporting it? You ever seen Kong vs. Godzilla? And I'm talking like the 1968 version. If you've, is it 60? No, it's 61. I'm pretty sure it was 61. But yeah, if you've ever seen Kong vs. Godzilla, a few helicopters, a little bit of rope. Hey, let's see. Kong vs. Godzilla. Oh. I got that wrong. 63. 1963. Almost a full 10 years after the debut of G-Man himself. Pep's eyes are going to start spinning. I got high with my friend at night once, and the only thing there to experience was the bean. Is it like the love sign? Like, where is that? Is that in Ohio or something? Or is that in... No, it's in Detroit, I think. Right? Where's that love sign? Be right, yeehaw! It's ours. No, you can give me. Hey, it's not called that anymore. Be cool with that. I will always maintain Godzilla 1 at the end of Kong. Yeah, no, Godzilla 1. Is this controversial? I thought that this was well established. I thought that at the end of if you're talking Godzilla vs. Kong, round 1 was Godzilla all day on the ship. All day, Godzilla. The second one, I give to Kong. Kong whooped his ass. Made him mad, made him retreat. But yeah, that third one, man. He made him humble. That was my favorite, where he just stepped on his chest. He's just like, ah! Right? We done? And he's just like, fine. He just looks to the side like, all right, whatever. God, that movie's awesome. Playing raid for another streamer. Oh, cool. Wait, are you all y'all MAGA supporters? Wait, no. Ooh, okay, safe here. Yeah, no. We are not. Wait, do you think being a Godzilla fan means I'm a MAGA supporter? Hell no. They do not get to appropriate the G-Man. That's no. Do not take, like, the one thing that gives me joy. No. 61 fight was the best Godzilla. Yeah. I'm hollering. Dirty Pico Kami. I was about to say, no. No, we are. I'm almost actually, like, mad right now, where I'm like, no. Where did you get... I mean, seriously, I have marijuana propaganda, hippie propaganda. Look at me. I mean, how do I not just scream comrade? I've been told this. Hell, some dude on my, like, came into chat the other day and was just like, this is why you don't have views. It's because they come on here and they see that you look like a hippie. And they're just like, oh my God, he's a liberal. I'm out of here. And I was just like, dude, that was wild, because that was literally, like, I think the day after my mom died, and I just needed this to, like, freaking escape, and I was just like, you know, he inherited all my rage. And you know what? Wait, what is going on over there? What are you doing? Y'all are sending me into the upper room. Oh, I do have this tagged as a comedy show, so I try to produce the comedy as best I can. I feel like the chat definitely helps. You know, I cannot claim all the best material, especially because, for real, oh my God, I found out about you from a MAGA recent. Really? Wait, please do explain. How'd that go? Oh wait, was it Honeybee? Because if it was Honeybee, then she's not a MAGA. Like, be nice. She's an independent who we need to have a debate and just go, hey, like, just stick to the moderate thing and do not glaze Trump. Like, it's not like, yeah. But no, who was it? She's nice. Yeah, she's cool. Talon's, are you fucking kidding me? Wow. Oh. Rip. Anna got it. You beat me to it, Anna. Whoa. Out here in Cali, our your looks scream independent employed. Independently employed. Out there, you say? What about here? Actually, I live in a pretty, like, luckily I live in a pretty artistic, like, community where we got people that look like me, so. Damn, hammer time. Yeah, no shit. He's always trolling us in the comments. LeMayo, really? That's, That's kind of crazy. And he just, like, mentioned, what did he say about me? Wait a minute, what did he say about me? Ooh, this is kind of like where you find out that your friends have been talking shit and you're just like, hey, you've been busted. What have they been saying? And then you get the tea, so let me prepare. Okay. Do tell. Raid will be incoming from RPT Toxin. Oh, cool. Oh, shit. I just remembered, yeah. I think he got a gifted sub at one point. Talon is great. True patriot for the cause. Of the cause. Man. Okay, I have dyslexia and, like, legit, I still can't read today. My brain is just like, hey, you know what? You're just you're gonna suffer today. This is what you get for doing a 12-hour stream yesterday. Ugh. Holy shit, 59. Hey, thank you for the raid, RPT Talks. Also, the fact that we have similar names, it's very cool, man. Here, oh my god. Hear me, dude. Shout out. But yeah, thank you for the raid, man. Cool. We are just kind of chilling right now. We're about to get to the politics. We kind of stumbled into a food arc where we were talking about Chicago pizza, and then I learned about mountain pizza, and then I just had to show everybody Mr. Beef from if you guys have ever seen the show The Bear. It's actually a place that you can go to and visit. It is awesome, so I highly recommend you visit it if you're ever in Chicago. But hell yeah, dude, thank you so much for the raid. Trying to have just a little chill stream also, so I take responsibility for timing him out. Yeah, we were just also talking about somebody that is over in RPT's chat, apparently. Talon the Silverhog. Which, gotta say, man, I was not expecting him to be the culprit on that one. Oh my god, why is this not working? There we go. Finally, got it. Today is Buy on Politics Day. Well, dude, thoughts on poutine. It's important. Thoughts on poutine? I love poutine. I always had, like, bullshit poutine from, you know, like, we had this place called Claim Jumper where they were just like, it's authentic poutine. No, it wasn't. I did a hockey tournament in Toronto where I stayed there for a week. That's pretty much what I lived off of, which I got, dude, I understand because of the hockey culture in Canada. You want to talk about carbo loading? Again, it sustained me for pretty much the entire week. Also the fact that it's like there's so many different kinds, but yeah, just normal poutine. Although I'm a no mushrooms guy, I know. Don't be mad at me. See, I immediately a fan because of your you like poutine. Oh, okay, cool. Asking the real questions, hell yeah. I'm the head mod, mute with no regrets. Yeah, okay, so, yeah, he's a lot. He's a lot. I'm sorry, guys, that, yeah, Talon he got banned from this community, and he's, technically on probation. So, just know that this technically could be a Talon-free community at the drop of a hat if he decides to step out of line, which... It was kind of funny because he really did come to me, tail between his legs, just, oh, I'm sorry. Kind of funny. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. RZB. Sorry, as I said, I'm having like really bad dyslexic moments today. Not even moments. Like I just can't see. Can't read right today. I'm white. Change my mind. Go stand in the sun too long. Oh man. No. Stay out of the sun. It's bad for your skin. Also, that's one thing that my mom was just like, no, sunscreen for you all the time. It wasn't like I had some kind of, sensitive skin situation, but no, it was. All right. Well, politics. You guys ready for some politics? Just so you guys know, everybody that's new here, we are mostly leftist community, but we welcome everybody here. That is that's why we even entertain Talon's BS. But yeah, we also are trying to cover it from more of a entertainment perspective right now, because that's what I need. Like, this is like, I understand that you guys might need this, and I want to cater to that, but this is what I need, because man, every day is just it feels like 2 days, or fucking, I'll even say a whole week go by in just one day. So almost got beat up by a 6'4" guy named Sal because I mixed up Italian and Sicilian. Really? He took it that hard, huh? I'm considered bottom of the boot. You sound like an Italian saying that. Not me. Love me some Trump. Wow, Fire Fist is going into troll mode today. Damn. Damn. Oh, they're serious. Uh-oh. Yeah, when they go into their, wait, is poutine just fancy chili fry? No. It's fries with, like, a special gravy. That is not, like, Italian gravy. Actually... If you Canadian in chat, can you please describe it better? I don't want to call it like a fancy cheese fry, because that's also reductive as hell. That's not how it is. Matash, that could be it. Wait, what's going on? Oh, rehab. I just got that. When did that just pop out of order? No. YouTube is YouTubing. That is great. Oh wait, duh, Storm. Let's see. Bitrate is lower. Yep, that's why. Guys, just so you know, over on YouTube it's because of the storm. I'm going to be encountering a little bit of a slowdown. It may affect Twitch, but it says that I'm fine. So, right now we should be okay. I'm trying to get Musk to kick me off X, and so far I've not succeeded. Do you, like, tag him on the daily? Because usually that's all you need to do is just tag him and, like, say some hateful stuff. You know, because everybody on Twitter is a meanie bobini on the left. Literally platforming Nazis, but he's just like, oh, everybody's so mean to me now. It's just, whatever. Musk. But anyway, if you guys are enjoying the content, yeah, drop a follow over on Twitch. I really, really appreciate it. Also, if you guys can follow or drop a sub over on YouTube, I'd also appreciate that, because it really helps the channel out. And you know what also helps the channel out? When I have my hyperlinks actually ready to go. Oh, hey, look at that. The markets are up again. Yeah. Everybody's just like, yeah, did you buy on the low? That shows you where everybody's mind was at. Oh yeah, I tag them, and low dropkick songs. I even resorted to using some questionable language. Oh. That's my dramatic take a hit. Also, why is this not working? There we go. Thank you for bearing with me on that one. Oh, by the way, this is called the show is called High on Politics for a reason. And also we celebrate the local 420s, which is in 5 minutes. So everybody load up. And yeah, I have to respond to that. Uh-oh. Guys, he's here. Well, I mean, Talon, I guess thank you for shouting out my my show. It's kind of odd to be in your debt. That's all I'm in your debt for. You're getting that. Thank you, but don't let that go to your head, Posey. yeah, guys. So I hope that you guys are all also ready for the fun takes on politics. Because oh boy. Oh, also on YouTube. Need to drop this link real quick. Or just do this. Not to put a damper on everything, but this is a link for my mom's memorial fund. My mom passed away last Friday, and we are trying to reach this goal to cover her memorial. Sorry, it's getting actually a little harder to post that. Anyway, if you guys can contribute in any way, I appreciate it. And if you guys can't, I also appreciate you just being here and helping support the stream. As I said, drop a follow and like over on YouTube. It really helps me out. And yeah, my mom was she was a big part of my life, and she also at the end there, she was actually a lurker on chat. So I thank you. I appreciate the condolences. I've been saying this to everybody that offers them. No condolences too small. It's all very, very meaningful to me. It's group hug. Thank you guys. I love the fact that I'm like kind of like a vibes based guy, and like I kind of feel the energy. So thank you. That means a lot to me. But yeah, as I said, if you guys can support the stream in any way, whatever way you guys can, or just, share, or just enjoy it. Just enjoy being here. Okay, I'm gonna compose myself, and then we're going to politics, because now I need to totally reset. All right, so let's go to Ground News. I am sponsored by Ground News. They are a great way to cut through the BS of the algorithmic news sourcing, because I noticed that every time I went to my my homepage, I was just getting fed a bunch of stuff that was just literally curated for me. So you don't come off as a sociopath. What? Oh, Kirk. What are you I was like, what? What is happening? As I'm staring at a picture of Trump and Steve Bannon here, I'm just like, what? Trump will run and win again in 2028. Bannon says. Steve Bannon says that he believes Trump will run and win again in 2028, despite concerns about the 22nd Amendment barring a third term. Representative Andy Ogles, whatever, has introduced a resolution to amend the Constitution's 22nd Amendment, allowing for a president to serve up to 3 terms. Yeah, okay. A federal judge blocked Trump's policy restricting transgender individuals from serving in the military. Yeah. That's great. that they want to flood the news with that, but realistically, they need a supermajority in Congress for that. So, whatever. Over my dead body. Well, again, this is the thing that I have to, like, I'm trying to get people to not freak out. Like, let's not do the alarmism. And this is also why I was saying I use ground news, so I can also look at that and just kind of move on. Like here, this one is being reported on from the center. Wow. Left wing doesn't give a shit about this. All right, so Federal Reserve held interest rates at 4.25% to 4.5%. Fed members expect to cut borrowing costs by about 0.5% later this year if inflation eases. Well, this is also why it's like, oh god, do we do the alarmism? Because getting Musk out is pretty much like we have to have a goal as far as trying to convince the right wing, where it's like, guys, we really need to get rid. Like, there's the main problem is the fact that you have this unelected oligarch just controlling everything right now. Polyev says Trump is right to say liberal PM would be easier to deal with. Oh, he's using that as a wedge. Interesting. He got right there. That's how you get rid of him. I'm not reading that, but I get what you're saying. I mean, yeah, you hit that speed bump there, Lyrda. I get it. It's a. Oh, thank you for the $10 donation.
BIGJAMESBRB $10. Cheers, brother. We love ya.
Thank you. Here you go, bud. You get 2, so. Oh, yes, and for the new viewers here, whenever there is a smaller dollar donation, we give the puppy some treats. Because he's a good boy, he's here throughout the entire stream, and he works these off, so it's not one of those situations where I am making my dog super unhealthy. These are also health food treats, so that he loves. So, okay. Let's see. Trump expressed that he doesn't care who wins the Canadian election, but believes a liberal win would make Canada more compliant. Polyev criticized Prime Minister Mark Carney, stating that Trump will find him weak and easily negotiable. Yeah, they're totally setting they're trying to rebrand. Guys, the right-wing propaganda machine is super fucking effective, from what I've been seeing. New JFK files provide details on CIA and KGB activities. No new revelations. Yeah, no shit. Let's distract us some more. Ooh! We missed the 420. Damn it. It's okay. I'm like a minute behind. Bad. Oh, wait. Is this thing dying? That's what's going on. That explains it. Let's check the blind spot one more time. So the cool part about ground news is the fact that blind spot, it does curate like based on left-wing and right-wing publications and what they're reporting on. So Tim Waltz signs law adjusting grain buyer reporting. Elon Musk, Tim Waltz exchange words as Waltz comments on Tesla stock. USDA to begin dispersing economic aid to farmers amid low prices. Knew it. $10 billion market-based assistance. Yeah, see, so what they did is they they're essentially using this to renegotiate the Biden deal. But then on top of it, this is going to cost more. So, yay, subsidies for the rich farms already. Ground news is fucking awesome. Got me out of my bubble, to be honest. I'm telling you, man, like, it's so crazy how effective it is. And then it shut down in a political argument immediately with one of my family members who is very, very difficult to argue with. Because they're like they're not the worst, like they're not QAnon, but they're close to it, where they believe some of the wackier stuff. And yeah, it's I think that it's really effective to just be able to be like, hey, this is where my sourcing came from. I hope that you guys enjoy it. Like, I hope that you guys can see the value in just being able to be like, hey, lurking mode have to work. Okay. I like how, I feel like you just did the Autobots lurking mode. I will return. Autobots roll out. All right. Globe head. Yeah, I'm a globe head. I'm one of them, dude. Well, gotta love that. All right, so now we get to do my favorite part about the politics stream. Oh, I just realized I got another dono. Oh, dude, thank you. Oh shit. Let me see. Give me 1 second, because for some reason that didn't work. Oh, dude, Big James. Thank you. Either that, otherwise known as Rome Dog in the chat. Okay. Audience booze. Congressman over explanation of healthcare cuts. Let's take a look.
Heckling, booing, and angry demands. Congressman Mike Flood, the latest Republican member of Congress, to face anger from voters back home.
Yo,
anger
Alva,
over
how you doing?
Doge, Ukraine, and tariffs. It
Dead
all went
Banana, how
down
you
in a
doing?
rural red district of his.
My understanding that your wife had breast cancer and went through
Optimus Prime. I'm going to turn into a truck now.
diagnosis, treatment, recovery, and is doing well. I appreciate that for you. I have a 20-year-old daughter, and I lost a sister to breast cancer. You, Mike Flood, have decided to capitulate your job of monitoring the funding of places that do research for breast cancer. I don't see how you can stomach that you did that, because you are cutting the rug out from other.
Doing good, learning loads of new stuff and having fun. Hell yeah. Learning's fun.
You are cutting the rug out from under future scientists who might develop new treatments, new diagnoses, so that my daughter, when she's your wife's age, might not get the most up-and-coming research available to her. You are disfunding NIH, Johns Hopkins, the National Science Foundation, and you can't put that on anybody but yourself and your GOP colleagues. I would like to know how you personally stomach that decision. Thank you.
She does have a little bit of
Anybody
cadence.
that has been through a close relative or a friend or a family member with cancer knows how deeply personal that is. And I have had that experience with my own wife. So yes, I do know what that process is like. Here's where we're at. We're at the dawn of a new presidential administration. The 119th
Managed to help my
Congress
boyfriend's
is about 60 days in.
sister's computer long distance.
We have
It was so satisfying.
the
Cool.
Department of Government Efficiency that is looking at and has some, yeah.
Dude, really?
It is looking at the funding that's available for research, and in some cases that funding has either been identified or suspended or is on hold or has been terminated. I don't believe we're in a process today, at this moment, to say in any way that medical research funding is going away. I support medical research funding. If it is currently paused, if there is a concern, we take those up individually, and ultimately where we need to go is to a balanced budget. There's a lot of people in this room that don't support what DOJ is doing. But for the first time, we are making some progress. How can you be against a balanced budget? How can you be against a balanced budget?
You're balancing the budget at the cost of lives, dude. You're wondering why people are fucking mad? Again, guys, you should be fucking terrified at the fact that they are just brazen about, like, just being like, no, you just gotta suffer a little, guys. You just gotta suffer. Because that right there tells me that they don't care about being reelected. Why would they do that?
Some of these town halls, so now you're able to say what one looks like versus another. So much frustration in the auditorium where you are.
That guy has good pouty
What
lips.
did people have to say to Congressman Flood?
In this particular town hall, Aaron, people had a lot to say to Congressman Flood, but just for some perspective, we're in Nebraska's 1st congressional district. This is a district that President Trump won by 55% of the vote. Congressman Flood actually did better than Trump back in 2024 with 60% of the vote, and yet, as you noted, as you just played, there was still quite a lot of frustration. A lot of topics covered in this room tonight: the border, tariffs,
Yeah,
Canada.
funny enough, they're not even, like, if they were more transparent, they would probably have more support, but the thing is, they're trying to, like, fudge the numbers. They're doing it secretly, and then they're selling their constituency a bill of goods that they're not buying.
The rule of law, a lot of foreign policy.
And then they're like,
well.
"Oh, shock
And
Pikachu
while, make no
face.
mistake,
What do
there
you mean
were
they
a
can
lot
read?"
of Democrats here and folks who would not have otherwise voted for Congressman Flood or certainly President Trump. There were certainly Republicans here as well who I spoke with who said they had voted for this Republican congressman, and they were still concerned about what this administration has been doing.
Bronx Boy.
And I'll say,
Appreciate
Aaron,
that.
the biggest amount of boos and jeering that we heard really came with the subject of Elon Musk, with the Department of Government Efficiency, DOJ. A lot of people fearful that there would be cuts to the VA, also cutting of Medicare and Medicaid. Take a listen to how Congressman Flood responded to at least some of this, because he really stood by Elon Musk and DOJ.
There's a lot of people in this room that don't support what DOJ is doing. But for the first time, we are making some progress. How can you be against a balanced budget? How can you be against
Musk is never going to recover from this.
a balanced budget? All right. All right.
Now, Aaron, I'll say I just spoke with a congressman after this town hall. He said that he certainly will take a lot of the concerns he heard specifically about the VA back to Washington.
She always looked like she's about to fall asleep.
One other part of agreement that was a bit of a rare sight in this crowd. It was when Congressman Flood said he supports Ukraine. He does not feel Ukraine should give up any land to Russia, and he believes in a strong NATO. But the one thing, Aaron, is that Congressman Flood said he was glad that he went out here and did this town hall.
I mean, there's something cathartic to see Elon just kind of eating shit.
In a much more Democratic area of his district in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Some people did give Flood credit for actually showing up in person to listen to their concerns.
All right. Enough of that.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israel continued its relentless attacks across the Gaza Strip overnight, killing at least 27 Palestinians one day after Israel unilaterally withdrew from the Gaza ceasefire and launched massive new strikes. At least 5 international aid workers were rushed to Al-Aqsa Hospital in Deir al-Balah after they were injured in an Israeli airstrike that targeted a United Nations facility. The group Defense for Children denounced the massacre of at least 174 children by Israeli forces on Tuesday, calling it, quote, one of the largest one-day child death tolls in Gaza's history. Defense for Children Palestine wrote in a statement, quote, Israeli forces have signed a death warrant for Palestinian children in Gaza as they carry out nonstop attacks, continue to destroy civilian infrastructure, and prevent any humanitarian aid from reaching Palestinians in need. This is nothing short of a genocide, they said. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has said he's outraged by the new wave of Israeli airstrikes on Gaza that have killed well over 400 people since Monday. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu threatened the latest bombardment campaign on Gaza is only the beginning and said all future ceasefire talks will now take place under fire. Families of the remaining and recently released hostages have joined protests urging Netanyahu to return to the negotiating table. Protests broke out around the world Tuesday, condemning Israel's renewed bombardment of Gaza, shattering the ceasefire agreement with Hamas. Here in New York, hundreds of protesters gathered in Times Square Tuesday. Democracy Now! Was there. This is Isabella Titi of the Palestinian Youth Movement.
I think our movement is only growing. More and more people are conscious about what's happening in Palestine, and the attack that we're feeling right now in the U.S. on our First Amendment rights is showing us that the U.S. is willing to do anything in order to protect its relationship with Israel, and it will not be met with silence.
Mahmoud Khalil has called himself a political prisoner in his first direct remarks to the public since federal immigration agents arrested him.
Well, I mean, yeah, he is.
Without a warrant on March 8th.
He's a political prisoner. He's being used for political purposes.
8th in Columbia University housing.
Not exactly a hot take.
In a letter dictated over the phone from...
RTP Talks said he grew up a Mormon. Y'all should compare how it was. I grew up with Democrat parents. I don't... disagree with the rebel type thing. Hey, fuck. Actually, yeah, I would love to have a conversation about that because I've always been interested in Mormons in the way that like my religion always looked at Mormons and they were like they're weird, and then you kind of find out that. Well, I came to find out, I was just like, oh, but you guys use like similar structure as far as keeping everybody in line. It's like, oh, wait. Okay, it's the same with Jehovah's Witness where I was like, oh, they did the same thing to you too?
Jail in Gina,
like very culty.
Louisiana. Mahmoud Khalil decried his arrest, anti-Palestinian racism by both the Biden and Trump administrations.
Okay, that's the coolest emote.
And the inhumane conditions faced by immigrant detainees. His open letter reads, quote, my arrest was a direct consequence of exercising my right to free speech as I advocated for a free Palestine and an end to the genocide in Gaza. While I await legal decisions that hold the futures of my wife and child in the balance, those who enabled my targeting remain comfortably at Columbia University, knowing fully that this moment transcends my individual circumstances. I hope nonetheless to be free to witness the birth of my firstborn child, unquote. Mahmoud Khalil is a green card holder. His wife, Noor Abdullah, is a U.S. citizen who's 8 months pregnant. Khalil's legal team has filed a motion with a federal court in New York asking for his immediate release. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts issued a rare statement Tuesday rebuking President Trump and his allies for their calls to impeach federal judges who rule against the administration. Roberts wrote, quote, for more than 2 centuries, it's been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision. The normal appellate review process exists for that purpose, unquote. Roberts' statement came after Trump repeatedly attacked...
became an atheist the second the Catholic Church kicked me out for not having money. Or not paying money. U.S.
District Judge James Boasberg, who ordered the Trump administration to stop using the 1798 Alien Enemies Act to deport immigrants. On social media, President Trump called Boasberg a, quote, radical left lunatic of a judge and a troublemaker and an agitator. Numerous Trump officials have openly threatened to defy court orders. Meanwhile, Judge Boasberg has accused the administration.
Everybody that's like a moderate leftist is being called a radical leftist, guys. Like,
of adopting an
this isn't just like, again, this is not the first Trump term. This one's fucking scary.
Approach of, quote, we don't care, we'll do what we want.
Just fucking start locking up their political opponents.
Unquote. We'll have more on this.
That's why everybody's freaking out about this
later in the broadcast.
Rightfully.
In Colorado, dozens of people gathered for a rally Tuesday evening demanding the release of longtime immigrant rights leader Jeanette Vizquera, who was ambushed during a work break on Monday and taken into custody by Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents. She's now being jailed at an ICE detention center in Aurora, run by the private prison company Geo
They're going to
Group.
call you a communist,
In a
just be
phone
a
call
communist.
from inside detention, Vizquera shared this message with supporters who held a vigil outside the ICE jail in the freezing rain Tuesday.
I want you to know I'm not going to surrender. I'm going to keep fighting, and even if they remove me, I'm going to continue doing binational work, and they are not going to silence my voice.
Jeanette Vizquera drew national attention in 2017 when she took sanctuary in a Denver church, along with her 4 children, 3 of whom are U.S.-born, to avoid deportation. She's lived in the United States for nearly 30 years, since leaving Mexico City in 1997 with her husband and her then 6-year-old daughter. Denver Mayor Mike Johnston condemned her arrest as a Putin-style persecution of political dissidents. Later in the broadcast, we'll go to Colorado to speak with Jeanette Vizquera's daughter, Luna Baez. Russia's military launched fresh attacks on Ukraine overnight, firing dozens of drones toward the capital and bombing the eastern city of Sumy, where a drone strike on a hospital forced the evacuation of more than 100 patients. Meanwhile, Russian officials said a Ukrainian drone attack triggered a fire at an oil terminal in the southern region of Krasnodar. The violence came just hours after Russia said President Vladimir Putin had agreed to pause attacks on energy targets temporarily during a 2-hour phone call with President Trump. According to the Kremlin, Putin declined to endorse a full 30-day ceasefire and emphasized any deal is contingent on the U.S. and its allies halting all military aid and intelligence to Ukraine. The Kremlin's readout of the call directly contradicts this comment by President Trump on Fox News.
We didn't talk about aid, actually. We didn't talk about aid at all. We talked about a lot of things, but aid was never discussed.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he would likely support the new, more limited ceasefire, though he was waiting for more information.
Didn't talk about aid because that means that I have to spend money. I don't want to talk about spending money. We're only making cuts.
About it, Zelensky scheduled to speak by phone with Trump later today. Meanwhile, Germany's outgoing government has agreed to send an additional €3 billion worth of military aid to Ukraine. Germany's defense minister blasted Trump's agreement with Putin, saying it counts for nothing, and said Trump would have to win greater consent.
Okay, you're going to go negotiate a ceasefire without the other party.
A federal judge in Maryland ruled Tuesday that Elon Musk's unilateral efforts to dismantle the U.S. Agency for International Development are likely unconstitutional in multiple ways. U.S. District Judge Theodore Chuang ordered Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency to reinstate computer and email access to current USAID workers and bars DOJ from taking further action. However, it's not clear whether the ruling will have any impact on reopening USAID after the Trump administration effectively shuttered the agency. President Trump blasted Judge Chuang's ruling and promised an appeal, telling Fox News, quote, "We have rogue judges that are destroying our country," unquote. President Trump's fired the 2 Democratic-appointed commissioners on the Federal Trade Commission in a direct challenge to a 90-year-old Supreme Court ruling protecting independent government agencies. Trump's order terminating Alvaro Bedoya and Rebecca Kelly Slaughter leaves the FTC with just 2 Republican-appointed commissioners, short of the 3 needed to form a quorum to perform many of the agency's functions. In a statement, Alvaro Bedoya said, quote, "The FTC is an independent agency founded 111 years ago to fight fraudsters."
Well, yeah, and the thing is, they need to fight. Like, one thing that I'm getting a little bit bothered by is the people that are fighting this by offering their fucking resignations.
And monopolists. Our staff is unafraid of the Martin Shkreli's and the Jeff Bezoses of the world. They take them to court and they win. Now the president wants the FTC to be a lapdog for his golfing buddies. I'll see the president in court, Bedoya added. Delaware Senate has approved a bill that would shield corporations from shareholder accountability in a state where 2/3 of all Fortune 500 companies are registered. The legislation is backed by Democratic Governor Matt Meyer and was written by the law firm that represents Tesla and Elon Musk. The bill would make it harder for shareholders to access internal corporate documents and communications and would give corporations more protections from shareholder lawsuits and conflict of interest cases. A Delaware House committee is voting today on the legislation, which critics have condemned as the billionaire's bill. If approved, it'll restore Elon Musk's 2018 CEO pay package.
Every single person there should feel like the biggest fucking losers ever. Don't care how much money they make. That shit right there where they were clapping for that shit.
Package at Tesla, worth $56
That's the bourgeoisie.
billion, the largest
Right now,
ever
that's the
for a
modern
publicly
bourgeois
traded
class.
corporation
Isn't that fun?
before it was voided by a Delaware
They don't even have the cool looking wigs.
judge following a shareholder lawsuit. Congolese President Felix Tshisekedi and Rwandan President Paul Kagame have called for an immediate ceasefire in the eastern DRC following peace talks in Doha mediated by Qatar's government. They were the first direct talks between the nations since Rwanda-backed M23 fighters seized two major cities in the eastern DRC.
Look at this dork, too. Like, look, it just...
earlier this year in a major offensive that left 7,000 people dead.
Fuck him.
Tuesday's talks in Qatar came
Orwell
after
warned us about.
M23 representatives backed out of scheduled peace talks in Angola's capital. Turkish police have arrested Istanbul mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu on what his supporters say are trumped-up corruption charges ahead of primary elections scheduled for Sunday. İmamoğlu is a major challenger to Turkey's authoritarian president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. In 2022, he was found guilty of insulting public officials and sentenced to prison, but has remained free pending an appeal. Turkish police also arrested 100 other people, including one of İmamoğlu's close aides. Authorities have also closed roads around Istanbul.
And this is exactly what Americans are getting comfortable with. Like, they're comfortable with this happening.
And protest in the city for 4 days while restricting access to social media sites. And Hungary's parliament has approved a bill banning LGBTQ plus pride events and allowing law enforcement to use facial recognition technology to identify people who violate the ban. The new law was backed by Prime Minister Viktor Orban and his far-right populist party. As lawmakers voted Tuesday, opposition MPs set off rainbow-colored smoke bombs inside Parliament. Amnesty International said in a statement, quote, "The spurious justification for the passing of this law, that events and assemblies would be harmful to children, is based on harmful stereotypes and deeply entrenched discrimination, homophobia, and transphobia," unquote. And those are some of the headlines.
Oh.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Cool. All right. Well, let's take a little break from the news break. Break it down. So many breaks. Also, take a pee break. All right. It's always like one of those things with Democracy Now! Where I have to always kind of just go do what I just did there. Fall back and just go, okay. Holy processing. Man, for a 12-minute news show, that really is one of the most effective at just giving you a breakdown of what the hell is going on. Obviously with a little bit of a leftist perspective, but... Oh, God. Anybody else getting a little freaked? Like, as I've been saying, I'm getting a little freaked out that they just keep doing the, like, radical leftist thing again. And it's not like the way they were doing it with radical leftist Raphael Warnock. Like, now they're actually doing it where they're trying to label us as enemies of the state. Great. Meanwhile, it's just like, oh, well, we love Trump. We love what he's doing to the economy, even though it's a small term thing. Which the people that are saying that, it's just a little bit, it's just a little hit to the economy, like we need to go through this recession to reset the economy, are fine. These are people that have savings. These are people that have retirement accounts. These are people that have tons of property. Like, I'm getting kind of sick of the boomers that are always the ones to condescendingly say this shit. It's getting a little fucking old. And then you also get the occasional millennials that have, gotten their little bit, where it's just like, oh, I make over $500,000 a year now. I don't care. I'm not one of you. I'm one of the other one. I'm on the other side, guys. Too bad you couldn't get over the fence. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers are the ones that stepped on you to get there. And then they're just like, how did you not make it? Boy. All right, so I do have to pee. Let's see. Here we go. I will play this one as a bumper into the next news segment. Just give me 1 second while I go take care of myself and get a little bit of news from the Midas Touch. I found one story that was actually worth covering from them.
Fox is very scared right now. Let me give you some data points. Consumer confidence is in the gutter. The economy is crashing. Donald Trump's Attorney General Pam Bondi promised to release the Epstein files, and now, surprise, surprise, she's covering it up. And Democrats are going into reddish and purplish districts where MAGA Republican Congress members are too afraid to hold town halls, and Democrats are speaking with pissed off constituents and voters who are enraged at what Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Doge and all of these MAGAs are doing. So what is the Fox propaganda machine doing? They are propagandaing it. Let me show you what they're doing. They have Kellyanne Conway, the queen of alternative facts. She goes on the Hannity show and she talks about consumer is up, way up, everybody. Here, play this clip.
Rate go down, consumer confidence going up. Everything is turning up Trump. And now—
No, Kellyanne Conway. Consumer confidence is way down. It's the worst University of Michigan inflation expectations since 1993. It's the worst University of Michigan consumer sentiment. They're the university that takes these consumer survey data. They're the gold standard. It's the worst University of Michigan consumer sentiment since 2022. And the big news in this University of Michigan data was not simply the inflation expectations and consumer sentiment. Look at what people are saying about the jobs market. Expected change in unemployment is the worst right now since the 2008 recession. So let me fact check Kellyanne Conway right there with actual data. Then Sean Hannity is terrified of Democrats going into these red and purple districts. So Hannity says, look, if you're in one of these conservative areas, be careful. The Democrats may be talking about like transgender people playing sports. Ooh, here, play this clip.
Probably, in all likelihood. And according to reports, they are now planning to take this show on the road, and they want to have town halls in Republican districts across the country. You may want to go. Might be entertaining. You might have a few questions for them. I would ask that you not be like them and be polite, but beware if you are in a conservative area of the country, which is most of the country, a radical Democrat might be coming to a venue near you to spread their message in support of men and their right to play women's sports for open.
That's all they have at this point. All they have is to try to bully marginalized communities as Donald Trump and Elon Musk take a wrecking ball to Medicaid, Social Security, cruelly fire our heroic veterans, gut the VA, gut the NIH, CDC, Department of Education, attack the most vulnerable, attack poor kids. And what are the MAGA Republicans talking about? Ooh, the Democrats are coming in and talking about transgender volleyball players. What the hell are they even talking about? Then you have Alan Dershowitz, Donald Trump's lawyer. He goes on Fox and he praises how great Donald Trump's Attorney General Pam Bondi's doing is. I think she's doing great. So Dershowitz, Trump's lawyer, also has some connections with Jeffrey Epstein, I might add. So maybe this is why he's praising Pam Bondi. Maybe Fox's platform. I don't know, but you can judge for yourself. Here, play this clip.
Well, look, I think we're on the right track. I think Pam Bondi has extraordinary experience. She's tough. She has the right priorities.
And remember, Pam Bondi said she was releasing the Epstein files, but it turned out she just brought in a few weeks ago those MAGA influencers who were handed binders that says, the Epstein files, here it is. And it wasn't the Epstein files. Remember what it was? It was like Epstein Epstein's phone list, which was released many years ago, by the way, which had Donald Trump's phone number on it, and lots of Donald Trump contact information on it. But let me just give you this data point on Alan Dershowitz, Trump's lawyer, former lawyer who was on Fox, who was saying Pam Bondi's doing a great job. Take a look at this.
Case. I never saw a young underage woman. Yet Epstein's former butler swore under oath that Dershowitz was at Epstein's residences. At the same time, underage girls were there. Were there young women in another part of the house giving massages when I wasn't around? I have no idea of that. Dershowitz did say he once received a massage at Epstein's mansion, but from an adult woman. I kept my underwear on during the massage. I don't like massages particularly.
Told you we got to come with receipts here on the Midas Touch Network. That's what we're going to do. So then, as Donald Trump is crashing our economy, as people
give him some credit on that,
people's 401ks and pensions
Dershowitz
are in
needs to
the
be called
gutter.
out,
But according to
and
Kellyanne Conway, things are great.
happening.
Who does the Trump regime bring onto the Fox show? Maria Bartiromo, who
now it's happening with the top podcast.
Also sits on the Kennedy board at Donald Trump's selection. She's one of Trump's chief propagandists. They bring on Trump's Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and he's like, whoa, there's no way there's going to be a contraction. The Atlanta Federal Reserve, no way, they're wrong. Watch what he has to say. Play this clip.
We've seen worries about growth. I know you.
Oh, this guy, fuck this. Yeah, I'm not even. That was a filler thing anyway, so, I don't like massages. Yeah, right.
So as you all know, Joe Rogan's show has effectively become the suck off the robber barons experience. He seemingly can't go a month without having on some billionaire oligarch robber baron who's destroying our country. Whether it be Elon Musk 1,000 times, or Mark Andreessen, or Peter Thiel in his oily face after sucking the blood of a baby like a vampire, or Mark Zuckerberg. If he's not talking to a disgusting robber baron, he's talking to a corrupt Republican politician like J.D. Vance or Donald Trump, and giving them a hot stone massage throughout the entire interview, as we've seen. When he's not talking to them, he's talking to some right-wing MMA fighter or some right-wing comedian. It's humiliating, is what I would describe it as. It's humiliating. But somehow, ladies and gentlemen, somehow, it has gotten worse. It has gotten worse than the suck off the robber barons experience. Now, we are looking at Joe Rogan, the Nazi apologist experience.
What?
Now you might say, come on, Kyle, that's hyperbolic. That goes a little bit too far. Well, I'm going to let you decide. So there's this guy by the name of Daryl Cooper.
No way.
Now, I must
see
admit,
that coming.
Daryl Cooper had many people fooled, including me, for a while. He has this podcast called Martyr Made, and he did this retelling of the history of Palestine and Israel. And, you know, if you don't know anything about the guy and you listen to it, you're like, I don't know, this seems really like high level, really well thought out, really interesting. Crystal and I listened to the whole thing, and we thought it was relatively good. But the more I followed this guy's work, the more there were red flags. The more it was like, oh, that doesn't sound quite, oh, that's a little borderline. And then eventually, as you're about to see, and I'll demonstrate for you, the mask totally came off. But it's a cautionary tale that I'm giving you right now, that beware, because there are a lot of people out there saying the right thing about Palestine, and it comes from a great place. Then there are a lot of people out there saying the right thing about Palestine, and it genuinely stems from the fact that they're Nazis. I mean, I know that sounds a little extreme, but it's true. You know, you might hear Nick Fuentes say something, if you take it out of context, like, oh, he's good on the issue of Gaza. But it's like, where does that stem from? It doesn't stem from a belief in human rights and international law and justice. It stems from, fuck the Jews, right? Like, that's what it is. I hate to put it so crassly, but it's the truth, right? So anyway, this guy, Daryl Cooper, he was in the news in September 2024 because people noticed this moment in his podcast with Tucker Carlson. And, well, this sort of speaks for itself, and you'll begin to understand the problem with Daryl Cooper. And then, as I'll get to, he was just on Rogan's show. Buckle up for that. But here's what he said that caused controversy in September.
But how would you assess Winston Churchill? I got in trouble with my podcast partner, Jocko Willink, one time because he's a New England Dutchman whose his family, it's near and dear to, they're Dutch, but very near and dear to their heart that Winston Churchill is a hero, right? Well, everyone thinks that. He really thinks that. And I told him that I think, and maybe I'm being a little hyperbolic, maybe.
Oh, yeah. We
but
saw this guy on the Piers Morgan
I thought
thing.
Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War.
I thought Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War.
Yeah.
Hey, dog. I can think of somebody that was worse. What the fuck? Churchill is the chief villain of the Second World War. Wasn't there, I don't know, multiple other guys who were worse? just off the top of my Hitler, Mussolini, the Emperor of Japan. What? The chief villain. All right, he's not done.
Now, he didn't kill the most people. He didn't commit the most atrocities. But I believe, and I think when you really get into it and tell the story right and don't leave anything out, you see that he was primarily responsible for that war becoming what it did, becoming something.
Churchill was primarily responsible for that war becoming what it did. It wasn't the psychopathic Nazi exterminationist building concentration camps, shoving people in gas chambers and trying to conquer the world. It wasn't that guy. It was Churchill.
Other than an invasion of Poland. Or just, I mean, at every step of the way, like people are very often, I find, surprised to learn. There's a two-step process.
Well, why don't you just make the case for that? Okay, so you've made your statement.
Even Tucker notices,
Tucker
like,
is
holy
literally
shit, you
fucking
sound
unhinged lately.
like a crazy person. You sound like a flat-out Nazi. That's why he's like, make the case. Sort of flesh that out a little bit.
And a lot of people are thinking, well, wait a second. You said Churchill, my childhood hero, the guy with the cigar.
Yeah. Well, and the next thought that comes into their head is that, oh, you're saying Churchill was the chief villain, therefore his enemies, you know, Adolf Hitler and so forth, were
Stalin,
the protagonists, right?
Yeah.
They're the good guys if you think he's a villain. That's not the case. That's not what I'm saying. You know, Germany, look, they put themselves into a position, and Adolf Hitler is chiefly responsible for this, but his whole regime is responsible for it, that when they went into the East in 1941, they launched a war where they were completely unprepared to deal with the millions and millions of prisoners of war, of local political prisoners and so forth that they were going to have to handle. They went in with no plan.
They went in with no plan for the millions and millions of political prisoners. Hey, Daryl, they had a plan. Oh, they had a plan. It wasn't like oh, gosh, golly. Oh, what do we do? Oh, they had a plan. It was called Auschwitz. Oh, my God. What am I going to do with this guy?
Dude, this is wild.
They just threw these people into camps, and millions of people ended up dead there. You know.
Millions of people. They threw these people into camps,
and the fact that
millions
guys like
of
Tucker
people
Carlson are
ended
just
up dead.
there to platform.
Oh,
That's
did
it,
they?
and just go. Not even just
What,
platform.
did they die of old?
But they're there to just agree. Like, this is guys. Watching this in real time is kind of legit. If you've ever watched a car accident happen, it's like having that split second with your brain where it just does not process it, where you're just like, that just happened? That just, oh, call 911.
Old age when they were in there? What happened? Was there a pandemic that
feel
swept
like
through?
I'm in that same mindset.
What was it again? Oh, that's right. They fucking mass murdered them on purpose. Okay, so now, I don't even need to say anymore. Now you see the problem with Daryl Cooper, right? This is what we call Nazi apologetics. That's what this is, right? Okay, so apparently Rogan didn't see this clip, or did, and still invited homie on the show, right? And Daryl Cooper gave us some gems on the Joe Rogan Nazi apologist experience. Here we go. So this is one of the things he said. Ready?
You know, it's not like Hitler was going and giving big speeches at City Square in Berlin, going on and on and on about how we're going to kill the Jews.
That is literally exactly what Hitler was doing. In fact, somebody literally spliced it out and put it right here. There's a video right here. Now, obviously, it's in German, so I won't play it. But Hitler addressing the entire Reichstag in 1939, declaring that he will annihilate the Jewish race. I'm sure Rogan really held him accountable when he said that, right? I'm still not done. More from Daryl Cooper on the Joe Rogan Nazi apologist experience.
People get sucked into it because, not because of like some latent evil in their heart, but because their virtues get hijacked. You know, Hitler is a good example. That is somebody who can say whatever you want about him. He loved the German people and he cared about the German people.
He loved the German people and he cared. It was Hitler's overwhelming love for the German people.
Come on, man.
Which is why he built concentration camps and shoved people in gas chambers by the millions.
Not trying to stand up for Rogan because I know this is going to be bad.
Look at Rogan's face. I think that's one too many cold plunges. One too many alpha brain pills. Homie, look at you. Oh my God. Can you believe this?
Hitler is a good example.
Play
that is somebody
reaction,
who
please.
Say whatever you want about him. He loved the German people and he cared about the German people. Oh. But
I love the insinuation. He loves the German people. Now, obviously, the Jews don't count as German people.
Oh, no.
Right?
No.
Because then if you include them in the picture, well, obviously he doesn't give a fuck about the German people. He killed the Jews. I like how he's like...
If Kyle does not play the response from Rogan, then I'll be disappointed. But I have a feeling he is.
Well, he cared
He's
about
not usually
certain
that
German
guy.
people. You got to like carve out which ones he's talking about. This is psycho shit, man. Yeah. This is now we're looking at mainstream discourse and dialogue in the United States in the year 2025. By the way, at the same time, in case anybody's confused about this.
The other thing is, when did this come out? This was released.
Trump illegally sending immigrants to Guantanamo Bay. No due process, no habeas corpus. Deporting pro-Palestine protesters for liking pro-Palestine tweets. Right? This is what they're doing. They're sending green card holders, permanent legal residents. They're claiming, oh, you're Tren de Aragua, you're a Venezuelan gang, based on no evidence, no due process, not proving anything. Shipping them to a supermax prison, which is basically a slave labor camp in El Salvador, illegally. So the idea, oh, bro, they're saying these things, but still everybody's learned the lessons of history, and we would never repeat stuff like that. The fucking guy that Rogan's supporting is warmongering with Greenland and Denmark and Mexico and Panama and Canada and Somalia and Venezuela and Yemen and Iran. And did I say Mexico? Oh, my God.
I mean, it's like I was reading an article a while back about the neurochemical oxytocin. And it's the chemical that basically makes sure that, a mammal mother doesn't eat her baby when she gets hungry. It gets that in us, it takes the form of like increasing trust and empathy and so forth. But they've also done research and found that it also that it increases trust and empathy and all those things for your in-group. But because you're more protective of them, like feeling that way, it actually increases distrust toward anybody considered like in the out-group.
Yeah, it's almost like that's the problem, right? It's almost like that's the problem.
Yeah.
Now, in case any of this, I think probably 90% of you are convinced because you have functioning brains. But in case anybody is like, I don't know, man, still sort of borderline, can you really call it the Joe Rogan Nazi apologist experience? Let me show you a famous scandal involving Darryl Cooper, this man right here. And I need to stress this point. This happened before.
Who are they? They've done their research. The thing is that it's so easy to convince people like Joe Rogan, where if you speak in a hushed tone, and then you just say, well, did you know that there is this radical idea that where if we look at Hitler, you can break his brain down to chemicals, and he had certain chemical imbalances that a lot of other people have, and he was just a person. Like, that's what this guy's pretty much fucking doing.
He was invited on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Dude.
Ready for this?
And then Rogan's going like, yeah, that's...
It was what, the Olympic ceremony happening
was
in France? We'll see. And you had...
I'm trying to be fair.
It was just a typical French opening ceremony. A lot of dancing, a lot of party stuff going on, right? Here's what Darryl Cooper said. This may be putting it too crudely for some, but the picture on the left was infinitely preferable in virtually every way than the one on the right. Ladies and gentlemen...
Again, guys, like the fact is, they are platforming fucking straight up Nazis to the point where, dude, they're trying to normalize this shit and make us seem hysterical when we go, look, they're doing the thing.
Gentlemen, the picture on the left is...
Guys, I'm willing to take some feedback on this one. How do we combat this a little bit better? Because I do feel like we are kind of on the losing end of this, because I have had it happen in my life where I've been told that I'm hysterical and that I need to stop calling Elon Musk a Nazi.
Adolf Hitler and the Nazis after conquering France, and the picture on the right is a bunch of drag queens dancing.
I mean, dude, you could literally superimpose Elon's face on this guy
at an opening ceremony for the Olympics.
Trump's face on this, and it would just make sense.
Nazi rule.
That's what's fucking scary about that.
Drag queens in public having fun and dancing. Let me repeat that. He prefers Nazi rule to drag queens dancing and having fun in the open. We have a word for that. It's called Nazi. You're just a Nazi.
You're a fucking Nazi.
Now, he could try to cloak it and be weaselly about it from time to time, but very clearly, over a long enough time frame, the mask slips, and it's very clear, oh, you're just a fucking Nazi. So that's what you are.
Yeah, how come these guys need to be like, Aryan skinheads with fucking, blatant swastika tattoos or SS tattoos for us to finally go like, no, this guy, he is literally saying fucking Nazi shit.
You're just a Nazi. And Joe Rogan, congratulations on top of having on seemingly every robber baron in the country to lie about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the anti-scam police, to lie about politics.
But I love how no conspiracy theorists actually piece it together. Where like, oh yeah, this kind of started when Elon bought Twitter, and there's the conspiracy. You could see that there was a conspiracy to let the language go, to let Trump back on, to pressure the Democrats. And then, dude, I don't think Elon was ever going to go Democrat ever. I think he was playing Kamala and the Democrats to just be like, well, you know, if you guys capitulate here, then maybe and he was hedging his bets just in case their little scheme didn't work.
Corrupt Republican politicians.
I mean, dude, he was literally buying votes at the end of the election there. Nobody talking about that shit.
And right-wing MMA fighters and washed up right-wing comedians. On top of having on those people, now you've broadened the tent. The Joe Rogan Experience tent is being broadened. Now he also welcomes in the Nazis. So isn't that lovely?
Minus 12
now, by
minutes.
the way, I want to end this story here with a little cherry on top. I believe this may have literally been from the same podcast.
You didn't give his response to
Darryl Cooper one.
Oh, God damn it. Okay.
Just wait until here's what Joe's saying in casual conversation with a fucking Nazi. Here's what Joe's saying.
I do think there's socialism aspects of our country that we can't ignore, powerful and important. One of them that I bring up all the time is the fire department. Fire department is a totally socialist idea. Like, you don't have to pay them money. Like, if you live in a house that's worth $1 million, or if you live in a house that's worth $200,000, they put out fires. If you can afford it or if you can't afford it, they put out fires. We all agree you got to put out fires. Another thing is, and this is very controversial, but socialized medicine. The idea that you should go broke because you broke your leg is fucking crazy. If we're a community of people that are supposed to be supporting each other and helping each other, the best thing we could do is help one of the members of the community become active and productive and contribute to society. That makes everybody better and greater, and we should be willing to contribute to that. But I want my orthopedic surgeon driving a fucking Mercedes. I want that guy to be a bad motherfucker who gets compensated for it, because that's the type of guy who becomes an artist. That's the type of guy who works on the Lakers' needs. That's the type of guy you want. Like, oh, that's Mike. He does the Cowboys whenever they have shoulder injuries. That's the guy. Yeah. You want that guy. You want the guy with a nice watch.
And immediately he goes into the elitist, like, that's who I want. That's
you want the guy who lives in a big house, because
this is actually the main reason I stopped watching him. It wasn't even his politics. It's his elitism. It's the fact that he just became the antithesis to the actual working comedian. That he's also a bad influence on guys like Bert Kreischer, fucking Tom Segura, all these fucking now elitist comedians that make all this fucking money. Then you have Bill Burr, who still understands. He's like, yeah, I am rich, but I'm not gonna fucking let that affect the way that I have my worldview. I'm not gonna, let the fact that I have something make me feel like, oh, I got mine. Fuck you. Fuck the rest of them.
That guy's fucking dialed in and focused.
Like, seriously,
you don't want a guy
dude.
who doesn't feel like he's being compensated enough. You don't want a guy who feels like he's expendable. You want a guy who feels like he's a fucking rock star. That's what you want if you want your mom getting brain surgery, right? Yeah. You want a rock star surgeon doing that. So I believe in competition and I believe in merit. And I think it's very, very important for our society as a whole. But I also think there should be a much larger safety net for individuals so they don't go broke if they have a fucking knee surgery. Or if you break your back, you shouldn't have to fucking go bankrupt. That's kind of crazy. And I think labor unions are very important.
I love this. In between sucking off robber barons and corrupt Republican politicians and Nazis and every right-wing asshole under the sun, and endorsing Donald Trump and going to his inauguration to party with them, in the midst of all that, who, me, bro? Me? I'm sort of left-wing and stuff, bro. I believe in this thing and I believe in that thing, which is why I voted for the guy who does the literal 180-degree opposite on every fucking thing I just said. Joe, nobody should take you seriously. This is complete hack fraud bullshit. Oh, bro, healthcare's really important. People should have a right to healthcare. Did you say a fucking word when a couple weeks ago the Republicans passed through the House of Representatives a bill that cut Medicaid by...
No, because he doesn't follow politics like that. To be honest, man, that's the thing. That's part of the problem, too. He says all this, with such authority that, he actually follows the shit. I'll give, his outrage at this is totally warranted. But he should know that Joe doesn't fucking read the news.
$880 billion, which is effectively destroying all of Medicaid, which is healthcare.
Just think of I heard it. There's litter boxes in the schools
for low-income people and healthcare for disabled people. Did you say a fucking word? Did you come on air and say I'm breaking up with Trump and the Republicans? Did you come on air and say, you know what, the Democrats are right because they're on the other side of this and I need to stand with them because I care so much about healthcare that I got to stand with the party that's going to try to defend Medicaid? Did you defend Al Green when Al Green stood up and said you don't have a mandate to cut Medicaid? when Trump gave his speech to Congress? You didn't say a fucking word about fucking any of that. And by the way, spare me. Oh, universal health care is so important, so good. Really? Did you know that under Trump's first term, 2.3 million people lost their health insurance and you said fucking dick about it and endorsed him? I can't deal with it anymore, bro. I can't deal with it anymore.
Nah, he doesn't say Dickie McGee's ex anymore.
I don't give a fuck what you say you think your values are in casual conversation, but then you turn around and suck off the robber barons and endorse the worst politicians in the country and sit back as they run scam after scam after scam on the American people. Did he say a goddamn word about Trump launching a fucking crypto scam coin 2 days before his inauguration and shaking down his own supporters to the tune of billions of dollars? Did he say a fucking word about that? It's enough. It's enough. I'm done with this show. Me, bro? I'm like in the middle. I have some right-wing ideas. I have some left-wing ideas, which is why I suck off billionaires every day and I fucking endorse Trump and hold hands with him and frolic in the field with him and tell him how much I love him under the moonlight as I caress his skin. God damn it, Joe. God, he's unsalvageable at this point.
Yeah, he really
is. You know, at least, you know what? Give us this. At least if you're going to endorse the worst fucking people in this country that do the worst possible fucking things, at least don't be a weasel about it, a little slimy weasel about it, and pretend like as you shoot the shit and giggle with a Nazi that actually, bro, I'm a socialist. I'm like a lefty, bro. No big deal. Because the fact of the matter is this. He fucking knows better.
Say any of that, though.
He knows better.
This is why I don't like disingenuous reporting like that, especially like what he did there. I'm calling it out. He didn't even he didn't play his response because he knew that wouldn't make the clip as sexy.
Trump's number one accomplishment in his first term was massively cutting taxes for the wealthy and corporations. He knows that. Or at least he should. He knows that all of Trump's talk, I'm gonna save jobs. I'm not going to outsource your jobs, folks. Vote for me. We lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs under Trump in his first term. And now in his second term, he just killed 115,000 new manufacturing jobs that were going to come here because of a bill that was signed by Biden, the CHIPS Act. He presided over a 2.9 million job loss. He appointed more billionaires and Wall Street CEOs than anybody. I mean, I can go on, right? He talked about labor unions. Well, guess who destroyed the NLRB? Guess who destroyed the NLRB? Which is the government agency which fucking protects unions. It's Trump who destroyed. He just appointed like an Amazon asshole to be the head of the NLRB, which basically means they're always going to side with management. They're always going to side with the corporations. They're always going to side with the owners and the billionaires, and they're going to fuck unions over time and time and time again. Are you going to talk about that on your show, Joe? No, you're not. You're going to fucking fake virtue signal like, I'm for the good things, bro. No big deal. I'm like in the middle. Maybe I'm even a lefty, bro. But anyway, let's bring on J.D. Vance so I can fucking jack him off again and bring on Peter Thiel again and bring on Trump again to lie about everything to my face. It's enough already. It's enough already. Retire. Retire. You're so washed. You're so washed. It's hard to watch. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
No, it is getting harder and harder to actually stomach because, like, just seeing him blatantly throwing the middle and lower classes under the fucking bus where it's like, you supposedly came from there. Thank God that comedy is ever evolving. We get new comedians out there, but I will always say this. This was the problem with comedians becoming like these millionaires, like making as much money as they do. Like they become so much less funny. And in the 90s, it was not as easy to call out because like they had sitcoms. So they had the writing staff. Like Tim Allen is a great example of this. Can you imagine him doing what Bert Kreischer and these guys do? Because Bert, it's not like he needs a sitcom even. Like, dude, the way that Netflix just threw money at these comedians, it was also insane. And then you got guys like Bert Kreischer, who like I used to try to give him as much like credit as I possibly could because I'm like, you know what? Even with his elitist attitude, he still is funny. His last special was the nail in the coffin for that. I need to cover that. Actually, kind of gotta find out how though. Probably shoot Elephant Graveyard a email and just ask him. It's like, hey man, what were you using to be able to tell you what clips were okay and what wasn't? Because yeah, that kind of stuff. Even if I like throw it through my YouTube copyright little doohickey, it doesn't work. All right. Elon Musk's emotional breakdown. That's See what he
Shortly
was
after
crying
being
about.
implicated in a brutal courtroom defeat for the Trump administration, and as Tesla stock continues to plummet alongside his personal polling, a visibly desperate Elon Musk went on Fox News to be interviewed by MAGA host Sean Hannity, and the fear and the stress and the awkwardness were palpable as he lied his ass off through one question after another. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, friends, we have several clips to play. Again, Elon Musk right now is not in a good spot. He's shadow president. He's effectively the most powerful man on earth, but Tesla stock is plummeting. It's been estimated that he's lost about $100 billion, if not more, in his personal net worth as a consequence of this. His personal polling is in the toilet. We'll get to all of that, and you can see the fear and awkwardness on his face as he
no matter
and Sean
how much
Hannity,
damage he does to this country, he still can't find happiness.
he desperately try to hype him up
That's kind of
during
fun.
these troubled times.
Like, he's so
I
miserable.
think they're getting desperate because, I mean, the reason we're seeing this extreme amount of hatred and violence is because we're actually succeeding in getting rid of corruption and waste. If we weren't succeeding in getting rid of corruption and waste, they wouldn't care. But we are succeeding. Without President Trump, this would be impossible. So I'd just like to say, you know, it's only possible with this president.
So awkward. I mean, he looks like at some point, just based on how his mouth is moving and the vacant stare, that he's about to cry, right? He's about to burst into tears. We know he's a thin-skinned, malignant narcissist who needs the adulation and adoration of others, and he's clearly getting, as much as he benefits from a cult of personality, not quite unlike Donald Trump, he's also getting a lot of public backlash. So this is probably really hard for him because he wanted to be the next Tony Stark. He wanted to be real-world Tony Stark, and instead, he's more like Justin Hammer, the Tony Stark wannabe villain from Iron Man 2. But with respect to the facts, of course, Elon Musk, an inveterate liar, is wrong once again. Doge has not been successful. As a matter of fact, the fact checkers have been all over this. We've discussed this in multiple videos. But Doge claims that it saved the federal government $115 billion, and it's just not true. The receipts don't add up, and they've been busted time and time again, fudging the numbers. Oh, we saved the federal government in this. We cut this $8 billion contract. Except it was actually 8 million, right? And I mean, we're going to fire these useless personnel. Oh, it turns out that they're essential personnel who tend to the nuclear weapon stockpile. Oh, please come back, please come back, please come back. One clown show movement after another, and all because of this man's extraordinary incompetence. Here's another clip.
Really, we're just implementing the will of the people. And we've got this window where we can finally take corrective action, we can fix the government, fix the country, and create a great future. And again, it's only possible because of President Trump. I can't say no.
So again, desperate to try to give Trump the credit because he knows that Trump is also a thin-skinned, malignant narcissist. And if Trump continues to be perceived as Elon Musk's puppet, it's bad for both of their dynamic. But again, this idea that, we're just implementing the will of the people, bullshit. The polling is pretty clear on this. Elon Musk is unpopular. He's not liked. He is underwater. It's not that people are split on him. More people dislike Donald Trump, according to poll after poll after poll after poll, than like him. And more people dislike Doge in practice than like it, according to poll after poll after poll after poll. And even Fox News is reporting on this. So Fox tries to fluff it up. Well, listen, if you look at the polls, people love the idea of Doge. They love the idea of cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. And hey, who doesn't, right? Everybody wants the government to be more responsive and leaner, if at all possible. But you actually need to make that happen. And you should have a constitutional process which is accountable, surgical, and transparent. Things that Elon Musk does not want Doge to be and has fought very hard to avoid making it. You also want it led by people who are accountable in doing this in a constitutional way. And that's not what's happening with Doge. So, however, when asked about their feelings towards Doge, 47% of respondents held negative views, with 41% saying they saw Doge in a positive light. It's a similar story in a Reuters Ipsos survey, and by a 59-33 margin, Americans questioned in the poll said they supported downsizing the federal government. Again, the theory of Doge, but not Doge in practice. However, 59% opposed the firing of tens and thousands of federal workers, and by 50 to 38 margin, they said Trump and Musk had gone too far in cutting federal spending. I'm sorry. In practice, Doge is unpopular, not just controversial, unpopular objectively. And if you look at the poll surrounding Musk himself, it's disastrous. He's underwater even more than Trump in poll after poll after poll. Sorry, man. People dislike you because you're a loser and you choose to behave every day in a loser fashion. Maybe don't be so corrupt. Maybe don't engage in such conflicts of interest. Maybe submit yourself to accountability both for the American people and Congress. Testify under oath before Congress or back off. And maybe don't be so dishonest. Maybe that would help your polling. Here's another clip.
I'm only going to ask you one political question, just for clarification purposes only. I don't think this should really be a political night. I think this is, a moment where the country should celebrate the fact that you were able to rescue them, that it happened successfully in spite of the difficulty, the challenges, and the danger. But I just want to clarify on the issue of whether or not you had offered to send this rocket to space to rescue these astronauts sooner to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I heard somebody earlier today say, in fact, that didn't happen when I believe it did.
No, we definitely offered to return the astronauts earlier. There's no question about that. The astronauts were only supposed to be there for 8 days, and they've been there for almost 10 months. So obviously that doesn't make any sense. SpaceX could have brought the astronauts back after a few months at most. And we made that offer to the Biden administration. It was rejected for political reasons, and that's just a fact.
Except it's not a fact. There again, Musk has been contradicted on this by the experts, by the overwhelming abundance of the information. The facts behind the delayed return of U.S. astronauts, according to fact checkers, again, lengthy article. Long and short of it is, White House advisor Elon Musk, whose SpaceX company aided the astronauts' return, said he'd offered last year to bring the 2 astronauts home much sooner, but the Biden administration declined for political reasons. NASA and SpaceX.
Yeah, notice how the astronauts are not on Fox News because they're not going to be saying anything like glazing fucking Elon's nuts.
Space experts, including the 2 astronauts themselves, dispute that the decision was based on politics. In a press conference on March 4th, NASA officials said safety, budget concerns about a separate mission to retrieve the astronauts, and a desire to keep a crew on the space station were the reasons driving the decision to have Williams and Wilmore return with the SpaceX crew, which is expected to land on.
Just a quick reminder, everybody, if you're just joining us, please hit that like button over on YouTube. It really helps me out in the algorithm. Thank you.
On Earth today, and it did successfully. Trump, meanwhile, has repeatedly claimed that he expedited the return of the astronauts after making a personal appeal to Musk.
I make funny doggy coin.
Return the 2 astronauts has been in the works since late last summer, and the timeline for their return is roughly in line with that plan. Okay? So, in August 2024, NASA announced that it would be using SpaceX's Dragon capsule to bring back the astronauts in February 2025. In September, the mission launched the Crew 9 with NASA's Nick Hague and a Russian cosmonaut who successfully reached the ISS on September 29th. The capsule was launched with 2 empty seats for the crew, including Williams and Wilmore, to return in February after being replaced on the space station by astronauts from the Crew 10. NASA officials said late February was the earliest the crew could return on SpaceX without interrupting other scheduled missions. In recent months, Musk and Trump have claimed the Biden administration decided to leave the astronauts on the space station until after the November election to avoid bad publicity. And again, it goes into the history of Musk claiming what he's claimed. But again, even the astronauts themselves weighed in and said that the politics played no role in the delay. And it's also contradicted by other astronauts as well. So Elon Musk is just simply wrong about this. He's lying, per usual. Here's another clip, though, of the fluff piece between Sean Hannity and Elon Musk.
Really just fascinates me. I'm interested in every aspect of it. I think, you know, it was pretty public that I bought one of your Teslas. I don't like the way that people, and by the way, it's like the greatest car ever invented. It really is, and I'm not just saying that. It's self-driving. It's got 1,000 horsepower. It goes from 0 to 60 in 0.2 seconds. It's
2
the
seconds.
most American.
2 seconds.
Okay.
2 seconds.
Zero, no, I'm sorry, not 0.
Yeah.
It goes in 0 to 60 in 2.0 seconds.
At that point, I think it would kill you basically if it went that fast.
It would kill. That's true.
But it's pretty fast.
This is, dude,
for sure. It's faster than any Ferrari, for example. Yeah.
No, I watched it beat my Z06. I'm like.
So again, it's an amazing car. Tesla's doing so great.
So fucking related. Oh
of course, Tesla is not doing well with respect to stocks. Again, as a consequence, if not in totality because of Tesla stocks, but primarily because of Tesla stocks plummeting, Elon Musk has effectively lost about $100 billion off his net worth. Now, he still has basically $200 billion left, a staggering sum. I'm pretty sure he's still the world's richest man, but he's not doing well with respect to Tesla's performance at the current moment, which is one of the reasons why I think he's making the rounds on Fox News, hoping that his stock can return to its previous heights. One last clip from Elon Musk in this disastrous interview.
Yeah, it turns out when you take away people's, the money they're receiving fraudulently, they get very upset, and they basically want to kill me because I'm stopping their fraud, and they want to hurt Tesla because we're stopping this terrible waste and corruption in the government. And
you mean salaries?
Well, I guess they're bad people.
Go fuck yourself. Oh my God, I want to fucking punch my computer screen right now.
Bad people do bad things.
Oh, I fucking hate this guy so much.
Bad people do bad things should be the title of your autobiography, Elon Musk. The people,
I can't anymore. Fuck
the reason
this.
that people are not happy.
All right, guys, we're moving on. And if I have to see fucking Elon Musk's dumb, just his cocksucker face, I can't. These rich motherfuckers, dude. Seriously. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump starts coming for the lower classes guns. I'm telling you right now, guys. Be prepared for that kind of shit. Like, for real. Be prepared. Be prepared for them to be like, if you've made an anti-Trump post, then your guns are going to be confiscated. I'm not even kidding. Like, at this fucking point, you have to be prepared for any of this bullshit. I like how a stupid fucking Elon Musk story did that. it'd be Trump that takes our guns. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm literally saying. Like, Trump is going to be the one to take the guns. But, you know, Alex Jones said that bad liberals, you know, liberals, they bad. So liberals do it. Liberals do it. Whatever. Anyway, if you're over on Twitch, if you haven't followed already, please do. I really appreciate you still being here. Also, if you guys, excuse me, can hit the like button over on YouTube, it really helps me in the algo. And yeah, man, they can try. They will. Have you not seen? If you've never seen a here, you know what? Screw it. This is what we're doing.
We're always trying to make spots smart. And based off of the data from those cameras,
yeah. What are you going to do with a fucking mounted version of this
shit?
shit?
The semantics of the object. You can imagine a cart in Spot's path.
What are you going to do? Huh? Yeah. They can try.
That looks exactly like...
Like, seriously, man. Who wants to see this?
The world, in addition to our geometric understanding. A lot of the times we can filter out data that we think is too sparse, but if we can identify that that data is a part of some hazard or something that is important to...
Yeah. Yep. I think Hitler took people's guns before the war. Yep. Yes, he did. Those things freak me out. They should. They should terrify the fuck out of you, because I'm telling you right now, this is it. This, like, it's the same reason that those drones that were flying over New Jersey, there's a reason that they haven't just released pictures of what they actually were. Like, dude, they're doing the thing. Like, this is the boot, guys. And maybe it's because of my my recent loss, but maybe my pessimism is starting to show through. But I'm also just kind of seeing the pattern here. So, and that's also why I'm saying it's very funny. Like, no, Boston Dynamics is cool. So now you're cheering on the, like, first you're just like, they could come and pry my guns from my cold dead hands, but I love the doggy who's gonna do the deed. You really are certifiably one of the dumbest human beings I have ever interacted with sometimes, Talon. Like, and that one, you didn't even need to get somebody in between yourself. They can try. Boston Dynamics, LOL. No, Boston Dynamics is cool. Jesus. Like, what the hell? They made those robots at NASA 60 years ago. They haven't improved them yet. They haven't. Have they improved them yet? Those are the ones that are released to the public here. If you want to see the militarized version, let's get that.
Dogs have been close companions to humans for centuries, even participating in war. They've been used to track enemies. In 2005, Boston Dynamics introduced Big Dog, hailed as the most advanced quadruped robot on Earth at the time. Funded by DARPA, the robot was designed as a mechanical mule to support soldiers in terrains too difficult for traditional vehicles.
Yeah, I'll kick the robot.
Despite its innovative design, Big Dog never entered production for the military.
That happens to me.
While Boston Dynamics have been traditionally wary about the prospect of arming its platforms. An armed version was later actually developed, but it was ultimately ready deployed of scouting above and below ground, navigating rough terrain like piles of dirt and rubble, and walking through deep water. The video emphasizes the robot's potential to enter dangerous situations ahead of human soldiers. In another segment, a group of similar machines performs push-ups in unison. Robot dogs have also reported.
Okay. But yeah, Talon, by all means. They're not gonna take my stuff. No, the robots can withstand kicks in 2012. What? I haven't summoned my flag. Yeah, I guess you must have like sensed it. You're just like, oh, they're about to watch something that has that's talking about military hardware that might even mention the country I'm in. First time chatter, God save the pipeline. Oh, Christ. I love the fucking fact that like the chatters are pretty much all the same. Das Vidania.
He has $400 billion. I'm telling you, he's not going to steal your money. I'm telling you, that's not what he's doing. What he's doing is he's a super genius that's been with, okay? And when you've been with by these nitwits that hide behind 3-letter agencies and you're dealing with one of the smartest people alive.
This guy calling people nitwits is kind of, that's rich.
And he helps Donald Trump get into office and he goes, I want to find out what kind of corruption is really around. Well, you up. You up and pick the wrong psychopath on the spectrum because he's gonna hunt you down. He's gonna find out what's going on, and that's good. That's good for everybody.
Where do we even begin? If you seriously believe that the world's richest man, a leech on the system who receives billions of taxpayer dollars in the form of government contracts to keep his businesses afloat while simultaneously enriching himself, is legitimately motivated to weed out government corruption, then you don't know what corruption actually looks like in practice. Look no further than this haunting image of our country's shadow president, Elon Musk, taking questions from reporters in the Oval Office, all under Trump's watchful eye. The only reason why Musk has amassed such an immoral amount of wealth is through the exploitation of the people's labor who generated his profits and undeserved handouts from the federal government. And he knows better than anyone that the most effective way to gain even more wealth and power is to siphon wealth away from the American taxpayer by crippling regulatory agencies and cutting social spending programs and diverting that revenue straight into his and his fellow oligarchs' pockets.
Why does Elon's financial disclosure remain secret?
Because nobody's looking at that. We're looking at all the corruption that's taking place.
And you best believe that Trump and his loyalists inside the government will actively help Elon ransack and eliminate federal agencies and programs that pose any threat to their ideological project of shifting power away from the federal government into the hands of a select group of ultra-wealthy psychopaths.
I saw a tweet from an Elon fanboy that was like, thank God now Elon can root out the oligarchs that are dismantling our government. All right. So you think oligarchs are ruining our government, so you support the richest man alive taking over this country's purse strings. That's so stupid, I want to die.
Comedian, podcaster, and friend of the network, Trey Crowder, also sees through the thinly veiled excuses for the world's richest private citizen getting unchecked access and power over vital government functions.
But people on Twitter praising Elon, the richest man alive, who's the de facto head of our government right now, praising him for going after the oligarchs in the deep state billionaires that are ruining our government. It's just, my brain can't conceive of it. It's like, you don't know that the call is coming from inside the house. Like if I saw my cat go into the bedroom and then I started hearing ripping noises right after that, I would not say, oh, she must be fighting the nebulous feline that's been tearing my curtains up at night. Oh, God bless her. I'm not going to say that. You know why? Because I'm not rock-chewing stupid.
Now, you see why Republicans and some libs are so hell-bent on destroying whatever is left of our public education system. An uneducated populace is infinitely easier to manipulate and control. And when you combine that with the crushing force of working for pennies on the dollar and just scraping by to survive, people lose the free time, willpower, and intellectual curiosity to challenge their beliefs and the information they've been fed since childhood. It's a devious cycle that, as of now, appears to only be getting worse.
Lex Luthor thinks he's the good guy and Superman is not. And like you can in any villain in any story, like they believe that they are correct. They're just misunderstood. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Sam Altman or even Elon Musk, for that matter, wakes up and goes, I'm so evil. I'm going to do some evil shit today. Like, for some up reason, I don't know what it is that they have to tell themselves in the mirror every day to justify what they're doing, but like, they do it and they really do believe in that they're doing.
Trey Crowder's well-read podcast co-host and fellow comedian Corey Ryan Forrester spelled it out brilliantly here. The tech oligarchs cozying up to Trump, whether they admit it or not, believe that they're in the right and everything they're doing is justifiable, largely because their egos are so inflated and their personal insecurities run so deep that they only get satisfaction and fulfillment from gaining power and control over regular people.
Now MAGA's been in charge for 2 weeks, and they're like, we're doing whatever we want. Everything's going to burn, baby. And the Democrats are just like, you know what? Make that letter we were working on even more strongly worded.
And this attitude is why we've seen such a weak and cowardly response from the Dems. The party establishment is beholden to serving the interests of the same ruling class of ultra-wealthy oligarchs.
I do not often find myself in the habit of thanking Elon Musk, but I must confess that he has done an exceptional job of demonstrating a point that a few of us have been making for years, and that is the reality that we live in an oligarchic society in which billionaires dominate not only our politics and the information we consume from media, but our government and economic lives as well. That has never been clearer than it is today. What do he and other multi-billionaires really want? What is their endgame? In my opinion, what Musk and those around him are aggressively striving for is not novel, it is not complicated, and it is not new. It is what ruling classes throughout history have always wanted and have always believed is theirs by right. More power, more control, and more wealth. And they don't want ordinary people, that's you, and democracy getting in their way. They want it all. Elon Musk and his fellow oligarchs believe government
Apparently a tornado is about to hit right near my wife's work.
And laws are simply an impediment to their interests and what they are entitled to.
This is the type of messaging Dems should be hammering away at and shouting from the rooftops, but the party establishment would never dare cut ties with their billionaire sugar daddies and adopt a truly progressive populist policy platform.
These modern-day oligarchs are our kings. And it is not just power, it's incredible wealth that they have. Today, Mr. Musk is worth $402 billion. Zuckerberg is worth $252 billion. Bezos is worth $249 billion. With combined wealth of over $900 billion, these three people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Not surprisingly, since Trump was elected, their wealth has soared. Musk has become $138 billion richer. Zuckerberg has become $49 billion richer. And Bezos has become $28 billion richer, all since Election Day. Meanwhile, while the very rich become much richer, 60% of Americans live paycheck to paychecks. 85 million are
Here, one sec. Hold on. Is there a warning? Yeah, oh shit, there is. Okay.
Uninsured or underinsured. 25% of seniors are trying to survive on $15,000 a year or less. 800,000 are homeless, and we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. Do you think for 1 second that the oligarchs give a damn about working people? Trust me, they don't. Here in the United States, they will soon be going after the healthcare, nutrition, housing, and educational programs that protect the most vulnerable people in our country, all so that Congress can provide
putting beef tallow in
tax
fucking
breaks
fries now
for them and their fellow billionaires.
Which I do agree with.
As modern-day
it's the one
kings
thing that RFK is
who
doing.
believe
Where I was like,
they have
okay.
the absolute right to rule, they will sacrifice without hesitation the well-being of working people to protect their interests. Further, they will use the enormous media operations they own to deflect attention away from the impact of their policies while they entertain us to death. Mr. Musk owns Twitter. Mr. Zuckerberg owns Meta, which includes Facebook and Instagram. And Mr. Bezos owns the Washington Post and Twitch. Further, they and their fellow oligarchs will continue to spend huge amounts of money to buy politicians in both major political parties. Bottom line, the oligarchs, with their enormous resources, are waging a war against the working class of this country, and it is a war that they are intent on winning.
You hear it from the man. We're fighting a class war against the oligarchy. And if you're not aligned with the class interests of the vast majority of Americans and choose to do the bidding of the ruling class instead, you're on the wrong side of history. Hey, I appreciate you watching. Now, if you can, please do become a channel member by going to youtube.com.
I like how he doesn't even mean this part with the TYT part anymore.
.com/TYT Sport.
I don't think he cares. I think he's pretty much done. Oh. Man. Bernie, at least he's coming out clutch for us again, man. That's the one thing I will say. At least Bernie's there for us. Uncle Bern. Hey, boy. Man, I need something to... Oh, that's right. I forgot to get my second cup of coffee. I have to make that, too. All right. Let's check in on what's going on with the Luigi case, because apparently it keeps getting postponed.
Look, the government doesn't give a shit if LM or KFA needs time right now. If they were ready to indict, they would have done it already.
I mean, it's not like the simplest case, but why would the government need so many continuances or delays? They're not going to do the alleged murderer any favors or his attorneys any favors.
Later, gotta go do some shopping. Cool.
Makes you wonder.
Good luck.
It does make you wonder.
Hey, it's Jordan. I am in Flint, Michigan, East Palestine, Ohio, Tumwa, Iowa. Please support the only independent outlet on the ground covering what the corporate media covers up.
Hey, it's Jordan with Status Quo. Significant news in the case of Luigi Mangione, the alleged shooter of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. In this case, we have news on the federal charges and lack of an indictment against Mangione federally, as well as the criminal case against him in Pennsylvania. Let's start with the federal news. For the third time, a federal hearing that was set to happen in New York today has now been delayed by a month. So this is the third time where his federal case in New York.
Can you imagine his trial in this political climate and he's acquitted?
Happened where the hearing didn't happen. In January, it was delayed to February. And then in February, it was delayed to March. And now it's being delayed once again, according to a filing at the agreement by both the government, obviously prosecuting Mangione, and his attorneys. I'll read you the filing, which details some of this, why it was delayed. Again, supposed to happen today in federal court in New York. It is further found that given the nature of the prosecution and the complexity of the case, the government and defense counsel, that's his defense, Karen Friedman Agnifilo, Mark Agnifilo, and Avraham Moskowitz, have jointly requested a continuance of 30 days to permit both parties adequate preparation for pretrial proceedings and the trial itself, and that the defendant, through counsel, has consented that such a continuance may be granted for that purpose, specifically to an extension of the deadline under Rule 5.1, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. It is further found that the granting of such a continuance best serves the ends of justice and outweighs the best interests of the public and the defendant in a speedy trial. So therefore it is ordered, and they have delayed now his federal hearing till April 18th, which is a month from today. To be clear, Federally, he's been charged, but there has not been a grand jury indictment against him. Once there's a grand jury indictment, then the clock starts. The government would have 70 days to take him to trial. I'm certainly not a lawyer, but I could understand why Mangioni's attorneys would want a delay and a continuance, because they're not dealing with one case. They're dealing with a federal case against him with the death penalty on the table. They're dealing with state of New York criminal charges against Mangioni. And then Mangioni has a separate attorney, Thomas Dickey, in Pennsylvania, which obviously the New York lawyers and the Pennsylvania lawyers have to either indirectly or directly bounce off each other and kind of work together, because one case affects the other, particularly in relation to the motions that we've reported on here in Pennsylvania to suppress evidence that Thomas Dickey, his Pennsylvania attorney, filed, basically alleging that the Altoona, Pennsylvania cops illegally arrested him, seized his backpack, and alleged evidence without a search warrant. Held him for 17 minutes illegally.
My God, for real. Like, there are a lot of these, like, just if this was any other case, they'd be like, this would be inadmissible.
They're alleging without reading his Miranda rights. So that affects the New York case.
That's a biggie.
But I do understand why his attorneys, Mangioni's attorneys, would want this delay. But if the government had the goods, as the government has pushed they have, as the media has pushed, this is a slam dunk, they've got evidence against him, you would think they'd want to go to trial pretty quickly. They clearly want to make an example out of him. The New York district attorney has slapped on terrorism charges against Mangioni, and the government coming in the first place to charge him, which was unusual in this case, they wanted to make an example out of him. So what is taking so long? Why the government doesn't have to agree to this delay. So it makes you think. I don't want to oversell it or give false hope to those who might support Mangioni or, at least want him to have a fair trial. But the government doesn't do favors for defendants that they have the goods on and have him or her dead to rights. I want to play this clip from a Pennsylvania attorney who has followed this case, David Beatrice, responding to the government agreeing to this delay. Let's take a listen.
Look, the government doesn't give a shit if LM or KFA needs time right now. If they were ready to indict, they would have done it already. Any period of delay resulting from a continuance granted by a judge at the request of the defendant or his counsel, or at the request of the attorney for the government, if the judge granted such continuance on the basis of his finding that the ends of justice served by taking such actions outweigh the best interests of the public and the defendant in a speedy trial. Of course, not being LM's lawyer on the case, it's tough for me to actually decipher why she agreed to another continuance. However, here are some of the theories. Number one, she's involved in active plea negotiations. The government is not going to be in a hurry to plead anything because it's a high-profile case. Yeah. But since the death penalty is on the table, maybe she's also trying to take the death penalty off the table. Number two, all the forensic evidence hasn't returned yet, and she's waiting to see what the results are. Number three, she knows this is a complicated case, and the clock for the 70 days starts running at the time of indictment. Might as well get the continuances now rather than later. Okay. But no one really knows what her rationale is. We can only make educated guesses at this point.
Did you cover the development in Russia, Ukraine? Not yet.
Under the Speedy Trial Act, once a defendant is indicted, the government must bring him to trial within 70 days. This time limit is often extended if it is a complicated case with lots of discovery. So one theory would be, rather than keep pushing the trial back, keep pushing the indictment back until all the evidence is in. Then you don't have so many extensions on the 70-day rule.
So that's attorney David Beatrice. I'll put the link in the description if you want to follow him. He's done quite a few videos on this case. I'm not going to disagree with an attorney. He knows more than I. Again, makes sense why Mangioni's attorneys would want a continuance. They're dealing not with one case, but three. But the government, I don't particularly know. I mean, this is not like such a complicated case. If they have his fingerprints, if they have DNA evidence, which they might have gotten illegally based on Luigi's attorney in Pennsylvania's filing, if they have, camera footage of him, if they have evidence of, his travel, if they have alleged writings of his that would indicate premeditation. I mean, it's not like the simplest case, but why would the government need so many continuances or delays? They're not going to do the alleged murderer any favors or his attorneys any favors. So makes you wonder. It does make you wonder. So that's on the federal end. Obviously, that has now been bumped to mid-April. We will cover that when it happens. But there was also news on the Pennsylvania front.
Ryan, real quick, what's the newest development that you're talking about? Because I'm looking at the one where, is it about the ceasefire agreement or is it about the attacks?
Obviously, I've reported extensively on Luigi Mangioni's attorney, Thomas Dickey's filings, essentially to have the charges dismissed and Luigi released in Pennsylvania. He's not technically in custody in Pennsylvania. He's at the Brooklyn Detention Center in New York, but basically have his charges dismissed. If you missed those, in a nutshell, he wrote 2 extensive motions to suppress evidence for pretrial relief, basically saying that the initial approach and arrest and detainment in Altoona, Pennsylvania in December of last year was illegal. That they did not give Mangioni a way to exit. Therefore, he was under a custodial interrogation, which means you're being detained. And if you are detaining anyone, you have to read them their Miranda rights. And therefore, since they didn't read his Miranda rights for at least 17 minutes, according to Mangioni's Pennsylvania attorney, that anything he said or any information they got from him within that time, including the backpack they searched and obtained alleged evidence, can't be used in a trial or has to be suppressed. So that was the filings, and you could watch those videos from the last several weeks. I extensively went through them. But now in Pennsylvania court, the judge has essentially, by my reading of it, set the clock for the Pennsylvania district attorney to respond to Mangioni's attorney's allegations. So this is that court docket here. So you see this was filed March 17th, 2 days ago, the pretrial order of the court. So the Commonwealth, meaning Pennsylvania, will have 30 days from the date of this order to file, meaning they have 30 days essentially to respond to the allegations by Mangioni's attorney that alleges that essentially his arrest was illegal.
Is there like an injunction?
That the detainment was illegal, that they picked up his backpack, they searched his backpack, they took things from the backpack without a search warrant. So let me again play a clip from this Pennsylvania attorney explaining this and kind of what he expects the argument from the Pennsylvania district attorney going after Mangioni, what he believes the argument will be.
The Pennsylvania judge is telling the Commonwealth to file a motion in opposition to Tom Dickey's motion to suppress. What does opposition mean? The judge wants to hear from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania about what their thoughts are on Tom Dickey's omnibus motion. So obviously the state of Pennsylvania would counter the arguments that Tom Dickey made in his omnibus motion. The state is going to counter everything. They are going to argue that the cops had a reasonable suspicion to approach LM that led to probable cause that led to his arrest. As a result of the arrest, there's an exception to the Fourth Amendment called search incident to arrest. If the arrest is valid, then the search of his bag is also valid. They would counter by saying the affidavits in support of the search warrants are sufficient.
So he's basically predicting, which he's probably right, that the Pennsylvania district attorney and the Commonwealth will basically say hogwash to everything Luigi Mangioni's attorney alleged in that, and basically say, they had probable cause to search his backpack and that there are exceptions to the Fourth Amendment, which governs illegal search and seizure, yada, yada, yada. I think, the proof will be in the pudding, particularly in relation to, was he detained in those 17 minutes? Was he free to leave? According to Luigi's attorney, Thomas Dickey, there was at least 10 cops swarming him at that McDonald's. They were supposed to be wearing body cameras. I don't know if they were. I don't know if Thomas Dickey, his attorney, Luigi's attorney, has had access to those body cameras. So that, to me, will be the most important part. Was he free to exit? Or was he being detained? Because if he was being detained for 17 minutes without his Miranda rights, anything he said and anything they did in those 17 minutes, you would think could be suppressed in a case. And if it is successfully, if Mangione is successful at suppressing it in Pennsylvania, that doesn't necessarily mean that his attorneys in New York would be successful at suppressing it in New York. Because you have the federal constitution, but then you have state constitutions. Pennsylvania's state constitution is different than New York. So it gets very complicated. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of moving parts clearly going on with this case. And clearly, there is a very high priority to put this man in jail, lock away the key. And in terms of the government, leave the death penalty on the table. I would agree federally, it could be that this continuation, these delays federally, is Luigi's attorney is trying to take the death penalty off the table because obviously, you want to get it down to, life in prison or, potential life in prison with the chance of parole or something like that if they are negotiating with the government. I have no idea if they are or not. Lastly, I think this is interesting. It goes to the wider problem of, mass censorship in this country. But it seems that the internet is cracking down on talk or support, shall we say, of Mangione. I kind of expected that was going to happen, at least on this platform. It seems to be happening on Reddit. The internet's obsession with Luigi Mangione is testing Reddit's limits. This is from Fast Company. Since December, Luigi Mangione, the accused killer of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, has become an internet phenomenon, both scorned and idolized. His notoriety has given rise to a number of online communities, and some have begun embracing.
He's running in his sleep.
Embracing violent rhetoric. A moderator of long-standing subreddit r pop culture, where discussions about Mangione have been ongoing, was recently suspended for approving a large number of comments. By Reddit standards, that means at least 20, containing direct calls for violence. Quote, this sub has been placed in restricted mode, and the main mod was suspended for approving comments that mentioned Luigi, a post on r pop culture claimed, apparently saying Luigi is now against the rules too, even though they never told us. All comments with the word Luigi get flagged as possibly inciting violence. While some users claim they have been blocked or censored simply for mentioning Mangione's name, a Reddit spokesperson said there's no site-wide filter for the word Luigi, yada, yada, yada.
Oh, bullshit.
I could tell
it's
you.
the same as on Twitch.
Anecdotally, I have a friend who occasionally, puts Status Quo's videos on Reddit because I'm too busy to do that. And this friend had been posting some of our Luigi videos over the last few months on Luigi Reddits. Had no problem before, and all of a sudden, one of my videos, I think it was last week, was not allowed.
Exactly.
I certainly no word in that video, condone violence or said go get your guns. I've been clear to the audience. My coverage is not telling.
Yeah, at this point, we're just have to change it to Koopas.
You go get your guns and shoot down CEOs. I think that could have a boomerang effect on us because the minute we start gunning down en masse the CEOs, trust me, they're going to come back twice as hard on us, actually 10 times as hard on us. And there will be a crackdown like you have never seen in this country. With that said, that doesn't mean we are not going to cover the predatory, for-profit, murderous health insurance industry and tell people's healthcare horror stories and update you on this case. I don't see anything wrong with that. I think it's a public service to do what we've been doing, and we'll continue doing it, even with the grief. And some people have criticized me But that's fair game. That comes with the territory. But this is a preview. They're already doing on Reddit, and I expected it. And full disclosure, I've had to say to guest hosts, when I can't host a live stream, we have guest hosts from that now and then. You can, anybody you ask that has guest host, Ron, Zaina, Pete Hager, Kim Brown. I take pains not to tell folks what to say or what not to say. I want people to be, have freedom and be able to speak their truth. But I did say to them, if they were covering Luigi, make sure you don't say anything that comes off like we are supporting his alleged actions, because if you do that, you are putting the channel at risk, because I do believe whether it's Reddit,
I hate to say this, guys, this kind of does apply to me too. Like it's kind of applies to everybody, where it's like we do have to be very careful, because like, dude, if they do decide to start doing like, the blatant or like the roundups and shit, that's what they're going to use.
Twitter, it
These
will
are permanent
move
records
into
of
that
that kind of
direction
stuff.
where
Like,
they
I'm pretty
could
sure they're not
perceive
just wiping this stuff.
even something, relatively mild, you said, and they could twist it. Oh, this is a channel supporting terrorism off. So I did have to say that. It's unfortunate you have to say that, because we're not doing that.
Yeah, that's why they're grilling Hassan
other
so
channels
bad right
that have
now.
covered it. I haven't seen other channels
It
like
sucks.
Rah Rah, in support of murder, but you're already seeing that censorship. We're even mentioning Luigi is somehow supporting violence. And it's sad that we have to do that, because we're called status quo for a reason. We are not the status quo, but you also have to kind of protect your channel from being nuked.
Yeah.
We've worked hard to get it to where it is. We are growing, knock on wood, very, very quickly. And we don't want to put the channel at jeopardy. So that's all what's going on.
I have my theories that might be why I've been getting throttled over on YouTube.
Federal updates.
You guys actually help a lot with that. You guys, with all the likes and this, subscribing when you guys did, like, seriously.
Charges
thank you
against
for
them,
all the help.
updates.
Appreciate
We will continue to update
Also,
as we have new
hit that follow
developments,
button
and
if
we
you
will
haven't
continue to
already
cover
on,
the
Twitch.
predatory for-profit health insurance industry, including I just recently did an interview with a doctor who calls himself the Insider's Insider, Dr. Bill Hennessy, who dropped all sorts of bombshells on exposing the tricks that the predatory for-profit vultures like United Healthcare use to screw you out of money and to basically leave you desperate. We'll put the link to that interview in the description. That was an interview I just did. We posted it over the weekend. Please, please support this ongoing coverage of the healthcare industry, brought to you by capitalism and the United Corporations of America. You could support this independent.
Okay. Actually, here, I will link the channel in chat. I always appreciated his work. He's one of the guys that after he left TYT, he did like really, he actually got like so much better. All right, here we got a suggested video that I wanted to take a look at.
Which is why.
Oh, need to be here for this. Andrew went on at whatever, which is still one of the most annoying shows on any of these platforms, but I guess he debated a bunch of women, and one of them called him out for essaying his own wife, so...
Why?
I mean, admitting your wife is.
Oh my God, bro! Did you not? Are you
Right, great.
really gonna just
Oh,
do
sorry.
this? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You do TikTok streams. Hello.
I know. I'm sorry.
We went over it yesterday. We went over it before the show today. So I think, also that's like incredibly, like a total buzzkill thing to say at the beginning of the stream.
Well, I mean,
like
wait,
to
you
say,
mentioned
Queen.
Hold on.
Sure. Go ahead.
So we have other panelists here. I think it's incredibly disingenuous to just say that he grapes his wife
He said
without providing the fuller context of that conversation, mind you, you must have missed the part where Rachel was continuously chiming in through the show, where she's consented to, like, she wakes him up with certain acts, he wakes her up with certain acts. You want to insert a buzzword to try to paint this man as a predator and a criminal, and I think that's absolutely despicable.
Yeah, you hear the quiver in his voice. Yeah, because he just got called out for essaying his own wife, and they all, like, notice how every woman there is disgusted. And dude, this is why this guy right here, but this, I'm actually just gonna say this. This is gonna be a little controversial, but this guy is the reason that I don't believe God exists, because a piece of shit like this becoming as successful as he has in doing what he has, yeah, kind of flies in the face of there actually being a true Lord. But that's my opinion.
Show. I'd like you to apologize to Andrew.
I apologize for my language.
No, it's not your language. I want you to apologize for your mischaracterization, because categorically, that's not what he is.
Did he not say
well,
that?
Yeah,
categorically, that's not what he is.
But here's the thing.
I saw
did you
it,
say
and
that?
I don't think you were being your wife.
No,
Okay.
well, no, right? So this is the problem. Is like you can just definitionally. So women named Kinsey who drink water are grapists. By that definition, aren't you a grapist? Yes, right. So that's what you do. You definitionally will say, you and every other normal American married couple on planet Earth will oftentimes wake each other up with sex. It's like, it's the most ridiculous thing anybody's ever. They were laughing at you because it's so
that guy's effing
I
disgusting.
don't think it's ridiculous that one aspect of engaging with someone when you're having sex is that they're conscious.
Oh, anybody here?
I mean, that's
ever
just
had
absolutely ridiculous.
ever been in a couple relationship where one of you woke the other one up with sex? Anyone? No, just me and you. That's it.
Wow.
I ask. It's good to make sure.
Yeah. Like if you're married to the other person.
Before you do that.
Why?
That doesn't matter. So you think that, okay, so yeah, he really is kind of debating that.
Why do you want them to be unconscious?
I mean, I don't like my wake. I'm not literally. I don't have the device that puts it in. But I wake them up in ways to suggest that I want it, and then
Do you suggest that you want it, or you actually are like forcing penetration while they're unconscious?
I'm not doing that.
Okay, so this one on the far end is a certifiable dummy.
I'm not doing.
I mean, I'm just gonna go out and say that she might just be dumb as a box of rocks.
That'd be pretty hard.
So funny.
You would have to have a lot of intent to.
Seems like she walked it back.
No, I mean. Most people in those situations, there's like groping and stuff. They don't usually put it straight on in when they. I don't know how to explain it.
That's what I was thinking.
They only essay you while you're asleep. Then they don't.
If it's in her
what do they do?
definition of essay,
are they just grabbing a boob?
You can't. Like, I don't personally. My boundaries in a relationship, I'm okay with that. If someone is not okay with that, then it is essay, and
So I'll explain it like this.
I'm a fucking creep. Andrew Wilson. Like that right there, and him also realizing it's like, dude.
It's really simply, if you have given consent,
look at how repulsed all of them are at him.
Hey, babe, I would like you to, and I will allow you to wake me up with a BJ. Her position is that woman has just now committed a felony. Would you guys agree
it's
that
just to excite the men? Yeah, that's why I hate these platforms, honestly.
He then arrested and...
It's kind of funny that Andrew Wilson really is one of those guys where he calls himself the Crucible, but he never throws himself into the fire. He never actually goes on like left-wing platforms or does anything where he is, at a disadvantage. He will only do things where he's at the advantage.
She doesn't believe in prison.
That's why he does modern day debate, because they coddle him. I'm sorry. I'm just going to call it out. They totally fucking coddle him.
Should she then be placed in prison? a girlfriend, your boyfriend says, hey, babe, I'd like you to wake me up at the BJ. You
at whatever.
Fully have my consent. She thinks that that's
Piers Morgan.
SA. Like, she thinks that that's
any of them. PBD, like Tim Pool.
felony.
I don't agree with that.
Is he going on Majority Report? Does anybody actually know if he's actually going to do it?
No, let's let the
I
panel
can see
answer.
where she's coming from. Like,
How are you serious?
no, I'm not saying. I can see what she's trying to say. Like, she would want like her partner to be awake or her be awake before like having sex.
Well, that's fine if that's her standard for her relationship.
Do you think consent should be reversible?
But it's not. If
that
they say no and they keep going, that is.
You're saying if I my girlfriend.
I'm just asking.
No.
These girls are stupid to be playing this game.
I think
Are
the
you
aspect
saying
of
nah?
consent is that it's
Yeah, unfortunately, like, and the fact that not one of them has really been like, you're kind of a douche.
So,
It is
are you saying that if I
How
tell
can you reverse it if you're
If
unconscious?
he's doing it and you wake up and you don't want to, then just be like, I don't feel like it, and have him stop. It's that simple.
I mean, imagine you wake up and your boyfriend is having sex with you.
I don't think it starts like that.
you would
First,
wake
it's
up,
like,
That for me
like-
would feel.
I don't have to
very-
imagine it.
Unless
I
you're
do
on
it all the
drugs or
time.
something.
Very
I think it's
violating
funny.
if he has been.
I don't think you would
penetrating
sleep
me
through that
once.
unless you're on
Clip it.
drugs.
Why do you conveniently omit and exclude the portion where there has been consent given?
Why are you not answering
And
my
how about
question
you answer my
when it
question?
comes to
I'm the
should
host.
consent be revocable?
I know I don't have the mute button like you do on your TikToks, but I'm the host, so you're going to answer my question. Go ahead.
So
In the
when-
same way that you bully people in your TikToks, you're going to answer my question. Go ahead.
I'm answering your question.
And I'd
Usually
be
when
much-
you ask a question, you stop talking so someone can answer it.
Go ahead.
So when we look at aspects of consent, I don't think it's just based on being agreeing to an action. There are other aspects of consent when it comes to sex. And one of it is that consent is reversible. If you're unconscious, you can't reverse your consent.
What about a will?
What about will?
A will. Can somebody will you their stuff?
Yes.
I don't understand. They're not conscious. What about their consent?
We're talking about consent when it comes to
They're your
sex.
guests.
Obviously,
I mean, look at
they're
this
gonna
guy. I've never seen somebody like so amphetamine up, allegedly.
be different standards when it comes to different aspects that you're agreeing to, like even medical procedures.
He seems like a real treat of a human being too, doesn't
Required
he?
aspect of
Like he looks
informed
like he really
consent.
treats women right.
Sex
Well, how do
has
you-
different
how do you
aspects
give
of consent.
somebody the-
Contracts have different aspects.
Yeah, how do you give somebody the ability to make medical decisions for you?
I mean, if you're a power of attorney.
Yeah, so then you're
That is not a girl. That is a dummy.
agreeing that this
Like,
person,
literally
when
a
you're not
dummy.
conscious, can do
Yeah, there are two
things.
There are two
with your body.
mannequins back there. Jesus.
Sure.
Why
when it
can't
comes
you
that's
do
to-
that
actually
with your
supposed to
wife
be
when it
Belle
comes to
Delphine.
sex?
When it comes to medical procedures,
Uh-huh.
yes.
Why can't you
when
do
it,
that
When
with-
it comes to sex, because I just believe that you have to have that aspect of it being reversible.
Totally inconsistent. How is it that a person
fuck
can
is
be
this
unconscious
conversation?
on a table?
Again, there are different
they're still
standards when
alive?
it comes to different aspects.
Well, I know that there's different standards, but in order to be consistent, if the one standard
I don't
is there,
think no.
yeah, if the one
There
standard
has-
is
This was
there,
sent to me
doesn't have
as,
to be
as a
consistent
suggestion.
standards
So
for every single situation.
oh, so you just have
There can
inconsistent
be-
standards. That's what you're saying.
Well, yes,
Yeah.
I do think
Yeah, you do
sex
too,
has certain
apparently.
conditions that should be required.
Why?
And I
you
don't
just
know
think
why
so? You just think so?
being reversible is unreasonable, or being conscious is
Reversible
like,
would be she wakes up after she gave you consent and then says stop. That would be reversible consent.
Well, if she's not conscious, she doesn't have the capacity to reverse.
She
it.
already gave you the consent, just like
You're gonna wake up during sex unless you're on drugs or something.
With like
And
slight
stay
noises, like,
asleep.
oh my god,
so
I feel like
imagine
I heard
if,
someone walking.
if you're
Did she
having
just
sex
really
while
say
you're
that?
drunk and then
Like-
you pass out in the middle.
Did she really just say that? Like, even if you were on drugs, you somehow fucking deserve it. These pick me bitches. Seriously,
is there
no.
any kind of
I've done that. Wow. I was trying to be fucking nice, but holy crap.
So I'm continuing to
What
go,
am I?
like,
7 minutes in and I might have to
no,
tap?
yeah, being unconscious.
Also, this ditz, serious, God.
Then don't keep going. That'd be weird.
Well, I mean, you already got consent.
That's different. That's like a whole different like scenario. Like if you're
I
being
mean,
woken up,
Wow.
It's not.
and you're
You've already
sober.
gotten consent. I just don't know why it's such a crazy take that when
because
you're having
you're all look at how afraid these women are to even stand up to the two guys in the fucking room.
sex with a partner, that they're conscious.
Because like holy crap. And the fact that like did they just like bring these girls on because they're stupid?
No,
because like, is that what this is?
Being drunk, being like too drunk and you pass out, that's just different from like.
Because these are not what I would call your best and brightest to debate with, man. Like if this was like, if they farmed these girls out for this purpose, like directly to make them look bad, holy shit, did they? All right, now I'm starting to understand.
Ask you this. She's asleep.
Wow.
And you reach
didn't
over
choose to fall
when you're
asleep.
spooning
You got
her
so drunk
and you
you
just
passed
grab a
out.
handful of the chest. Is that essay?
No.
Why not?
I think when we're talking about essay within this specific context, like,
She can't consent.
She
If
was
I reached
talking about
over
the
and-
one act of putting something in while
but
the other
why-
person is unconscious.
That, again, this is totally
Again,
inconsistent.
I agree with this girl's position.
I think there can be differences between like
I think
unwanted
that Rachel,
touches or unwanted
Andrew, and
affection
pretty much
versus,
every other girl here
engaging in
is-
sex when your partner's
I
unconscious.
don't understand. Doesn't a woman need to
Because like
consent?
what I'm hearing from them is them trying to justify them not being able to give consent.
Before I grab her chest.
Like literally doing like that one ditz at the back where she's just like, yeah, you know, sometimes like I want to institute it, and like she doesn't understand exactly what we're talking, like just the entire premise of waking up, being penetrated, like that's it, and then that's what constitutes marital rape. Like that's the whole conversation here. And Andrew's just like, yeah, I'm all for it. Like he's very comfortable with admitting that too.
I think
Wonder
there
why
will
that
be when you're in a committed relationship.
None
I
of
do
these
think
people deserve
that there
anyone.
can be
They really
aspects
don't.
of like understanding each
Just
other's
not that one?
Not when it comes to like
Why?
bodily integrity.
That's
no.
again
Because
not consistent
cuddling
at
and
all.
having sex is different.
Yes, I
Cuddling and sex-
understand that they're different, but why is the standard different? So the whole idea here is consent.
Because the degree. Do you think someone being groped and someone being are equal in terms
Do you
of trauma?
think from an intersectional viewpoint
just
that
asked
all
you a
traumas,
question.
and I'm answering it, from an intersectional viewpoint, all traumas are not equal? Since all traumas are not equal, a
Correct.
woman who's getting her chest grabbed can be just as traumatized as a woman who's been penetrated, yeah?
I mean, obviously, it would depend on the person, but
Right.
no, I would say if you are
Not surprised Andrew has these views. Surprised the women agree with him.
penetrated,
Yeah.
that violation of
Well, that's where I'm saying. Where'd they get these, you know,
bodily integrity
bright,
is always
shining
You can't
bastions of humanity?
Make a determination from an intersectional standpoint on trauma. Trauma for a woman who's been groped can be just as bad as a woman who has been penetrated. Yes or no?
No, I would always say the trauma from being penetrated is going to be
Based on what? Just some arbitrary standard you made up?
just because. Well,
Wow.
just because of how different.
That was that was a surprising misogyny coming from him, where it was like, whoa, you went like you're already at the misogynistic peak, and then somehow that you found the fucking helicopter and just went woo.
Your body is
Take me higher.
in terms of being violated internally versus touched.
Oh, I see. So
There's
not
lifelong damage
so
that
there's
can
not
come
a
with that.
single woman who's been penetrated who's had less trauma than a woman who has been
I mean,
essayed
you tell
or
me.
violated.
You're making the claim.
I'm asking.
I
Didn't
wrote-
claim.
asked you to answer.
No. See, this is his tactic. I'm asking. It's like, no. You're making a claim in a question, which you're trying to then put it on the onus on the other person to answer your already stated point.
How I don't understand. What claim did I make?
You made the claim that everyone's trauma is going to
No,
vary.
I said
and
from an
someone-
intersectional standpoint.
Well, that again, that's the.
Oh my God. Watching, I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying.
Yes, from an
but watching
intersectional
her is
standpoint,
fucking
it's
painful.
literally in intersectional literature.
She is painfully
that trauma,
stupid.
Literature.
That trauma cannot be deduced as feminist standpoint theory.
Like, I kind of feel
Where?
like
you can find it in every university in the.
And then you have this guy, like, you got cocaine cowboy over here with his frickin' popcorn.
United States that teaches feminist classes. So in feminist standpoint theory, the claim is made that trauma, you cannot say one trauma is worse than another trauma. How could you do intersectionality if you believe that you
He even eats popcorn disingenuously.
could just do that arbitrarily?
Jesus.
You can't. So if that's the case, you can't really make the claim this trauma is worse than that trauma because it's going to be dependent on the
It's going to
person.
be a higher degree.
Depending on the person.
Oh, they have not.
Just yeah.
I think there can be obvious classifications.
Okay, but depending on the person, logically, this has to follow. It has to be dependent on the person. One trauma can be worse for them, or it can be less worse for them. Yes or no?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, then
This is actually kind of an easy one because I have been married for a while. You have certain moves, right? Which in a couple you tend to have like agreement moves. Like you tend to have cues, you know what I mean? Like maybe bumping up against each other, maybe grabbing a certain not grabbing like the parts, but also kind of just doing like the soft touch, that kind of shit. That should be kind of instituted. And then like if you're literally penetrating your partner without them like being awake to give consent, then yeah, I think that this is a pretty open shut case of marital rape.
That's complete nonsense.
I've said the same.
Like, holy shit. The fact that they got, again, see, this is also my problem. The fact this came from his own channel, that is propaganda. Like, the fact is he proud of himself for showing up in a room full of a bunch of uneducated women? And I'm going to say that. They were uneducated in what the fuck they were about to talk about. And he totally used that to his advantage just to be like, oh, so you just like, and then he got pushback from one specific one where he was just like, oh, finally, well, and then to have her kind of be thrown under the bus, especially, and I'm sorry, I know that this is sometimes gets me in trouble, but calling her a pick-me, like for real, like that one on the end there, she might as well have been doing this. Huh? I just think that, whenever I can do it like my boyfriend. Dude, holy shit. It will hurt you to listen to this. It's mental poison. It really is. I'm scared, Pep. Well, I mean, guys, I'm sorry. Like that. I'm gonna just say this. Distracting. Less of that, please. That was painful to watch. Yeah, it was. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm finding the next segment here. This one's not going to be painful to watch because this is actually like something I've been wanting to watch for a while. Well, a while being like a day. It was released 21 hours ago. Now what I wanted to get to was Josh Johnson released a new 40 minutes. So let's see what he's got going on. But before we do, if you guys haven't already, hit that like button over on YouTube and follow over on Twitch. And then if you guys can contribute to my mom's memorial fund, here is the link. Any little bit goes a really long way. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. And then here, let's also just kind of chill for a minute because just thought about this. What time is it? Kirk, I already I got you. I told you to yeah. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. Don't worry about it, guy. I don't really want to go into it here, but yeah, definitely hit that report button over on the Creeps channel. Coffee break. He's like, what? You're drooling. He's got a little piece of drool. That's like, All right, Josh Johnson. We talked about him on your stream a couple months ago. Plus, you see Bill and Burr on Fallon. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I can't watch that one on on I can't watch any Fallon clips. I can't watch any of the like late shows are a no-go. I know that Jon Stewart is also a no-go. I have had my fair share of those problems. I tried to get permission from Comedy Central too. Apparently, I am too small of a channel. But yeah, guys, it looks like that creep that we banned from our community is at it over on his Discord, and I just hit report on it. So, I'm sorry that you're going through. Kirk, I'm glad that you're there to report on it, but at the same time, like, don't let it affect your mental health. Like, at this point, let the authorities kind of know on this one, because, like, man, he's gone too far. I can't believe that guy was trying to integrate himself into this community. That's disgusting. Like, I actually feel like, oh, dude. Yeah. So, as I said, guys, unfortunately, we, what did he do? Here, Anna, I'm gonna send you the, oh, wait, that's the, here, I'm gonna send you what was sent to me. Oh God, what now? Here, Ryan, I'll also send it to you. Sorry, guys, I have to handle this in Discord because it is one of those things where it's just like, no. Not effing okay, man. I'm glad that we're here to take care of it, but you think they'd want people to share their clip shaking my head? Hit me with it too? Okay. Where the fuck are you, Firefist? Wait, are you active on Discord right now? I don't see you. Here, give me a second. Okay. Why is this not working? What the fuck? Hold on, dude. I'm trying to send it to you, but it's not working. Oh, you're driving? Oh, okay. Here. Well, whenever you get on Discord, I'll pop it over to you. Okay. Yeah, his dog. Okay, so yeah, this guy. All right, I guess I brought it up enough. We had a situation where we had a perv. He started coming onto this channel, just talking about, you know, weird stuff, and he started showing signs where it's like, he was asking, like, what do you think about, furries type of shit? And I was just like, okay. And then it took a turn where he started justifying PDF file shit. And yeah, we banned him swiftly from the community. We reported his channels. And honestly, I thought it was gonna end there, and then I just got an update through one of our members that he is not only at it again, but he is doubling down to the point where it is actually like, I feel like the authorities should be involved. So, yeah. This is really, yeah, it's disgusting. And this is disturbing. A little reminder that be careful on the internet, because yeah, this is one of those fucking creeps that, like, while he was on Discord, he was sitting there playing Roblox. Like, he's a grown man in his 40s that is single. He's a single father, and we are now worried that he is sending his daughter's pics in his Discord for that reason. So, kind of at a rock and a hard place here, because I'm like, I don't want to give him any promotion at all. Like, I don't even want to say his fucking name, but at the same time, I want people to be aware. So, I don't know if you got an opinion on that. Let me know what I should probably do. Because I've already, you know, it's already been banned. He's already been like, the fact that we reported his channel to Discord actually kind of scares me. That if he's still there and he's still able to do what he's doing, that makes me question Discord. Like, that really does. Gotta be completely fucking honest on that one. That just actually made me really upset. Damn it, we were right. We were just about to go into a comedy bit, but then this, I mean, I can't even call this drama. This is something that needs to be handled, man. Fuck, man, I don't know. I've reported multiple times for multiple issues. It doesn't work. I'm sorry. Carry on, homie. Yeah. I think, like, I hope his daughter's okay. Like, dude, this is it. That's what sucks. Like, dude, you have to sit here worrying about his daughter and, like, his own admission too. Like, this is the thing. He's the one who, like, volunteered all this information, and, like, holy shit, man. Like, that's, the internet is fucked, and this, he's a product of, not a product of, I should say. He is the, like, problem, where it's like, yeah, he's a fucking predator. He's a, and this isn't alleged either. We have receipts. Like, we have screenshots at this point. That's why I'm kind of shocked that when I did my report on Discord, like, to Discord, like, the fact that he's even still there, that's insane to me. Wow. Yeah, you can't let that stuff go, especially if someone is in his care. That's kind of where I'm like, I don't know what to do. Like, we've done everything we can. I've reported him to Twitch. I've reported him to Discord. What else am I supposed to do? And now I am like, it's that disgusting feeling where I'm like, oh my God, like, the fact that he was even here, like, holy shit. What did he say? Talon, he went for it. I can't even really repeat it. I've been sending it in Discord. Which we're not a part of. But yeah, he essentially is saying that he wishes his daughter were older, and he's sending pictures of her to his community, which, yeah, man, that's red flags on top of, like, a scorching beacon. That's all you can do. Yep. Well. What? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Don't ever ask me to fucking platform that motherfucker. Ever. Ever. So, I'm not sure who it was. Does Discord list his location? We kind of have an idea of where he's from. Laguna Beach. He kept, like, he volunteered that information. He kept saying that he's from Laguna Beach. He's a single father from Laguna Beach. So, I don't know, man. I don't know where to go with it. So, either way. Sorry, guys. That was kind of a bummer. And as I said, Kirk, don't feel bad. Like, you didn't derail the show. You did the right thing. You let me know about it. I wanted to address it. especially because, again, the people in this community that, like, interacted with him, yeah, you definitely need to know. Don't even give him the time of day anymore. I mean, honestly, Kirk, you were the one that I was kind of worried about with that one, where I'm like, oh, yeah, don't interact. Can you file a complaint against? And again and again, maybe. I just reported him again. Like, there's not, like, dude, the report thing is he was probably lying. It was East Coast, and I couldn't help, but I'll make a call to Cali if you like. I mean, dude, the thing is, they're just gonna laugh you out of it because you need like a whole butt ton of evidence. It's just, because even if you call a wellness check, the problem is if his daughter's not there, like this, the only way, honestly, oh God. I don't condone this act at all, but the way to do it would be to find out who his ex-wife is and let her know exactly what's going on. But also not exactly one for doxing, so that's a rough spot. We're gonna move on. Again, thank you for letting me know. Man. All right. Well, I need to really take a piss again because, man, I powered through my liquid IV every 30 days or something. His location may have been bait one country over or something. Yeah. Oh yeah, changing it, IP baiting or whatever the fuck. Yeah. Totally could have been the case there. Nanorama. First time. Free Palestine. Fuck yeah. Welcome to stream. We agree. So follow if you haven't already. And yeah, I also hope if you're 420 friendly, cheers. You appreciate this. If not, cheers either way. I'm glad that you're here. Swerve. That was a swerve. I feel like you've already followed me and unfollowed me before. I kind of remember your name. Okay. Moving right along. We got 10 minutes to cover this real quick. Here, it's our favorite beaver boy. Let's take a look at what Adam Mockler has to say about MAGA turning on him, on the man, on Orange Man. Bananas and pajamas are coming down the stairs. Oh my God, bananas and pajamas.
I genuinely cannot believe how soft these people are. The hive mind of Trump supporters on Twitter are now attacking Fox News.
And then we go.
They're all coordinating to attack Laura
Josh
Ingraham.
Johnson's newest special,
because she just asked Trump a simple question during their interview last night. So Johnny MAGA, which is one of the largest MAGA accounts on Twitter, it has a few 100,000 followers. It says Laura Ingraham was really combative tonight with Trump. Not a good look. And I will play the clip in 1 second, but this demonstrates how much of a snowflake all of these people are. Laura Ingraham offers the slightest bit of pushback. It's not even pushback. She's basically complimenting Trump, but within it, she's asking him, do you really mean this? Do you really mean that you're going to invade Canada or whatever? And apparently to Johnny MAGA, our press that's already aligned with Trump, asking a semi-serious question is being really combative. But read some of the replies. General Mike Flynn is a top reply. I didn't even see this. Mike Flynn is a top reply. It says, the White House needs to stop giving Fox News any more time. And Ingraham ought to run for president if she thinks she's so damn smart. But she thinks she the smartest person in any room. Says Mike Flynn, who used like half of the wrong pronouns and phrases in this tweet. Stone Delta said, what the fuck at Laura Ingraham? You said, I don't think so, for the amount of the deficit with Canada. That was rude as shit to say to a president. No, she's fact-checking the president. It is literally the job of the press to act as a check on the president of the United States, who is arguably one of the most powerful people in the world, but definitely the most powerful person in the country. So we have checks around the president. as in the form of Congress and the courts and the press. The press is a check, just like the courts, and Trump undermines all of those, and everyone's behind him. Someone said, at Ingram Angle, don't look good, disappointed, interrupting solid points when the president was speaking. She reminded me of Caitlin Collins with the attitude. Come on. Someone said, I don't mind her asking tough questions, but she needs to let the president speak. She does. She does. Everybody's so angry. At Ingram Angle sucks. She's part of the reason I haven't watched Fox News in many years. At Ingram Angle is disrespectful and very rude to our Mr. President. So, okay, sorry, I read too many of those. I got kind of caught up in the rabbit hole of angry MAGA supporters. But you see what they're doing there, right? They are demanding absolute and total loyalty from anybody who's even going to interact with the president of the United States, which is just not how it works. That is not how our system works. So let's play some clips from this interview. Let's break them down. Before we play the main clip that has MAGA in a frenzy, has their underwear all bunched up, let's play what happened exactly before it, right before it. Take a look.
Canada was meant to be the 51st state because we subsidize Canada by $200 billion a year. We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. We have a lot of lumber. We freed it up, as you know, last week. We're freeing it up so that you can actually cut down a tree without being, given the death penalty. Because what these radical environmentalists have done to our country, but we freed it up. But we don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy. We don't need anything. We certainly don't want their automobiles. They make a lot of millions of automobiles are sent in. I'd rather have them made in Michigan. I'd rather have them made in South Carolina or any one of our.
You're tougher with Canada than you are with some.
And there it is. Here's where it starts. Laura Ingraham just called Trump out on a criticism that we all have. She said, quote, "It seems like you're tougher on Canada than you are on some of our enemies." This is something I'm saying all of the time, and there's Laura Ingraham spewing liberal talking points. And by liberal talking points, I just mean liberalism aligns more with reality. They always say, reality has a liberal bias, and that's what I feel
Hunting
like
and gathering.
right now. Because it's true. It was a simple fact check. And by the way, when Trump is saying we don't need their lumber or we don't need their car parts or anything from Canada, that is a lie. We do need their lumber. We do, at this moment, need their car parts. Now, if you want to tariff Canada or tariff automobile parts across the globe, you can do that, but you have to leave a grace period for those manufacturers in Michigan to build the supply chains. Trump brought up Michigan as an example. It's fine to reshore manufacturing. I'm okay with making America stronger domestically. I mean, that's fine. I'm not inherently against that, but just do it the right way. Don't do it in a way that makes us look foolish on the global stage. Now, here's where it kind of hits the fan. It doesn't even hit the fan. Laura Ingraham just softly fact checks Trump, and apparently that's even too much for the MAGA fan base because, as I showed you, they had a meltdown. But check this clip out.
You're tougher with Canada than you are with some of our biggest adversaries.
Only because it's meant to be our 51st state.
Okay, but
but listen to this for a second.
We need their territory. They have territorial advantage. We're not going to let them get close to China.
Look, I deal with every country, indirectly or directly. One of the nastiest countries to deal with is Canada. The people that, now this was Trudeau, the people that good old Justin, I call him Governor Trudeau, his people were nasty.
By the way, he's only reaffirming Laura Ingraham's point that Trump comes up with nicknames, derides and demeans all of our allies while having no nickname for Putin.
And they weren't telling the truth. They never told the truth. You know that, they'd say, well, we don't charge. Well, they do. They charge tremendous. They charge tremendous. And if you look at dairy products, what they've done to our farmers, I'd go up to Iowa, I'd go up to different places, Nebraska, and they would always complain about Canada, how they get ripped off. Do you know that Canada has a 250% tariff? 250, nobody knows that. They charge us numbers that are crazy. We have a very big deficit with Canada. And there's no reason, much more. We have much more. Just so you understand, we subsidize Canada. And I like Canada. I love Canada.
That was a fact check that has MAGA mad, by the way. Let me rewind it just a little bit. Laura Ingraham literally just says, I don't think so. And what she's doing there is soft fact checking him. She knows that he'll snap if she actually does.
50% tariff, 250, nobody knows that. They charge us numbers that are crazy. We have a very big deficit with Canada. And there's no reason, much more. We have much more.
I looked it up multiple times. It's $60 billion.
Just so you understand, we subsidize Canada. And I like Canada. I love Canada. I love Wayne
now
Gretzky.
The Liberal guys,
I love his wife.
the Liberal Party is going to win now in the next election, most likely. And they were down and out. Isn't that going to make them more hostile to us and possibly
I'd rather deal with a Liberal.
Laura Ingram's referring to the Liberal Party within Canada. The Liberal Party in Canada seems to be in a better position than they were in because the country's sort of uniting. It's like the rally around the flag effect that happens after a disaster, except a disaster is the next door neighbor being an asshole. But let me play this one more time because Laura Ingraham, for as much as I dislike her, I'm sure you dislike her. I'm sure we disagree with her on everything. I don't like her reporting. I don't like what she stands for. All of that being said, of course, all of that being said, I do think She's doing a solid job standing up here. My only thing is like, why didn't she do this more often or every time or be a real reporter more often?
I love his wife.
The Liberal Party is going to win now in the next election, most likely. And they were down and out. Isn't that going to make them more hostile to us and possibly
I'd rather deal with a liberal than a
for
conservative.
China, closer to Canada, and that would really put us in a bind.
He really is such a child.
Conservative that's running.
I don't know. He said I'd rather deal with a liberal than a conservative. He also seems very
He can't even handle it like when it's coming from somebody that's a sycophant to him.
petulant and childish. Watch how he's like, I don't care. I don't care.
Most likely. And they were down and out. Isn't that gonna
I don't care.
I don't care. I don't care.
Just finish what you're saying. I gotta go on the playground.
Yeah, we get it, but we know you don't care because I don't even think you understand what tariffs are in the first place. How would we expect you to care? But remember, when I scroll down to the replies, now that I played
your daddy
clip, let's go back and see what these Trump supporters are saying. Quote, Laura, you need to humble yourself. You aren't as smart as you think you are. You need to remember that you are the journalist, not the president. She was doing the job of the journalist. Am I going crazy here, or did Laura Ingraham literally just slightly fact check Trump and say, "Hey, you're wrong about this. Can you stop saying this?" She didn't even go that hard, and now they're mad. And then, we actually have a good one. I don't know. I like interviewers to challenge the president as long as it's done respectfully. Okay, there we go. One comment out of the 50. Someone said, I saw the interview on Fox, and as soon as Ingraham started her bullshit, I changed it. Wow, I'm sure that gives you a well-rounded view of the world. Anytime your viewpoint gets challenged even slightly, you just change the channel. Laura Ingraham slightly pushed back, and you just changed the channel. Wow. Not a fan of Laura Ingraham. She was flat out rude and disrespectful. Who got to Laura Ingraham? She was downright rude and hostile. Yeah, I'm sure somebody got to her. I like how the second Fox News begins respecting the truth even slightly. People are like, who got to them? Why is Fox News actually pushing back and telling facts now? Either way, I'll leave it there. If you enjoyed this video, drop a like, subscribe. I love every single one of you, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace out.
Damn, he said that fast. And that was not sped up. Oh, damn. Oh, that was sped up. Never mind. Funny.
So as you all know, Bill Burr has been in the news a lot recently because he absolutely positively despises Elon Musk as much as any one human on this earth can do that. It's the most relatable thing about him is how much he hates Elon Musk. You know, I keep saying this, but like Bill Burr is friends with Rogan. They came up at like the same time in the same comedy scene. And to the extent he's following what Rogan has been doing, he must be like disgusted by him, right? Because Bill Burr is really trying to embody, the George Carlin route, the Bill Hicks route, just a thoughtful comedian who actually punches up at power. Whereas Rogan's the exact opposite. He's sucked up to power and he punches down all the time, right? That's why there's more jokes about, wokeness, bro, pink-haired college kids, bro. There's more of that than there is jokes against Trump. He's going to Trump's inauguration and hanging out with him. So Bill Burr released a comedy special recently, and this is a moment that people took note of. There's a moment where he goes after Israel in his comedy special. God, I don't know if I can love this guy anymore, bro. I don't know if I can love this guy any more than I do. Here we go. Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to do that, but it's still socially acceptable to shoot a missile in the general direction of somebody you're upset with. You're like, dude, there was like kids over there. This is my favorite response. Well, they're using kids as human shields. It's like, well, you got to work around that. Jesus Christ, if I'm mad at my neighbor and I want to beat the shit out of him, but he's holding a baby, right? I wouldn't come in and try to punch him through the baby. Yeah, you go in, you throw a hook, you sweep the legs. You do it on the lawn so the baby bounces off the grass, all right? There's fucking rules to this shit.
The whole human shields thing, yes, that's always been a fucking head scratcher, right? That's always been a head scratcher. If some terrorist took over your kid's school, and let's say there's 20 kids in the classroom with the terrorist, would it be reasonable for the police or the feds to say,
oh, man, I
quick,
gotta watch this
drone
special.
strike
I
the
just
school?
realized that.
I mean, obviously not. People would be like, you kind of can't do that because there are 20 innocent kids in there. Nobody would be like, well, the terrorist is using them as human shields, so I guess you got to kill them all. Like that's unconscionable. But somehow, when you make it about Gaza and Palestine, all of a sudden, Israel thinks it's a reasonable response. Bro, they're using human shields. First of all, there's no evidence of that. Second of all, even if there was, that means you can't shoot. You can't shoot because then you're saying, whoopsie, we killed the kids. It just proves you don't give a fuck about the kids, which at this point is obvious when it comes to the IDF. I mean, clearly, they don't care. They literally they view them as future terrorists. Right? When you look at the death count, the low number is 50,000. It's nowhere near. That's way higher. I've seen as high as up to 200,000 or more. 189,000 was one. Just over 100,000 was another. We're talking about, literal genocide here. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about carpet bombing schools and hospitals and UN buildings and killing aid workers and sniping kids in the face, as the New York Times reported. We're talking about amputating arms and legs with no anesthesia because Israel banned the anesthesia from getting in there. We're talking about literal concentration camps where they've raped Palestinians and they have it on video. And then you had protests afterwards where the Israeli society was out there saying that these prison guards have the right to rape. I wish I was kidding. I'm not kidding. I wish I was
Phoebe does look a little bit like Stan.
kidding, but we have the video.
Especially like from the front.
It happened. We know it happened. Right? So, like, they don't care. They just don't care. They don't view them as human. And you don't take my word for it. You go listen to the top Israeli government and military officials and the things they've said since day one of this recent conflict. And they are clear. These are human animals. We will treat them as such. We don't view them as human. Kill every man, woman, and child. This is what they say. And then they do it. Right? And then the veneer they put on it to the West is, bro, we didn't want to kill the kids, but...
Oh, I sped this up, guys, because honestly, I have to wrap up the show a little bit earlier today. We have about another hour before I have to, and that's why I'm trying to get through this so I can get to the next segment.
But like they were using them as human shields. Well, that's where Bill Burr's joke comes into play. And he's like, okay, kind of got to work around that. If I want to beat the shit out of my neighbor and he's holding a baby, I can't punch through the baby, can I?
I do think it's hilarious that college kids are all freaking out, fucking supporting the Palestinians. How dare the Israelis do what our country has been doing for 20 years? What the fuck? You don't do that shit, we do. Oh, you didn't like that one, did you? That was too close. All right.
To be fair, it was those same kids that were protesting the Iraq War and
I didn't like that one, did you?
Afghanistan War, right? It's the same people. The same people who've been screaming against U.S. imperialism and the invasion of Iraq and the invasion of Afghanistan and the illegal drone war and all that shit. It's all the same people now who are like, holy shit, now we're arming and funding Israel committing an outright genocide, right? And so...
Long lost relatives both found themselves as political activist sidekicks.
When it comes to the numbers, yeah, the U.S., I don't know. Actually, at this point, I actually don't know. Israel may have surpassed the entire war on terror in terms of casualties. And if they haven't yet,
I just look back
they
and
will.
it's just like...
But yes, the U.S., I mean, we're an evil empire, and we've killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people.
Completely spread
and
out.
We've invaded countries illegally, and all that is completely true. But what's so astonishing for this moment is that in such a short time frame, they actually have gone above and beyond, right? Like, just to give one example, we had a moratorium on using the 2,000-pound bombs in Fallujah because we knew, like, okay, yeah, you can get some bad guys, but then you're also going to get massive numbers of civilians. They're fucking 2,000-pound bombs in a city environment, of course. Israel's like, fuck it, rock and roll, 2,000-pound bombs, shit, we'll drop it on a hospital. We don't give a fuck. So they actually have gone above and beyond. And by the way, Trump recently sent them more 2,000-pound bombs and gave them his blessing to use them. Biden temporarily froze them, but then even after he unfroze them, he still had a moratorium on them using them. I didn't know that until recently when I was reading an article on it, but it's true. So, I mean, it is true. It is sort of like, in such a short time frame, and the sheer barbarism of it is literally an order of magnitude worse, right? Like, I swear, you go and look at the quotes from the top Israeli officials. People say this about tweets, too, from Israeli officials. Like, if you ever click translate on a Hebrew tweet, it's written in the laws of nature that bitch could have came straight out of Mein Kampf. Like, it sounds like Goebbels. It sounds like Himmler. It sounds like Hitler, right? The vermin, the parasites, kill them all. Like, it's a common occurrence. Go try it yourself, right? It's a law of nature at this point. And so, yeah, as bad as the U.S. empire is, and it's fucking horrible and it's bad, there's no denying that in the short time frame and the openness of the atrocities and the war crimes and the massacres and the genocide, it truly is like the U.S. we still tried to tell a story about like, oh, bro, fighting for freedom and democracy and stuff, bro. Whereas the Israelis are like, kill them all, every last one of them, even the women and children, right? So there is still a little bit of a difference. But again, it's the same people protesting both. So, I think those are the people literally trying to save the country. But anyway, there you have it. Bill Burr, keep it up. We love you. Never become like Joe Rogan. Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
Never become like Joe Rogan. Nice preface. All right, let's do it.
Charleston, please make some noise for Josh Johnson!
I'm gonna sing. Hell yeah, man. Oh, totally. I'm 120% buying one of those posters when I see them. Oh, fuck yeah.
I was talking to one of my friends, and he said that he knew, the first time he knew his, neighborhood was broke was when the bank closed. It's a pretty good indicator. The bank holds that branch's money, and that branch is falling off. And said he went to the bank, and, he basically just straight up asked the teller, he's like, hey, do you know why this branch is closing? And she was like, are you here to make a deposit or withdrawal? And he was like, withdrawal. And she was like, yeah, that's why. That's it in a nutshell. That's exactly what's happening. You do enough of that, and then there is no back. We're just kind of a building with a little bit of parking.
A little bit of parking.
I don't know. I look back at the ups and downs I've had in my life. I've been like broke off and on my entire life, you know? And there's a weird solace sometimes in being broke at the right time. Everyone thinks that the security is in having means and having money, but sometimes not being a part of the circus is its own solace in a weird way. You know that it's bad when you're really shopping at the dollar store. There are things anybody could use at the dollar store. You need a fly swatter, you might as well run up in the dollar store. You know what I mean? You need like a dustpan, might as well run up in the dollar store. But if you're really shopping at the dollar store, things are not great. You know? I would go in the dollar store for stuff you shouldn't even be buying from the dollar store. They sell it, but even the cashier look at you like, you sure? I'm talking about well, you have to get your meat at the dollar store. I knew I was in a bad situation when I went to a dollar store and was looking at that meat in the fridge, and I was like, Because the meat at the dollar store, they don't go into specifics. You go to Kroger, Walmart, you go to Target, you go to any of these places, and you'll see the brand of the meat, and then you'll see, you know, all of the little no preservatives ever, completely organic, you know, all the stuff. When you go to the dollar store and you buy your meat, it just says the price and it says meat.
Meat.
And you're like, maybe if I don't ask any questions, it can be whatever I think it is. Because then, I also got a lot of stuff at the dollar store, even as a kid, that I look back and I'm like, that probably wasn't the best. Like a good example, if you know, you know. When you shop at a dollar store, especially if you ever got toys at the dollar store, you know that dollar store toys are in a very specific, slightly copyright infringed arena of toy. You know, like you would have a G.I. Joe, but it doesn't say G.I. Joe. It just says soldier. And you buy this soldier, and it even got the setup like a G.I. Joe, like it stands like a G.I. Joe, but the legs a little too short. So some very long arms. I couldn't tell if the arms were long or the legs were short, and it doesn't have like grip action. It says that on the front, grip action. It just has a hole. They didn't make a hand. They made a hole stub, and then this hole stub is what you go ahead and put the little toy gun through. But then they didn't really measure out the gun versus the hand.
Yeah,
and
okay.
so the gun is not in
that
proportion at all. So it looked like this would blow his arm off if he tried to shoot it. But you bring it home and you're playing with it. And you're like, yeah, soldier, get him. And he's like, I'm gonna get him. Oh, I'm gonna get him. They getting it right now. Trust me. Trust me. Nah, they getting it. Look. Point me over here. Point me over here. No, it was terrible. It was very bad. It was horrible. You know, you would have those dollar store crayons. That's another one. It's a very specific type of drawing as a kid, because those dollar store crayons, they melt in your hand. So you got to be quick with it. You got some imagination. It needs to come out now. You got to put those crayons in the fridge. I remember being around some of these Crayola crayon kids being like, your crayon's stale as hell. Man, y'all don't even freshen up your crayons. That's crazy. That's why your pictures stink. You know what I mean? My pictures smell like leftovers. I remember one of my favorite toys from the dollar store was like a Stretch Armstrong, right? But it was Stretch Armstrong. It would only stretch for like 3 days. You only got 3 good days. After that, it would get hard. And if you tried to stretch it after it got hard, it would cut your finger open. I don't know what it was made of, but it was the most malleable, unmalleable thing. It was Play-Doh and adamantium together.
Mr. Basket Presents, yeah.
No, it was crazy. And that's the thing too, is when you're growing up in this situation, for anyone who knows what I'm talking about from experience, then you also know that it's very hard to know that you're broke, especially if you're a kid. It's hard to know if you are surrounded by love. My family loved me so much, so much. They still do. I make it sound like that. Make it sound like there was a falling out. They still love me. But no, I was surrounded by love. I had my grandparents, and my mom, and my dad's love. I had my aunt, and my uncle's love. I had my cousin's love. I had so much love around me. And when you're surrounded by that much love, you don't know that you don't have money when you have that much love until you meet somebody who has both. That is a curious experience. Like when you,
That's a curious experience.
When you're like, oh, you got both parents and a pool? Okay, I think there can be upgrades to life. I see that now. To me, greed is a paradox because you want everything. Even if you have more than enough, even if you have so much that what you have is starting to hurt you in the long run. You see it with the way that hedge funds cannibalize whole companies. It's like, okay, everybody made some short-term profit, but now this thing that people used to love doesn't exist. You know? Like you take like a Southwest. You know, Southwest, people used to love Southwest. Bags fly free. Affordable tickets. You just sit wherever. You don't have to wait for the person. Southwest used to be so fire because then you don't have to wait for the person to get to their seat and you don't have to get up for anybody. Do you know what it's like to just be in your seat on the plane? And everyone's almost here. There's a couple of stragglers. There's almost nobody coming down that aisle anymore. You even settle in. You're like, oh, I may not have a seat next to me. This may be the promised land. You get so comfortable, you're like, man, I might put my other leg over here. Southwest had a brilliant idea. And the bags were flying for free, which makes sense. The bags don't know where they're going. Why should I have to pay for this bag to have an experience too? You know? And then greed, and then private equity, and then hedge funds, and then, you know, shareholder meetings, and then dividends. All the things start to creep in, and it's like, maybe we'll stop doing everything that is why everyone likes us. Maybe we'll just be like the other airlines. They make money, but then you actually look at the people who fly Southwest, and they were like, oh, y'all aren't nice enough to be like them, though. Like, your seat doesn't even go back like that. Why would I pay for everything here that I pay for over there? That's crazy. And so then you see people plummet, because they're making decisions based on money, but not money that they need, just more money that they might be able to get.
Yep.
You know? And there's only so much that a business can grow. I understand a startup's passion, and that passion makes sense because the company just started. But after a while, it's like, do you really need to own everything? If the answer is yes, it's like, and they don't say it to us. They say it to each other.
They're parasites.
You ever get a hold of a recording of a closed-door meeting and the way they talk about their own customers? Mm-hmm. You know? That's why greed is like a paradox to me. You're so greedy that then you end up cannibalizing your own company, your own efforts, yourself. You end up hurting yourself. American greed is another paradox because as much as we know that the millionaires and billionaires maybe got their money in a way that's a little nasty, we also kind of want to be them a little bit. Mm-hmm. Everybody wants their piece, but we know how bad it is. You know? There are people who I know who want to be billionaires. They aspire to be billionaires.
That's
but
insane.
if you ask them to name like a good billionaire, it's a hard quiz. But they want to be the billionaire because they're like, no, I will be different.
Yep.
How?
Yep. How?
You know? That to me is like a drug dealer saying, no, I'm gonna be different. Oh, how so? Oh, I'll only like sell drugs to bad people. How will you know that they're bad people? You know, word will get around and they'll buy my drugs and I'll be like, that's a bad guy. No, it's not gonna be different just because it's you. That's the trick as well. No, it's different when I do it. It's different when it's me. It's different when it's for me. It's different when it's for my family, right? So then you hear people talk about recession. That recession is coming, recession is looming. And to be fair, people have said that since the last recession. Every year, I'm not an economist, but every year there's somebody that's like, it's coming.
It's coming. Yep.
Get ready, batten down the hatches. And so you're in this situation where, you know, people are very worried, and understandably so. Because it's not really about the money. Money is mostly like the conduit. Money's mostly the placeholder. There are people who find money to be a game, and for them, the number is the important thing. How much actual money they can stack and hoard is the real thing. I want to show how rich I am is the real thing. But for almost everybody else, it's about their survival. It's about taking care of yourself. It's about taking care of the people that you love. So when they hear that there's going to be a recession, they're not really thinking like, oh, the number will go down. They're thinking about food. They're thinking about housing. They're thinking about resources. You know? And the only way forward is with other people. We've proven that this thing doesn't work. And by this thing, I'm not just talking about like one specific system. I'm not talking about like capitalism. I'm not talking about anything like that. I'm talking about we've proven that a true rat race does not work. I can't believe the world watched Squid Game. And was like, yeah, I think I could win the pot.
No, for real. Oh my God, dude! Look at the way that Mr. Beast like made a whole thing on it.
You know.
And look at like the fact that Mr. Beast, the way that he said it, like he saw it, where he was just like, I bet people would actually do that.
And then
he was
I
so
think the other
right.
problem is that if you are pitted against people, if you're pitted against the other 330 so million Americans, then yeah, the odds look insurmountable. But when you see how many people are actually in your situation, and you see how many millions of people are just like you, and you put yourself on the same side as them, all of a sudden, all of the weight, it gets a little bit easier. You know, there are people around the world that will never have access to the things that we have access to that make it work. And so sometimes we stress, oh, how am I going to make it work? And it's like the number one way is through community. Your future is your neighbor. There's no other way forward. And I know that can be scary. That's an idea where you have to lay down so much trust at the feet of people that you don't know. That's very scary, because I've had good neighbors and I've had bad neighbors. I've had very bad neighbors. I had a neighbor who stole my trash can. It's the trash can. You could just put your trash in there too. Stole my trash can and lived next to me. Like I'm not gonna notice my trash can. And he was big too, and I'm pretty sure he sold drugs, so I wasn't gonna take my trash can back. But I was like, I will put my trash in my trash can over here, though. Just because you stole the trash can doesn't mean I'm gonna get another trash can. It's a trash can, and trash goes in. You could have put your trash over here, but then you wanted to put it in front of your yard. Okay, fine, whatever. I'm sure you have a gun, so I won't make.
He literally processes things the same way I do.
A big deal of it. But I've had bad neighbors, and I've also had incredibly kind, incredibly sweet neighbors. I had neighbors that made any transition period I've been having in my life easier. I remember when I moved to Chicago and I was living in my first apartment, I had a neighbor that knocked on my door. I had been living there for like 2 days, and I didn't have stuff. I'm like this broke kid who just moved to Chicago with like 2 suitcases of like clothes and a couple of other things. And so knocks on my door and it's like, hey, this older guy. And he's like, hey, I saw that you moved in. If you need anything or you have any questions about the building, just hit me up. I live right there. And I'm thinking he's like the building manager or something. So I'm like, oh yeah, what's your name? And we get to talking a little bit. And as we're talking, I realize he doesn't work for the building at all. This dude is literally just checking on me for the sake of checking on me. And he's like, if you need anything, because I saw, you were having a little trouble, I couldn't have caught up to you, but I was gonna help you up and everything. And I was like, oh, thank you, man. And we didn't see each other often. And I remember the day that I moved out because I ran into him again. I ran into him and his wife. And he was like, man, I'm sorry to see you go. Because I can tell, we never really got to chop it up or anything, but I could tell that I like the way you move. And you didn't cause any trouble. You were just cool. And I wish I would have knocked on your door a couple more times, right? I never forgot about that guy, because even knowing that there was someone there if I was having a problem, it just made living there on my own a little bit easier. Just in the back of my head. Once again, we didn't even have that many interactions. I only knocked on his door a couple times. And the couple of times I knocked on his door, he needed help too. There was one time where we had in our building a chute for the laundry that nobody used. Nobody ever used it because it's not like it was one person. Do you know what I mean? Like, the chute for, this isn't Eloise. Like, it's weird that there was a chute for the laundry because it just went to the floor down there, and you'd have to go down there to wash your own clothes anyway. So I guess if you wanted to save yourself the weight of the trip, you could push all the clothes down and let them get nice and nasty, and then slip through the chute and then hit the ground, and now it's got different stuff on it than the reason that you're washing it. So nobody used it. And nobody used it because it was nasty. And so then one day, the actual building manager poured a whole bunch of like bug poison down it to try to kill some of the bugs that had been living in there. And the bugs were like, you know what? I think we'll go everywhere else. And so then one day I came home and my apartment was just overrun with bugs, and it didn't make sense because I didn't even have stuff. I had a fork, a bowl, it was kind of like a saucer. It wasn't a plate. It was a plate that you would put a teacup on. I didn't even have dishes to be nasty enough to have all these bugs. So I'm freaking out. I'm killing a bunch of bugs, and then I run over and I knock on his door, and when I open his door, he looks like me. He's like, you too? And both of us just knowing that we're both dealing with bugs was enough to make the whole thing easier. He helped me kill some of my bugs. I helped him kill some of his bugs. And we were both very upset with the building manager. I had another neighbor when I was living this short little bit in this, I don't even know how to describe it. It was it was a house. It was a house. But it was you know how there's it wasn't a duplex. Okay. The house I was living in was perfectly split in two, right? To make two unlivable houses. Okay, so I wasn't staying there for long, but it was just 2 completely unlivable houses, right? And I had a neighbor that lived next to me where I moved in, and once again, this older lady, so sweet, sweet as could be, knocks on my door, and it's like, hey, I saw that you just moved in. I wanted to, she had baked something, like old school, like out of the movies. She had baked something. She was like, I made you a little something, some muffins. I know moving is hard. I know sometimes you don't have anything to eat right after you move, so this is for you, right? And I was like, oh, I didn't even know what to do. I was like, oh.
I gotta go. I gotta wake up in 4 hours. All right, I'll see you later, Ryan.
Thank you so much. And she was like, yeah, you know, I like to help people get their bearings. And just so you know, I just want to be the one to tell you so you don't have to find out on your own. There's a crackhead in the wall. And when you get that type of warning, it does make you look at the muffins twice. One has nothing to do with the other. But I was still like, oh. And she was like, yeah, we thought it was a bird for a long time. And then he started talking. And so if you hear anything in the middle of the night, just pound on the wall a couple times and he'll stop. I was like, okay. All right. Okay. And I closed the door and I sat in silence for the rest of the night, waiting to hear a noise that would never come. It wasn't until like months later I heard some scratching in the wall, and I was like, how does somebody just live with it? And so I knocked on her door, and she came to the door. She was like, you hear him too. And I was like, look, I know you lived here longer than me, but in case it is a bird, maybe we should call animal control. Just throwing it out there, right? And she's like, you can do what you want. I called animal control, and then they could hear the scratching too. And then they went ahead and went on the roof, and they said that they found a slight hole in the roof, and turns out it was a bird. It had been a bird the entire time, and I'm pretty sure it was a bird when she heard it, but maybe she just had the TV on. Maybe she was like, he's talking. Animal control leaves with the bird. I go over, I tell her it was a bird, animal control called the bird, and she was like,
cheers.
Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you so much. That has been happening for like 8 months, off and on, and I was positive it was a crackhead. And you know, I guess that's what a good neighbor does. You know, I guess a good neighbor lets you know nobody's in your wall. Because I think fundamentally the toughest thing people are facing right now is like a true way forward where they can trust other people to help them and take care of them. And I can't tell you to just blindly put your faith in people that you don't know, even if they live next to you. But what I can tell you is that most people return energy. Most people give like for like. Mm-hmm. So if there's a community that you want around you, all you have to do is be its founder. If you are the one knocking on your neighbor's door, letting them know you're here, if they need anything, they'll probably do the same for you. And it's so simple to build community. It's so much more likely that you're gonna build community than you're gonna become a billionaire. Do you know what I mean? Like, both things are incredibly hard to do. They take a lot of hard work and everything, and one of them means everyone will hate you. You know, because when you're broke as well, the thing that happens, I think, the most often is that we have a real misunderstanding of each other. Rich people, the rich people that I've met in my life, no rich person I know feels rich. They feel comfortable. Now, they'll do whatever it takes to maintain their level of comfort, but they don't feel rich. They're like, no, I'm just comfortable. I'm just chilling. And you show them how much they make, and they're like, yeah, I got to maintain, you know, I got kids, I got to. And then you show them how much the rest of the world makes, and they're like, ooh. Okay, maybe we don't tell anybody how much I make. And the same thing, when you're broke, there's a genuine misunderstanding around the decisions that people make when they're poor, around the way that people think, because there's not the possibility of thinking past tomorrow, because you're not even sure you're going to get there.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? When you really don't have means, when you really don't have money, you come off wild sometimes because all your requests are strange, because you're just trying to piece things together just so you can make it to the next day. You know? Like, a good example is I used to work at a grocery store, and one time in the break room, we're eating our lunch, and this one dude opened his lunch and then just said out loud to everybody, hey, I made a hamburger at home, but oof, does anybody have a top bun? Sir. They're always sold even. How did this happen? We look at money as paper, right? At least when it's in its physical form, it's this paper thing. But it's more than paper. There's fabric weaved into it. There's linen, there's cotton. It works the same way that society works. There's fabric that weaves all of us together. And there are people who have not been able to participate in the opportunities of making money or making their well-being out of these chances in the market the way that other people have. And so when you tell them that a recession is coming, they're like, oh, a what? Okay.
Okay.
I was already broke. Do you know what I mean? What is a recession to somebody who was on the street the whole time? I guess the best example I can give is one time I was at a party with my friends, and I fell in the pool. And falling in the pool at a party is one of the more embarrassing things you can do when it's not a pool party. If you fall in the pool at a party where people are just sort of standing around the pool and talking, you might as well have fallen off the roof. But I fell into the pool at the party, which is not just embarrassing, it's not just annoying, because now all my clothes are wet and everything. It's terrifying because I can't swim. You know what I mean? I'm not a swimmer in the way that I would like to be. And the way that I would like to be is to be able to survive. And so when it comes to swimming, I'm not only not a fan, I'm not efficient. And so I get in the water, and when you don't swim, and I don't just mean can't swim, I'm saying when you don't swim, like for fun or anything, being surrounded by water out of nowhere is very concerning. I didn't realize I had stepped into the pool until I was in the pool. So now what I feel like has happened is that I turned around and water surrounded me. And so I start doing what I think swimming is innately. I start fighting the water, right? I'm punching and I'm kicking and I'm like, get off me, water, but I'm in the water. But I'm like, get back, I don't want you over here. And that's not how water works. And so I'm sifting through the water, and it's almost like swimming, except I'm staying in place underneath it. So that is drowning. That's what drowning is. When you're swimming perfectly, but you're not going up above and you can't get your head up, you're not actually swimming, you're drowning, and it's also exhausting. You're fighting and you're punching, you're kicking, and you're moving, and you're doing a pretty good job of drowning. If you could get your head above water, this would be swimming. And if you could get your chest up, if you could do that butterfly thing, now you're a swimmer. But I am over here, no more water. Get out of my face, right? So then it takes someone pulling me out of the water for me not to actually drown. And not right after, not soon enough after, but pretty soon after, we leave the party. And not as soon as you would like if you almost drowned. You know what I mean? Like that's, and it's tough too, because like the dude saved you as your ride. So now he's doing you two favors, you know? So then, you know, man saves me. And my buddy pulls me out of the water. And now, you know, we stay an extra 20 minutes because now he's got his MAC points for saving a life in front of everybody, you know? That's what most embarrassing. The only thing more embarrassing than like showing a whole party full of people you can't swim is to be sitting there wet while the person that saved you tries to mac on somebody. Just like, yeah, you know, I do what I can. I do what I try to help out the people, you know, when it doing my best. And it's like also my man didn't. Look, I'm not necessarily trying to give notes on being saved, but like, my man did jump in the pool and grab me and lift me up and swim me to the shore of the edge of the pool, right? This man just stuck his arm in and kept clawing at me until he got the back of my shirt. That's barely saving. Like, when I tell you that I'm over here, stop it, water, no, I don't want any more. And then he is over here, bow, and he missed like 8 times. So he was punching me in the head while trying to save my life. And he finally hooks his hand behind my collar and pulls me up the way that a cat sort of lifts its kitten in its mouth. You know what I mean? Just sloppy. And then I'm also still fighting. I don't know what's pulling me up, so I don't know if that's more drowning. I don't know what the effects of drowning feel like. So now I'm not necessarily fighting his hand, but I am still fighting the water. And so if you were on the other side of the pool, it does look like I was drowning. He reached in, dunked me one more time just to be safe, and then pulled me up. Because I don't know that he's trying to help me. But when he finally pulls me up and I'm over here coughing up the water and everything, this man helps me get up out of the pool and then immediately sees the eyes on him and everything, sees the opportunity, and he's like, oh, yeah, you know. I do what I can. Also, I know he saved my life and everything, but also the fact that he didn't need to roll his sleeves up like that. Like that was even more just worth like, oh yeah, you know, I tried. Now you sitting here wet, just like, can you wrap it up, get the number or don't? And so then me, him, and some other friends head to his car once he's ready to leave, and his car won't start. Waited for nothing. Now, luckily, we were staying at his house, and luckily he did live close enough to the party that we could walk. It was like maybe, I don't know, like a mile and some change. It wasn't crazy. And so we start walking. As we start walking, it starts drizzling. And then it's drizzling a little bit more, drizzling a little bit harder, and then it really starts raining. And when it starts raining, all my friends did a different thing when it was raining. Like, I had one friend that did the turtle. Just walking and just trying to... And I get it, because he has some deep collarbones. He would have had 2 lakes on either side of his neck if he had just let the water hit. That would have been 2 puddles he had to carry. So I understand him trying to... And then I had another friend who was over here doing this which genuinely pissed me off. That's one of the craziest things I've seen. You have 2 hands, one hand covering some of your head, but not even efficiently. Where's the distance management here? You'd be better putting the hand on your head. And I had another friend who just decided to lean forward because I guess he just doesn't want a wet front. He's just cool with it all hitting the back. And as it's raining and raining, my friend was over here doing this, turns to me, because I'm just walking. I'm not doing any of this. I'm just walking normal. And they're like, oh, John, you must not mind the rain.
That's a statement I guess I could agree with.
And I was like, I almost drowned 20 minutes ago. And that's what it's like when you're broke. You're almost drowning all the time. So when people try to scare you with talks of a recession, you're like, why would I? What? You're doing this. I'm already wet. And the way to ensure that you're going to be okay, the way to ensure that your family is going to be okay, is by creating chains, by linking up together with other people, with other families. Because the way forward, your future, I guarantee you, it's not in the market. There's a belief that, like, if I can just get enough ahead, maybe I'll pull some other people with me. And that sort of thinking is the reason that we as the people can be taken advantage of so easily when it comes to money. It's like, I can get you a little bit ahead. Oh, I'd like to be a little bit ahead, right? But the way forward, your future, I promise you it's in your neighbor. I promise you, there's no one that's gonna take care of you like the people that are actually next to you. And it's kind of daunting to me. It does freak me out a little bit that there are so many people, every election, every year, no matter who's president, that expect the person in office to make them rich. Don't you know this is America? Do you know what I mean? Like, that's just not how it works. It's not how it's ever worked. You may like the person in office, you may not, but I guarantee you they're not gonna make you rich. That's not how anything works. And don't get me wrong, I've had dreams before. I had a hard time getting to know people, and I had a hard time communicating with people. I'm an only child, and my mom wanted me to have friends so I wouldn't be crazy. And so, as a single parent with one kid, my mom, the only thing she knew how to do was go ahead and take me over to her other single parents' friends' houses where they had one kid, and she was like, maybe y'all will just play and not be crazy together. And sure enough, there was a time in my life where my parents got back together, and so we were a 2-income household, so I started to get the good toys, right? The real good toys. I'm talking WCW, NWO, wrestling toys, Sting, Goldberg, Kevin Nash.
Yeah, baby.
And sure enough, you know, I remember I got those toys. Those are some of my favorite toys in the world, because I didn't know ankles had come out yet. I would hold up my Kevin Nash and I'd be like, bow, bow, bow, bow, bow. Look what he does. Bow, bow, bow, bow, bow, bow, bow, bow. He had knees, he had ankles, he could do this. That's crazy. I was used to this only. Maybe if you were getting fancy, some of this, but I wasn't used to this. This thing right here, this is crazy. Real shoulder movement? My mind was blown. It's like, look at what this thing can do. Bow, bow, bow, bow, bow, bow, right? And so then my mom took me over to her friend's house, and her friend had a kid, and you know, I went ahead and brought over 2 of my toys. I brought my Kevin Nash and I brought my Sting, because I'm trying to make a good impression. And so we're talking. They're talking. And finally, we go to his room to play, and my mom leaves to go run some errands or something. And
5 minutes.
I quickly realized after my mom left that he was crazy. He was genuinely crazy because all of his toys, every single one of his toys, didn't have a face.
Yep.
None of his toys had faces. I don't know if he was chewing them or if he was burning them, but they were gone. And so he looked at my Sting toy and he was like, oh, we have the same one. And I was like, I don't see how that's possible. I don't see how that's possible. And then sure enough, this kid pulls out his Sting toy, and I know we have the same toy because the Sting had the jacket. The jacket you could put on, you could take off and everything. And so we're playing, and I'm trying to be a collaborative new friend, right? I'm like, what do you want to do? You want to do Legos? You want to do like wrestlers, whatever? And then we decide Legos. So I was like, do you want to build a castle? You want to build a wall? What do you want to do? So we decide to build a castle, right? And then this kid, we're halfway through the castle, maybe 100 pieces to go. And this kid grabs the castle, lifts it up, throws it against the wall. It explodes into like 190,000 pieces. And I'm like, what did you do that for? And he goes, don't talk to me. And I was like, oh man, yeah, chill, Satan, chill, okay? Back up, devil, okay? Because I had been prepared in case the situation happened, because I knew I wasn't a crazy only child, but I knew there were other crazy only children out there. So I already had my thing on me, right? I had that lance in my back pocket. I was like, don't you come near me. I will cut you open. This thing is 6 weeks old.
Oh, fuck, man. He is definitely one of the best working comics on the scene right now. Yeah, and he's one of the guys that, like, if he does get, like, really, really big, I don't see him doing that thing where even if he makes his mill, like, he's gonna continue doing this because he loves doing it. Oh, we're almost there to 4:20. We got 2 minutes, not even 1 minute.
Wow. Elon Musk is apparently...
Oh, shit. Here, let's do this first. All right, guys. We're there. Now, what was with that Patrick guy? I'm worthy of love, I'll be back later. Like, what the fuck? Alright. All right. Cheers, everybody. Oh, Patrick is the doctor? Oh my god, are you kidding me? That tracks. Wow. What a desperate... Dude, what a pathetic fucking just loser of a human being. Like, seriously, there's no sympathy here. There's none. There's none. I wondered if I should get snarky. And to what degree? Yeah, I mean, that was definitely like a weird way. How do you know, by the way? Do you just like, is it your Kirk sense, or was there something that I missed there that you just kind of, you caught on to before I could? Oh, wait, I am worthy of love. That had to do it. Because now I'm even playing that back, that's something I think he even said. Wow. What a fucking... Dude, what a seriously toxic fucking individual, too, to be using that type of therapy, like, justifications to make himself, like, feel like he's not a fucking predator. Ew. Wow, my instincts were pretty good. I wanted to say something like, theoretically, sure, but individually, I don't know you. Yeah, well, here we are. That's, as I said, I'm glad that, Kirk's instincts kicked in. He was, promptly deleted, and, did you banhammer him, or did you just time him out? Because I gave you, the permissions to, do hard banhammers, so... Oh, fuck. Man. That 12-hour stream really got me yesterday, I gotta say. Alright, where is this hitting? Danville, Indiana. Alright, well, it looks like that's the major cell past me, so that's good news. Yeah, that makes me happy. I am glad that happened. Alright, now... 420 fun half. What do we do? What do we do? He's banned. It's 100% him. I have his info. I know him. Okay, cool. Good. Good. Thank you, Kirk. You're a good man. Who, makes my job a lot easier. And also, God, I still can't believe this. Like, dude, why my community? How come he had to pick my community to try and fucking, like, get sympathy from? Ew. Like, that's what makes me feel bad. Like, like for myself here, where I'm like, oh, was I that, like, welcoming with my demeanor where he thought for some reason that it's like, oh no, this guy gets me. No, fuck you. Ugh. Zero tolerance for that. But, hey. It's handled. We can move on. Kirk with the hammer. Yeah, Kirk is, yeah, he's definitely earning his keep today with the mod, with his mod status. He actually barely remembers you, to be honest. He does this to hundreds of communities. Really? Really? Oh, okay. Oh, I felt special. No, actually, that does help. Okay, because I think that he has tried this with MR before too. Oh. Fun. Where are you going? Oh shit, you gotta go potty? Alright. Yeah. You told this to me in voice? Jesus Christ. Why Kirk on YouTube? Your friend wants you. Hey, alright, so I gotta let my dog out real quick. There we go. Sorry, guys. I also had to turn on the ads for the fun half, so... Bye, Boo Bear. Oh my god, you guys are fucking weird. I love how you guys have, like, this weird, like, toxic relationship over on Twitch. Here. Alright, let me, let my dog out real quick. Keith is a good dude. Looks like Finn Balor.
On the outskirts and wearing thin with the White House.
All right.
I have reporting here from Tara Palmieri, who says so many fascinating quotes from sources within the White House. He's demonstrably dismissive of people who have incredibly important jobs because he doesn't understand the government, said one source. Another source, Susie, who is the chief of staff, doesn't like how Musk is a freelancer and has direct access to Trump, and she's complained to Trump about it. And someone else says the staff hates him. The staff hates him. Part of it is policy and part of it is that he's not human. Wow. He treats Susie like a fucking secretary, but they're petrified of him. And someone else said, they're like, fuck this guy. He's not communicating what he's going to cut. He's just cutting. Whenever they get a call, everything goes to shit. They're trying to run their agencies and they have this guy who thinks trimming the fat, but he's not trimming the fat. And surprise, surprise, I have Tara Palmieri here to talk about all this right now.
Thanks for having me, Keith. It's really great to be on the show.
Thanks for being here. I thought this report was fascinating. I know that it got a lot of pickup, but I don't think it's actually gotten a lot of attention in terms of like what it really saying here, which is that Elon Musk and the White House have a real tension. Now, it doesn't seem like Donald Trump necessarily has a tension with Elon Musk right now, but the people who work under him do. Would you say that's true?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, he has tension with the second most powerful person in Washington, Susie Wiles. While I still think that he supersedes her in terms of importance to Trump because he just wrote Trump another $100 million check last week, he's also pissed off the cabinet secretaries who, even in my piece, I say he treats like messenger boys, according to one of my sources. He's just managed to rankle everyone around him. And there have been complaints. I mean, you had that blow up meeting that the New York Times reported on a few weeks ago where Marco Rubio said, stop cutting my staff. The transportation secretary, Sean Duffy, said, you tried to fire air traffic controllers and I stopped that from happening. But before that even happened, Elon at the start of the meeting was like, I'm the one who created billion-dollar companies. What have you done? Like, they're a bunch of bums. I mean, Scott Besson obviously has made hundreds of millions of dollars on Wall Street. Whatever you think of Howard Lutnick, he's still the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald. Even Linda McMahon created WWE. So it's just like, he is dismissive. Imagine how he treats cabinet secretaries. He treats just everyday staffers. And it's a very top heavy White House, by the way. Like, there are a lot of deputies under Susie Wiles, who's the chief of staff, because that's the way she likes it. And there's a lot of loyalty to her because of it. And he's extremely dismissive to all of them. Like, their best laid plans can just be destroyed within minutes from Elon Musk. He freelances, he tweets things out, X's out, that everyone has to deal with afterwards, like cabinet officials saying, don't respond to his email, the 5 things you did last week, because what you're doing may be classified, or, or it might go to the one email address that he handed out that has been hacked in the past. So yeah, there's a tension there.
You were told that the White House communications team was totally against Musk doing an interview with Larry. Is it Kudlow? Kudlow?
Yeah, Kudlow. He's at Fox Business.
And,
how you doing?
And where he really fucked up. And it was like, we're going after Social Security. We're going after Medicaid, which was not what he was supposed to be saying, right? And this is one of the reasons why there's this tension.
Right. I mean, they knew that they couldn't control Elon Musk, but he doesn't really do television interviews. This was a rare interview on TV that he did himself. This isn't just like getting high with Joe Rogan, but when he did get high with Joe Rogan, he said that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. So that's not great. And everyone knows in politics on both sides, you do not touch entitlements. It's the third rail in politics. You touch it, you die. And what does he do? Now, granted, the White House had to do cleanup duty after that. And they were like,
Well, he's very afraid of high-speed rail. We all know that, so...
no, he said waste and fraud and entitlements. It's like, well, first of all, the amount of money he thinks that is waste and fraud and entitlements is impossible to actually find. And second of all, he kept going and saying that like Democrats were using entitlements to try to get illegal immigrants into the country to, you know, falsely saying to build their rotor rolls. And it's just like, he didn't stop there and he garbled it. He's not a great messenger for them. They didn't want him to do this interview. And Larry was a part of the last administration. Like, it doesn't get easier than that in terms of an interview. You know, I was surprised to hear from Trump's personal pollster that they're not even polling his favorables, which feels like political malpractice. Yeah.
Can you explain to the audience what that means? Because it says here, I was shocked to learn that McLaughlin has not polled Musk at all, even though he's clearly a political liability. He says, quote, no one has asked us to do that poll. It's amazing.
So you go, I know that you can just click on the information link, and then there should be a report channel.
You got that on the record.
And then you'll have to fill out a little
Why is that
thing.
a big deal?
You would think that Elon Musk, who is so closely associated with Donald Trump and whose public polling continues to dive, that they wouldn't be looking in to see if the association between Trump and Elon Musk is hurting Donald Trump's feasibilities. But you have to pay attention to those things, especially when he's going after those hot button issues like entitlements. And so I was really surprised to hear that they wouldn't do that. And everyone in politics knows this, and you would know this too, Keith. Like, you don't trust the public polling if you're a political strategist. You would trust the opposition party's public polling, the opposition party's polling before you trusted public polling. So for them to just let this slide suggests to me that they are terrified of him, or they think his ego is too fragile for him to even see what their polling shows.
Yeah.
I mean, even Trump polls himself.
Like you said, it does go to show that they really don't have control of him. I think I do personally believe that this is eventually going to come to a head, that this is only going to last for so long. Do you feel like there is a simmering tension when talking to your sources, or do you think that this is something that the people below Trump are just going to have to manage?
Yeah, I think they're petrified of him. I mean, they think he's a freak because he sleeps in a cot in the Eisenhower Executive Office building with 5 guards outside of it. He can turn President Trump into a party boss when this is all over for him after the 4 years. He's already given him close to $500 million. You know, this is the money that Trump uses to make sure that his agenda is passed. He can threaten anyone who tries to thwart his agenda with a primary. Where do you get that money from? You get that from Elon Musk, right? And so I think at the end of the day, Trump is not going to get rid of him. He's extremely clingy. Whenever Trump gets off the golf course, he's there. Trump doesn't like clinginess. Like, even Melania knows better than that. His kids aren't that clingy. His grandkids aren't clingy. But I think ultimately money wins in this situation. And Trump kind of likes him for now. Trump respects people with money, and he's never really money like Elon has. Susie has finally complained and said, like, Elon cannot be doing this freelancing. Trump has also said, no more sledgehammer, scalpel. Okay. And so he's sort of reined him in. He's made him more of an advisor. Who do I think will win ultimately if it becomes a real one-on-one between Susie and Musk, and it's like it's me or it's him? I don't think she would ever do that because she's a survivor, and I don't think Trump would necessarily choose her over him because he needs money, and she doesn't offer that. But I think it might be about managing him. But how would you manage this two-headed president? Like, it's kind of.
I mean, they're not. That's the thing. They're not. I mean, that is what's clearly happening, is that there is no managing these two people. And I think that was one of the things that the Trump administration at least tried in the beginning in 2016 or 2017 to 2021, is trying to manage his worst impulses. But whoever was actually an adult in the room, I think Susie Wiles, love her or hate her, I don't really have an opinion of her. I mean, I guess I sort of do because she works for Trump, and I don't know how you could do that. But from what I understand and from the insiders I've talked to, she at least is somewhat of an adult, but she does not manage him.
And she's like highly competent. But as one of my colleagues said, she says the MAGA serenity prayer every day, except the things you can't change and know the difference, basically. And so she knows when to speak up and when not to. And she knows when she's going to win and when she's not. And I think she's smart enough to know that as a survivor, you don't mess with somebody who's given $250 million to a campaign. That's unprecedented. That is unheard of. And then like after a rough week where he's getting in a shouting match with the cabinet, he writes another check for $100 million. I mean, this guy knows what he's doing. He's not going anywhere. The only thing I could see happening is that the Tesla stocks continue to plummet, his companies continue to fail, and he starts to realize, I don't have the time to do government and this, and I'm not getting what I want out of government because, Trump's kind of held him back, putting him in this advisory role.
I mean, I guess like remains to be seen on that. I do love that Tesla's falling. I think it's actually up today, but I think overall it's down a lot. But I don't know. I could see a world in which Trump is like Starlinked everywhere, or the government's funding Starlinked everywhere, and like we're buying Teslas for every federal, I don't know. So it feels like, yes, his fortunes could be down at the moment, but Donald Trump and the federal government could definitely change that very quickly. But Tara, thank you so much for coming on. I'm going to link to your Substack where this awesome reporting is from. You're also on YouTube. And you're about to hit 10,000 subscribers? ?
Yeah, hopefully with your help.
Okay, let's get it to
9,300. Yeah. I'm still a baby I'm a minnow in the YouTube pond, but I appreciate being on your show for sure. Yeah, you can find me at Tara Palmieri, one I, TARAPALMERI, and TaraPalmieri.com. You can sign up for my newsletter.
Stream, folks. That's one thing that you can actually do to really help me out. If you guys can start sharing the stream on any of your platforms, that does help. So
please consider becoming a paid subscriber, because I'm out here on my own doing this independent journalism now, and it's not cheap. And I gave up, a job in a newsroom, but I actually really believe in this at this time in our country, that like we need independent voices that aren't told which way to report.
All right. Daddy Elon. Do you think that's what Trump wakes up and Daddy Elon, I need some money. I need my allowance. I can't believe that Trump's own base, they are such like, for calling everybody cucks that they don't fucking agree with. They sure do get fucking cucked. What do we got? It's actually a pretty slow news day, to be completely honest. Which is weird in this time. Which, in that case, we should probably be focusing on stuff from yesterday that we can just fully catch up on. Oh, God.
Democrats, they're in disarray.
Let's see. I met her at a Blackhawks game.
They're in an internal fight trying to find out who is their leader. Presidential race really not that far away. And two Democrats I'm watching, J.B. Pritzker and Rahm Emanuel. This is The Brief. I'm Marianne Ahern. Rahm Emanuel, and really so many of us know him just as Rahm, has had a long history of being involved in politics. J.B. Pritzker, governor of Illinois for 2 terms, trying to decide if he's going to run for a 3rd. They do have some similarities. If either of them would win, they would be the first Jewish president. They have big aspirations, but far different views, far different beliefs in where the party's headed. Let's start with Rahm Emanuel. Most recently, the ambassador to Japan. Before that,
Rahm Emanuel Really? Really?
The
She
mayor
wants
of
us to pay
Chicago,
attention to
2
Rahm Emanuel.
terms.
I disagree
Had been a
with this one
congressman for 3
wholeheartedly.
terms.
I think that he's one of the
White
worst
House chief of
candidates that
staff
you
to
could put
Barack
up.
Obama and
me?
a senior advisor to Bill Clinton.
Ew.
Does he have experience? You betcha. But he also has a personality that many
betcha.
say, wait, Rahm is a lightning rod. Some love it, others do not. So what's his official answer when asked, Rahm, what's next for you?
I'm not done with public service, and I'm hoping public service is not done with me.
I'm not the only one who talks to Rahm a lot because let me tell you,
of
he
course.
is a guy
Okay.
that works the phones.
Okay,
But
so
I've
she's a friend of
recently
Rahm
asked him
Emanuel,
by
and that's what
text,
she's trying to do.
where
She's
does he
trying
stand
to
on
put.
all this?
She's trying to put
Here's
the
what he
feelers
said.
out there for him.
Essentially, what he's
Okay.
saying is he's
Ew.
not about to make a decision before the midterms. That's only a year and a half away, November 2026.
Oh yeah.
Since
Rahm
Rahm's been
Emanuel's one
back,
of the
he
worst.
seems to be everywhere and really kind of caused a head turn when he appeared on Bill Maher's show. And one of his comments was, hey, why are we caring more about the locker room than the classroom? That view of the classroom and education has been a cornerstone for Emanuel throughout his mayoral term and also as a congressman. And Democrats' own internal polls show the Democrats are too worried about being politically correct and are elitist. At the same time, the fight for the party of where it is headed, it's real. Senator Bernie Sanders, known as the leader of the progressive movement, he's still getting very big crowds in the Midwest and other red states.
Thank you for covering that.
He has taken that mantle of caring about the working man, the working family. But let's talk about this, the Draft Rahm 2028 movement. It's new, and it has a website and people who are sending their interests to it. We talked to one of the organizers.
Rahm, what we've seen, is someone who's not afraid to speak truth to power. He's not afraid to let you know how he feels.
Fuck
he's not
you.
someone who's
I can't.
Or what if Dick Durbin retires? There'll be an opening in the U.S. Senate in Illinois. Emanuel continues to say, I'm looking at all of it. Of course, there are those who do not like the way that Rahm ran the city. He closed 50 schools, there were fights with the teachers union, and they bring up what happened with Laquan McDonald, the young black teenager who was shot 50 times. And what happened to the videotape? No one saw it until after Emanuel started his second term.
I believe this one will stand the test of time. And the real test then is, did we use this as a teachable moment to make fundamental changes? And the answer to that is yes. But I'm the mayor, I bear responsibility.
Here's what I know from my conversations with Rahm. He's restless. He's not about to retire. He's looking at all options. Yes, he's a commentator on CNN, but he wants much more than that. He wants to be part of the debate, and he wants to be part of the conversation of where the Democratic Party is headed, and he certainly thinks that the progressive wing of the party has gone too far, and there needs to be a course correction. When asked, wait, what about your resume versus J.B. Pritzker's resume, Rahm Emanuel is quick to point out, Pritzker has not done what he's done as far as an international.
Sorry, I am doing a local story for me. This
and
one's
even
for me,
national
guys.
stage. Emanuel has had to deal with China. being the
Greetings,
ambassador to
Earthlings.
Japan.
What's up, bud?
Emanuel has had to iron out an
I'm a
agreement not only on
democratic
health care when he was
socialist
the chief of
and
staff
I'm cool.
to Barack Obama, but also an agreement
So
with the Chicago
cool.
Teachers Union. No easy feat. So he claims his resume stacks up to anybody's resume.
How do you even? So that one, okay. I'm not even trying to give the guy any credit, but there were some schools where they were already run down and they were pretty much unnecessary because there were only like maybe 200 or 300 students like at these public schools where all they had to do was add a few bus routes to then put those kids into schools that were adjacent, and then they could just, but in a perfect world, we would have been able to invest in building the schools and the community around it so more kids went to those schools.
Including J.B. Pritzker's. Might Emanuel
How's
even
y'all's
run
night
for
going so
mayor
far?
in
Pretty good.
2027?
Pretty tired from my 12-hour stream yesterday, so.
It's possible. Don't rule anything out. What he is saying is, wait till after the midterms, he'll make his decision, and quote, he says, take a chill pill. Not sure he's really taking his own advice. Who's also not taking a chill pill? Governor J.B. Pritzker. even his team is asking, is the Rahm Emanuel for president real?
Oh.
They're gearing up. Of course, it's not official. In fact, he has to make
This
that
is how
big
you know there's a
decision.
high-pressure system
Is he
outside.
going to run
My
for
ankle
a
is
third term
killing
for
me.
governor? That's a real tough decision because, yes, he's won easily. Of course, he's been a self-funder, put a lot of more than 100 million out there. A third term is really difficult, and he's got some big challenges. The economy is not in good shape. There's no more federal COVID money. What is he going to do about that? Might there be a big tax increase that he would have to face? No one wants to have that on their commercials. So first he's got to make that decision. But does he do it as a sitting governor, or does he run just as J.B. Pritzker, billionaire, with a lot of time on his hands, able to crisscross the country and not worry about what's needed back home? He was a finalist for vice president for Kamala
Cities don't
Harris,
even
and
have
he's out
50
there laying the
schools.
seeds now for that 2028 run.
I mean,
He's
Chicago's
been
a pretty
speaking all over the
big city,
country.
man.
In fact, this week he spoke to the Centers for American Progress, and his big emphasis: working families.
Democrats are the party whose policies are all about working families. If we want to regain the trust of the voters that we stand for, Democrats have to deliver. For sure, we have to call out the BS that Republicans have been selling.
This is not a new idea. In the last couple of years, Pritzker's been to New Hampshire, Florida, Iowa, all states that vote early and get a lot of media attention when a potential candidate shows up. In fact, Pritzker is the keynoter at a big fundraiser in April in New Hampshire. So, you don't think he wants to run in 2028? Of course he does. He's also been on talk shows like The View. What really caught the attention of the national press is when, in his State of the State speech, he compared what's
Mary
going
Ann
on in the
Ahern.
United States today to Nazi Germany.
If you think I'm overreacting and sounding the alarm too soon,
She used to cover the
consider
sports
this.
beat in Chicago.
It took the Nazis
Like she was actually a big part of like the Stanley Cup winning teams.
1 month, 3 weeks, 2 days.
God,
8
she had her own
hours,
suite at one
40
point, like
minutes
to cover the
dismantle a
Blackhawks.
constitutional republic. And all I'm saying is that when the 5-alarm fire starts to burn, every good person better be ready to man a post with a bucket of water if you want to stop it from raging out of control.
He's been using the phrase President Musk, and his language has gotten even more critical. He tried this new one out when he spoke to the teachers union in suburban Chicago and used it again when he spoke in
She's a shit.
Washington, D.C.
Now, the Doge bags in Washington.
At least just because like she does mostly investigative journalism now, so
I'm sorry, I may have
which is
misspelled
surprising
that.
for me to see her in this like political thing.
They hate that we're succeeding in Illinois. They just hate it.
All right, Pritzker's fortune, more than $3.6 billion. He is the richest elected official nationwide, and he has been quite generous with other Democrats. He has what's called the think big philosophy, and so he's given a lot of money to abortion causes and other races around the country where he felt abortion was an issue. Then we just had the Democratic convention here in Chicago. Pritzker had a big spotlight.
Americans don't want to be forced to
He did have a
drive
good speech.
100 miles to deliver a baby because a draconian abortion law shut down the maternity ward.
The convention itself went off without a hitch. People were concerned. Might there be protests? Might it be difficult? Might the city not look as well as he wanted it to be? But Pritzker was able to bask in the glow afterwards of saying that convention went off well. Of course, Rahm Emanuel and J.B. Pritzker aren't the only Democrats eyeing the presidential race. There's Gavin Newsom. There's Pete Buttigieg. There's the governor of Kentucky, Andy Beshear, and the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. And don't forget, what about Kamala Harris? Might she be interested again? There's lots of different lists out there, and one of the biggest prerequisites is communication. How do they communicate their message? There's probably other names. There's lots of lists.
Fuck
but the
them all.
big prerequisite
Yeah, I
is
kind of agree.
communication. How
for,
do you get your message out?
Except for JP.
And what is your
I hate
message?
to say JB
Rahm
has
Emanuel, JB
done a lot in
Pritzker
this
are
state
not
that
necessarily on the same
100%
page.
agree with, so.
They're a microcosm of the fight going on right now within the Democratic Party. Will they be part of the 2028 conversation?
He's more progressive than your average
You can count
Democrats,
on it.
too.
So what qualities matter most to you? What are
All right. All right, I gotta let my dog out. She is being kind of a butthead because of the storm outside, so she wasn't going outside before. All right, give me 1 sec. Oh, all right. Sorry about that. Oh. I'm surprised that it's actually not as bad outside as the radar's saying right now, because the radar's saying that it's fucking... We're about to get even more storms coming up here, so...
They are pretty far down to the south here.
Oh, shit.
We still have a pretty favorable
They've already
environment
kind of
here.
moved out.
There is a camera. It's looking at a road. There is a camera, actually, I believe, inside of this tornado warning on State Route 58. Actually, no, it isn't. It's a little bit further down the south. This is what it looks like. I mean, this is a video loading right now, but you can see top of your screen. That's kind of what the storm looks like. Obviously, pretty hard to see from this angle, but... Actually, here's a... It just loaded in, and now it's loading again. Never mind. All right, I'll just keep that up there. But yeah, this storm's rolling in pretty quickly towards Ogleville. This includes, again, Brown, Jackson, and Lawrence counties in Indiana.
Okay.
Good shout out to Lotus for the very generous super chat. 2 questions. What are your thoughts on the EF scale needing to be revised? Dude, no more EF5
Dude,
tornadoes.
this guy makes...
I've got to be honest, the EF5 tornado stuff,
Glad that he
like...
does, because honestly, he needs to be funded. But at the same time, it is like, hey, maybe, like, because the National Weather warning system or whatever, they've been making cuts to that, and it is going to get worse with all this really bad weather coming in, especially, spring and summer, hurricane season. Like, we better just hope that with these cuts that we can still warn people. All right. Cool. We did it. We actually got through all the segments that I wanted to get through today, so that's kind of nice. John Carpenter will be performing his music at the Belasco in October, and I can't think of about anything else now. That's pretty cool. I mean, obviously, you go get some Halloween. Right? Check it out. Nice. Sorry, give me a sec. Voter dissatisfaction at an all-time high. And no shit. Yeah, everybody's pissed. There's literally people making this a thing where they're just like, no, what? What do you mean people are fucking mad about this? That's crazy, dude. Come on.
The idea that we have to revive
Adam Mockler actually did a mini debate here.
centuries-old wartime laws when we have the processes in place. So I don't like that you're taking Jasmine Crockett's words and trying to make it seem like she's for more violent criminals. Do you genuinely think Democrats like me want more violent criminals in the country? You think that I genuinely want that? I don't.
She's fighting against deporting them. The obvious inverse of that would be bringing them into this country. So obviously
she's fighting against deporting them without due process. She says go through the proper channels.
All right, this is me on Newsmax debating Trump's former deputy press secretary, Hogan Gidley. Now, I gotta stop getting in these contentious debates on right-wing shows, but it's good content and you guys are gonna enjoy it. Let me run you down what happened, because I ended up accusing them, rightfully so, of basically taking Jasmine Crockett's words out of context, misconstruing her by cutting down a 90-second clip to 10 seconds. So I called them out because I saw the original clip before I came on the show, and it gets pretty contentious. We talk about Trump deporting illegal immigrants and him doing it without due process. So I want to fact check this panel. I want to talk about where I could have done better, and all I want from you is to drop a like, scroll down and drop some blue hearts, and let's just start here. I didn't know what I was walking into. I should have prepped more. But when I joined the panel, I realized I was with Hogan Gidley, who was Donald Trump's former White House deputy press secretary, and he worked on Trump's first campaign a good amount. Now, I was sent this video before I hopped on the show, before I hopped on TV. It's Jasmine Crockett talking to Jake Tapper. And it was funny. When my team sent me the Newsmax questions, and by the way, shout out to Newsmax. Even though I disagree with them, I really do appreciate them giving me the opportunity to come on and spread my liberal talking points, my liberal propaganda, as they call it. But it does mean a lot that I get to go on there and I get to try to reach out to people on the other side, even if I disagree with Newsmax. But when I was sent the questions, it was basically Chuck Schumer postpones book events due to backlash because Democratic Party is unpopular. And then it was Democratic Party hits new polling low while its voters think it's unpopular. Then it was Democratic Party's favorability drops even further. I'm like, so are we just going to talk about how much Democrats suck lately? Is that what this whole interview is going to be? But then they sent me one. It was host aghast when Jasmine Crockett accidentally supports criminal migrant gangs. And I was like, that can't be right. I doubt that's what happened. So let's watch this clip, and then I'll play for you what happened when I went on TV and they cut this clip down
in a dishonest way. Check this out.
To deport undocumented Venezuelans that the administration say are dangerous individuals with ties to the gang Tren de Aragua. That gang is obviously associated with a lot of crime, human trafficking, drug dealing, theft, shootings, including in your state of Texas, right outside of your congressional district. Do you agree with this? And if not, what's your issue with the U.S. using any tool at its disposal to remove undocumented violent people from this country?
Well, my argument is that we already have tools that are available to remove undocumented violent people from our country. And so the idea that you want to go into a zombie law, this is kind of like what we saw in Arizona when they decided to revive a zombie law around abortion. It is the fact that we can't trust this administration to actually use a scalpel, but instead they love to use a butcher knife on things. And so giving them this wide latitude to just kind of go across and just claim that anybody is anything is wrong. And so we do have courts, we do have processes, we do have laws, and we should just go ahead and use those. There's a reason that nobody else has decided to go back until into Adam's times in order to try to find ways to make sure that we can keep our country safe.
Okay, really quickly, before I play this clip of me debating Hogan Gidley, it's very clear what she's saying there, right? Jasmine Crockett is simply saying that, hey, we can get immigrants out of here. If you're truly a gang member, sure, get the hell out of here immediately. But let's go through the proper channels without reviving this 200-year-old zombie law that is very likely inhumane and gets people out that don't deserve to be deported. She's just saying, go through the proper processes. She is not saying in any she is not at all saying, I'm just trying to clarify, she is not at all saying that people who are illegal immigrants that commit crimes should stay in the country. She is not at all saying she wants more criminals. I don't know how they misconstrue it this badly, but let's jump into this segment. When it starts off, we are talking about Chuck Schumer canceling his book tour due to backlash. All that I ask from you is you drop a like, and I'll be back after.
For more on the story, let's welcome in Adam Mockler, the host of the Midas Touch podcast. Hogan Gidley is here as well, former Trump campaign national press secretary. Gentlemen, welcome, and thanks for coming on. Okay, Adam, start us off. From Democrats you speak with, do they believe it's time for Chuck Schumer to step aside?
Yeah, broadly speaking, Chuck Schumer really failed to present a unified front when it came to the vote on cloture. And by security concerns, I think he really means no one really wants to see him. Obviously, Republicans aren't going to come to his book tour. Democrats aren't going to come right now due to the backlash. So I think AOC hinted towards this as well, but he really just screwed over not only House Democrats, but Senate Democrats by failing to present a unified front and by last minute switching and voting yes. And a lot of Democrats put a lot on the line. So right now, the party is kind of looking for new leaders within these two power blocks. I mean, the Senate Democrats did their thing. House Democrats did their thing. I've seen polls showing AOC as the direction the party wants to go. But right now, Schumer seems to be kind of frozen out. And he was in a really hard spot, so I understand his reasoning.
Yeah, and recently speaking out, the minority leader, Chuck Schumer, saying he is, quote, I'm the best leader for the Senate. So clearly in his mind, he believes he's still the one. I wanted to play this for you if I can, Hogan. This is an exchange between CNN's Jake Tapper and Texas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett on the Trump administration deporting alleged violent illegal gang members. Watch this exchange.
Do you agree with this? And if not, what's your issue with the U.S. using any tool at its disposal to remove undocumented violent people from this country?
It is the fact that we can't trust this administration to actually use a scalpel, but instead they love to use a butcher knife on things. And so giving them this wide latitude to just kind of go across and just claim that anybody is anything is wrong.
But if you look into it, Hogan, obviously it's not anybody is anything. They've clearly worked with DHS. They've worked with ICE. They have background on the individuals. And we heard, again, 101 of them on that flight were deported due to Title VIII. The other one, 137 to the Alien Enemies Act, and then 23 gang members. So this was a well thought out, obviously very organized. But either way, you've seen Congresswoman Crockett speaking out against this administration and continuing to, but on the platform of things that the majority of the American people care about and support. Your thoughts, Hogan?
A couple things here. First of all, I think the bigger part of what she said that's problematic is giving him the authority to do X. He has the authority. It's called Article 2. It's called our Constitution to remove serious threats from this country. And yet again, Democrats are on the wrong side of the 80-20 issues, trying to get violent murderers, rapists back into this country makes no sense, and the people don't like it. Which brings me to my second point. This isn't a messaging problem. This is a policy problem. The left continues to hold fast to the policies that don't just put America last, but have been proven to fail time and time again. Forget the ballot box where they got crushed in the last election. It has hurt the American people for the last 4 years to leave the border wide open. Democrats want to keep it open. It's hurt the American people to have crime in our city streets. They're fine letting these criminals free in our city streets. It's hurt the American people to have wars all over the world. They're fighting against Donald Trump, who's trying to work with Putin and Zelensky to stop the wars. They're on the wrong side of everything right now, and they don't know what to do because their moral compass is completely busted, or even worse, always pointed in the wrong direction.
All right. Very interesting. Adam, I'll let you react. Before we do, can I get your reaction to this polling, though? Because it just kind of puts in perspective even to Hogan's point about how unpopular the Democratic Party is right now. This is NBC News. We've also seen a recent CNN poll. But if you total up the green, 27% have a at least positive view of the Democrat Party right now. How do Democrats turn this around if they want to be competitive in the midterms, Adam?
I mean, what do you want me to say? Right now, Democrats are seen as the institutionalist party that protects the status quo, and we need more charismatic change candidates. I mean, AOC is farther left than me, but at least she has the charisma that the rest of the Democratic Party lacks. But with all due respect, what you were saying about Jasmine Crockett, that is not at all what she was saying in the clip. The idea that she wants to bring more undocumented criminals into the United States, she was simply saying, if you watch the broader clip and not just a 10-second portion of it, that we should go through the proper processes. These people should have due process when we're deporting them. That was simply the argument that she was making. The idea that we have to revive centuries-old wartime laws when we have the processes in place. So I don't like that you're taking Jasmine Crockett's words and trying to make it seem like she's for more violent criminals.
He looks like he's a real estate agent.
Do you genuinely think Democrats like me want more violent criminals in the country? You think that I genuinely want that? I don't.
She's fighting against deporting them. The obvious inverse of that would be bringing them into this country. So obviously
she's fighting against deporting them without due process. She says go through the proper channels. All right, I tried my best to jump in and fact check. I literally had 20 seconds to get out what I needed, so I couldn't rapid fire debunk everything he said. But I did try to correct the record and say, dude, that is not what Jasmine Crockett was saying. I mean, when they play the clip of Jasmine Crockett, it's literally like a 10-second splice of a 90-second clip. But this debate all comes down to whether or not illegal immigrants or undocumented immigrants have due process. And they do. It's not about whether or not you're a citizen. It's about whether or not you're a person in the United States. It's more about personhood. So if you're on U.S. soil, you have constitutional rights like free speech, like the right to due process. So when Trump is kicking these people out, and in such a reckless way where we don't even know who got deported, for what reason? I mean, if you gave me the names and the reasons, I'm sure that there are people who got deported that I would agree with. Hey, get them the hell out of here. That person is a piece of shit. I don't care. But what if there are people who didn't deserve it and you just unilaterally deported them with no due process? That's not how the United States works, and that's the problem. It's a slippery slope. There is then a chilling effect, especially, as Jasmine Crockett said, when we already have mechanisms to deport people, even beyond ICE. Even if you want to put ICE to the side, we have the criminal alien program. We have expedited removal. We have like 6 different programs to get criminals the hell out of our country. We don't have to go back to this law. It's all just to stir up some drama. But I do want to know, did you guys like this debate? Did you guys appreciate it? Let me know in the comment section.
I'm pretty sure that the building he lives in does have a gym, so like a really nice one too. Because based on where his school is, they only have so many that you can stay in, so. And I can already tell from the bookshelf, it's like, yeah, most of them have that. All right. Else? Yeah, shit. Let's hang out. Oh, Adam Mockler saying that AOC is like farther left than him. I was just like, uh-oh. Red flag. Uh-oh. Man. Great. So where I have to fight the Adam Mocklers and the BTCs down the line here. Is that what's going to happen? Like Bernie's going to go too far left, or the party's going to go too far left for them? Well, no. Actually, BTC and AOC are pretty aligned. I think BTC is more left than he lets on, but then again, man, the way he cozies up to like people like Nancy Pelosi, the way definitely a turn off, you know. Not cool. Are there any updates on this? Let's see. Oh wow. Some Democrats in Congress are discussing whether Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer should step down after his vote on a Republican funding bill. Over the past several days, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer has sought to quell fury within his party over his leadership, stemming largely but not completely from his recent support of the Republican devised spending bill that will impose deep spending cuts to the federal programs. Why is he the one that gets to just go constantly defend himself? Why they're not really talking to the people that are critical of him within the party? I mean, except for AOC. Pelosi is into jam bands. Ew. Well, I mean, I like jam bands. I don't like the fact that she better not be. No, don't ruin something that I enjoy. Stay in her lane, damn it. Anything more drama based that is a little lighter content. There we go.
When Trump was campaigning on mass deportation, he never specifically said that he'd only target criminals. He did, however, say that he would target them first, but it was always clear that he intended on expelling all undocumented immigrants, and even talked about expelling some legal ones. Because by his logic, all undocumented immigrants were definitionally criminals since they were here illegally. The problem with this line of thinking, however, is that most undocumented immigrants don't hop the border contrary to popular belief. They come here legally and overstay their visas, which is a civil violation, not a criminal offense. Therefore, they are not criminals. Regardless, nobody wants to be undocumented, but they're forced into that situation, often through no fault of their own, because our system is completely broken, and it makes it very difficult for anyone to obtain permanent residency. And even if you do it the right way, sometimes that's still not good enough for Republicans. Trump campaigned on deporting legal Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio, because they obtained legal status through the Biden administration, which therefore makes their residency illegitimate in his eyes. But regardless of whatever bullshit justification they use, it's clear that the Trump administration isn't just targeting criminals. They're targeting law-abiding, tax-paying immigrants as well. And the reason why they want you to think that they're only targeting criminals is so that way you believe that their deportations are warranted and just. But regardless if they're criminals or not, all of them are entitled to due process. And the fact that so many people, both immigrants and citizens, have had their constitutional rights violated in service of mass deportation is deeply alarming. And the fact that so many Americans don't seem to care about that is also alarming for different reasons. But a lot of people, including Trump's own supporters, didn't expect things to be this bad. And they certainly didn't expect their loved ones to be caught up in this mess. But now some of them are finding out the hard way that when Trump said mass deportation, he didn't just mean the bad immigrants. He meant all immigrants. And an individual named Bradley Bartell, who voted for Donald Trump, is realizing that his vote may have doomed his own wife, Camilla. And I want to talk about their story because I think it's important. Lauren Lauren Villagran of USA Today reports, Bradley Bartell and Camila Munoz had a familiar small-town love story before they collided with immigration politics. They met through mutual friends, had a first date at the local steakhouse, married after 2 years, and were saving to buy a house and have kids. Munoz was already caring for Bartell's now 12-year-old son as her own. But last month, on their way home to Wisconsin after honeymooning in Puerto Rico, an immigration agent pulled Munoz aside in the airport. "Are you an American citizen?" asked the agent. She answered no, she wasn't. She's from Peru, but she and her husband had taken the legal steps so that one day she might get U.S. citizenship. Before agents led her away, Munoz pulled off her wedding ring, afraid it might get confiscated. She shoved it into her backpack and handed it to Bartell. He shook as he watched her disappear. He thought, what the fuck do I do? He saw her as a funny, caring, hardworking woman who came legally, not one of the illegals who the president he supported promised to deport. It took days for Bartell to find his wife after she was detained at the airport. It was nearly a week before Munoz appeared in the ICE detention system. Her name finally turned up in an online locator assigned to a privately run detention center in Louisiana. On a video call, her black curls hanged askew. She wears a tan uniform reflecting her lack of criminal record. Bartell worries about his wife. "Emotionally, I'm concerned for her," he said. "It can't be easy being trapped in a room with 100 other people. They don't have anything in there. It's just so wasteful." Now I want to pause right here to give you some additional context because like other immigrants, her status changed through no fault of her own. So she ended up overstaying her visa because she couldn't leave the country because flights were canceled and the border was shut down due to COVID-19. So naturally, she had to support herself. So she got a job working at a farm. She ended up meeting her husband at some point and decided that she wanted to stay because she ended up building a life for herself here. And this happens all the time. Immigrants move here legally, create lives for themselves, fall in love, have children, and then their status changes. And then they're forced to choose to either give up everything that they've built for themselves here or risk it all and stay in the country and try to find some way to stay legally. Any human being in this predicament would make that same decision.
Yeah.
Anyone would. I would, you would.
I would.
It's the human thing to do.
Yeah.
That's what Bartell's wife decided to do.
It's illegal.
And she didn't do anything wrong. These people.
Yeah, these motherfuckers, they, do you know how often Americans do this shit? Where they go to like a tropical paradise or they go to Japan or they go somewhere that they like. And they immediately get colonizer brain where they're just like, I'm going to live here.
Who stay here.
And they don't even care about the immigration process. They just go, I'm going to buy a property and I'm going to live here. Especially when they go somewhere like Mexico where it's like, oh, did you know how much my dollar actually like gets me here? Holy shit.
And they overstay their visas because they built lives for themselves and can't find a way to stay legally.
Help me humanize my understanding of this process. Yep.
That's not inherently bad. What does that do to you? How does that harm other people? It doesn't. But yet, she's being punished because people like her husband voted for a man who doesn't think people like her deserve to be here. And on that note, the article continues, both of them have been thinking
I mean, I wonder
a lot about Bartell's vote for Trump. Yeah, I fucking bet. I knew they were cracking down, he said. I guess I didn't know how it was going down. He imagined the administration would target people who snuck over the border and weren't vetted. But his wife, they know who she is and where she came from, he said. They need to get the vetting done and not keep these people locked up. It doesn't make any sense. In other words, it's not like he was completely ignorant. He had some idea that a crackdown of sorts was coming. He just mistakenly thought that it was about whether or not the immigrants were vetted and not vetted, which doesn't really make sense. I don't know why he thought that, because Trump was very clear that he wanted to deport all immigrants, including some legal ones. So I'm not sure why he didn't take the time to look into this further. But I mean, what do you say? I don't know what to say about things like this. I swear to God, the profound stupidity of the average American never fucking ceases to amaze me. This is why we're one of the only developed OECD nations that doesn't have universal health care or mandatory paid sick leave, because our collective idiocy makes brainwashing us so fucking easy. We are so easy to take advantage of because of how brainless we are as a fucking society. Like, they don't even have to try. Listen, Reagan literally told an entire generation of Americans that we have to give tax cuts to rich people because their wealth would trickle down. And most Americans believed it. Yep. Many still believe it, even though that philosophy has led to a level of income and wealth inequality that has surpassed the Gilded Age. They still think that the wealth is going to trickle down someday, anytime now. I mean, it's hard to not feel hopeless when so many Americans are uniquely susceptible to getting duped by politicians and con men, quite frankly. I don't know what to say. And when it comes to immigration personally, you know, if I wasn't sure whether or not a xenophobic presidential candidate's mass deportation policy would affect someone that I love, I probably would just sit that election out. Is that so hard to do? Is it so hard to just not vote if you're not really sure? I mean, even if you weren't sure whether or not your wife would be directly affected, did you not think about whether or not the xenophobic culture that Trump was fostering would maybe harm her indirectly? I mean, even if she's not.
No, he doesn't even think of this like where he's not going to have fucking white kids. Like, he doesn't think that far ahead. He thinks for himself because he's a selfish prick.
Not deported. Things have gotten so bad. The vitriol towards immigrants have gotten
Honestly,
so bad.
I hope that she fucking thinks about like maybe not being with him after this, because I don't know. He did vote for against her interests.
Republican congressional candidates are proposing
ways.
mass executions of immigrants. I mean, it's been clear for a while that this fascist party was getting increasingly Hitlerian over time. So even if you're ignorant of history and don't really follow politics too closely, did it even occur to you once that the increasing hostility towards immigrants might be a little bit bad for the person you fell in love with, even minimally? Maybe even if it just affects her on a mental level, is that not enough for you to say, I can't support this? Did you not see any red flags? I mean, Jesus Christ. And it's already bad enough that his wife has to suffer the consequences.
These mofos with blue balls just want to make everyone sad. Yep.
For his stupidity. But to make matters worse, other people have to suffer because of people like him who don't do any fucking research. But here's some examples of other innocent immigrants like his wife who've also been detained. A woman in her 50s who's lived in the country for more than 30 years and is married to a U.S. citizen. A woman in her 30s with proof of valid permanent legal residency whose father and siblings are U.S. citizens and who first came to the U.S. as a teen. A European woman in her 30s engaged to a U.S. citizen who overstayed her visa when she was 21. A woman engaged to a U.S. legal permanent resident with whom she has lived for 9 years. I don't know how detaining or deporting any of these women makes the country better. How does this make America great again? Does their absence suddenly bring down the cost of eggs? Does it make the cost of living cheaper? I mean, these are rhetorical questions, sure, but we also have to come to terms with the fact that a huge portion of the population, they're not ignorant. They would happily doom themselves to perpetual economic austerity just to fuck over immigrants and marginalized people, because America isn't just plagued.
Look at that one freaking, I forgot her fucking name, but she's one of those blonde commentators where her husband was an illegal immigrant from London, and guess what? He got deported. Notice how she's not coming out and saying much anymore because she probably got a favor.
By stupidity, it's also plagued by cruelty and a deep racism.
You know, he's one of the good ones.
And xenophobia that we've never gotten rid of. It's always been there, but there are certain times where it's more implicit as opposed to explicit. But now it's bubbling up to the top, and all of the problems of society are being blamed on immigrants and trans people and DEI. And I just feel like if your bullshit detector doesn't go off and you just accept that, oh, the immigrants are the problem when people at the top are making record profits, when CEOs are buying their 7th mansion and 4th yachts, the fact that you blame people with no money and no power, I mean, I just kind of feel like you're kind of dumb if you just accept that and you don't question that narrative at all. And part of the problem with mass deportation in particular is that you can't pull something like that off unless you violate human rights and deny people of their constitutional rights. And we're not just talking about immigrants. For example, civil liberties groups in Chicago like the ACLU are accusing the Trump administration of violating the constitutional rights of 22 people just in this state. This includes 54-year-old Julio Noriega, a Chicago-born U.S. citizen who was arrested by ICE after buying pizza. It also includes 47-year-old Abel Orozco Ortega, who was detained without a warrant outside of his home. Turns out the federal agents who were questioning him were looking for his son, but ended up arresting him instead. And again, this is just in Chicago, but it's not the first time that they've arrested the wrong person or detained a U.S. citizen or a veteran. And none of this is surprising. And even though the Trump administration is claiming that they're only going after criminals, that's just factually incorrect. Earlier this week, the president of El Salvador announced that he'd received 238 Venezuelan immigrants deemed criminals by the Trump administration. Now, this video showcases the harsh treatment they received. They were sentenced to hard labor, and this detention center in particular is known for torture, literally. But it turns out, as the New York Times reports, that family members of some of the men who were sent here contested the accusation that their family member was in a gang. And as Aaron Reichlin Melnick of the American Immigration Council points out, the Trump administration admitted that the men in that video who were sentenced to hard labor and might be tortured might not have had criminal records after all. Shocker, I know. In fact, we know for a fact that some of them are innocent. Aaron explains that the innocent...
The fact that, they're believing the news spin. They're gang members. They have tattoos. They have gang tats. They have...
men who were denied due process
Again,
includes...
and they don't give a shit about due process.
A tattoo.
Because they're being told, oh, this gets rid of gang members and dangerous people. Then I feel safer because they told me that the bad people walk on.
Two artists seeking asylum who
because
entered...
I can't think past being a toddler.
Legally, a teen who got a tattoo in Dallas because he thought it looked cool, and a 26-year-old whose tattoos his wife says are unrelated to a gang. In other words, they were profiled because of their race and because of the tattoos that they had, which were interpreted as gang tattoos, when in fact, they were not gang-related tattoos. They were just tattoos, but since they were on brown people, they thought, oh, those are gang tattoos. Of course, lock them up. That's good enough. Don't need to have any trial, no due process. Lock them up, throw away the keys, send them to El Salvador, have them tortured. That's justice right there. That's making America great again. What a joke. But on top of that, permanent residents who are here legally, like Fabian Schmidt, are being detained and violently interrogated for no reason whatsoever. Other green card holders like Mahmoud Khalil face deportation simply because he expressed speech that the Trump administration disagreed with. So no due process, no free speech. The Trump administration is just basically locking up or deporting anyone that they deem an enemy. And Trump supporters are perfectly fine with that. They think that this is making America great again. It's just sad that this is where we've come to. And odds are some of the people watching this right now know somebody who's been swept up in Trump's immigration crackdown or knows somebody who could be swept up in Trump's immigration crackdown. So I think it's worth stating again that we all have constitutional rights and we need to know those rights, which include the right to remain silent. You don't have to sign anything if ICE asks you to. You can request a warrant if they ask to search you. Constitutional protections apply to all of us, regardless of citizenship status. And even though the Trump administration has no regard for the rule of law, you will still make their jobs more difficult if you and the people in your community are informed about your rights. And as much as it feels cathartic to bitch and moan about people like Bartell who helped unleash this bullshit on the country, the fact of the matter is that we can't undo the past. He can't take back his vote even if he wanted to. And all of the people like him are going to have to learn the hard way that actions have consequences, unfortunately. And people that they love who don't deserve this are going to suffer because of what they did. But the best that we can do is protect people in our lives and communities and just try to do the best that we can to survive as things continue to get worse. We have to make do with what we have now, and it's not a great situation, but we can't just cower in fear. We have to live our lives, and informing people that we love about their rights, that is something that I think will go a long way. It's not going to make things better, but it's going to help.
Hell yeah. Here, let's put the his channel link in the... There we go. Yeah, Figueiredo's one of the I think he's one of the best commentators like on the left right now. Every once in a while he'll have a spicy take that I kind of just go like, I don't really fully agree, but who am I always going to fully agree with? That is one thing that I will always be fair with. Because I don't think there's one single person on the planet that I'm just going to constantly just be like, yeah, you know, I 1000% agree with everything they say. I don't even do that with myself. Hold on. What the hell?
The sharp rise in what's been dubbed...
Yeah, screw it. Let's take a look at it. What's happening with this?
Tesla terrorism is dividing the nation. Trump just took 3 big L's, but what happens next here is what really is going to expose a lot. Chaos erupted at Gal Gadot's Walk of Fame ceremony, where just living in Arizona compared to Seattle is aging you faster, and then a good news story to keep you sane. We're talking about all that and much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news, how it's being covered, and how people are reacting to it, starting with this. Tesla's been taking some hits, both metaphorical and literally, lately, with one of the latest ones grabbing some headlines being from Tim Walz.
Saying on my phone, I don't know, some of you know this on the iPhone, they've got that little stock app. I added Tesla to it to give me a little boost during the day. 225 and dropping. So, and if you own one, we're not blaming you. You can take dental floss and pull the Tesla thing off, you know.
Right, you see, Walz, he made those comments during a speech in Wisconsin last night as part of a national tour of town halls he's doing all over the country to reach voters in red districts. And that dig at Tesla and Elon Musk proved to be very...
I appreciate Philly
divisive, right? Because depending on where you went online, you saw
centrist.
very different reactions. Where you hop over on TikTok, the comments are just filled with people who thought it was really funny and appreciated the pettiness, wishing that he was the current VP and saying that he should run for president. But then, if you hopped over on Twitter, he was getting eaten alive by people who thought that a politician shouldn't be rooting for or celebrating the stock of an American company that employs people all over the country falling. With even Musk responding himself, writing, "Sometimes when I need a little boost, I look at the J.D. Vance portrait in the White House and thank the Lord." All of this is Tim Walz is far from the only person to hop on the Tesla hate train lately. Because seemingly ever since Elon's Doge started taking a knife to government agencies, there's been a string of Tesla protests all over the country with people gathering outside of dealerships and showrooms saying things like,
"We don't want your Nazi cars, let's send Elon back to Mars. We don't want your Nazi cars, let's send Elon back to Mars."
And reportedly, tons of these protests have been peaceful and uneventful. They've also reached a kind of boiling point with acts of vandalism popping up. We're seeing reports pop up like shots being fired at a Tesla dealership in Oregon, and while no one was harmed, there was damage to the building and cars there. And yesterday in Las Vegas, cars at a Tesla center were shot at and lit ablaze by a Molotov cocktail, with authorities calling it a targeted attack. Additionally, you have the FBI investigating an arson attack at a Tesla location in Kansas City, and in Seattle, authorities are also investigating a fire that damaged 4 Cybertrucks. And I mean, cases like this have even popped up abroad, with Teslas being burnt in Berlin. Now, luckily, according to the Associated Press, no injuries have been reported yet as these incidents have been popping up. But of course, it is a wild and scary escalation. And as far as why people have seemingly gone down this avenue, you had a sociologist telling the AP that they have likely become so prominent because Tesla is an easy target. With the matting, they're rolling down our streets. They have dealerships in our neighborhoods. Also, had Elon responding to all this, saying this level of violence is insane and deeply wrong. AG Pam Bondi also condemning the violence and issuing a statement yesterday saying, "The swarm of violent attacks on Tesla property is nothing short of domestic terrorism. We will continue investigations that impose severe consequences on those involved." And now one of the latest updates from this whole ordeal is coming out of Canada, where the Vancouver International Auto Show has opted to cut Tesla's display from its lineup over safety concerns, with a spokesperson for the event telling CNN that they made this choice after giving Tesla multiple opportunities to voluntarily withdraw, and that their primary concern is the safety of attendees, exhibitors, and staff. Though I will say, while safety was the big issue here, you also had a lot of people noting that a lot of Canadians aren't exactly thrilled with Elon Musk right now, and there have been some Tesla takedown protests up north as well. But for now, we're gonna have to keep an eye on the stock, which actually received a little pop today. The actions on the ground, right? We continue to see fire bombings and shots being fired, as well as the rhetoric around this situation, the reactions to it. But then next up today, we've got 4 pieces of Trump administration news you should know today. Of course, this Trump administration is moving at the speed of a blitzkrieg, so there might actually be 10 things you know today, but I'm giving you 4 right now. Right, but first up is the news that I completely predicted, and I think at this point, it's purposeful and it's spiteful. Trump administration released the last batch of JFK assassination files right after the show went up yesterday. And those documents revealed an absolutely massive, incredibly shocking bombshell. Lee Harvey Oswald still did it. Stupid joking aside, if you're waiting for any kind of revelation or even new information, you're probably gonna have to wait a little while longer, because we're talking about more than 63,000 pages of documents. It's gonna take historians months, probably years, to fully pore over all the pages. But also with this, you have many scholars expecting that most of the documents released yesterday don't really contain significant new information that hasn't already been in the public domain for a long time. There probably aren't gonna be any major sweeping revelations.
Yeah, notice how they were not talking about the Jeffrey Epstein thing.
That totally undermine everything we thought we knew. new, because if there were, I mean, they probably wouldn't release them. In fact, some experts say that at least some of what we'll see will probably be full versions of documents that were previously available, but just with less redactions that add a name or two to the record. And this, as other documents, will likely just be duplicates of variants of materials that have been in the public record for a long time. But of course, a big thing is that it's not to say that there won't be some interesting details that were previously unknown. And so far from what we've pawed through and analyzed, that seems to be the case. Where we're mostly just getting various tidbits that are fascinating for history buffs, but not really for normal people. And, with all this developing, I'm gonna link in the description to a couple different resources that are keeping track of those various findings. So if you're interested, you can keep track there. But what I will say has been standout is there's been a lot of discussion over the chaotic process by which these records were released. But according to reports, Trump totally blindsided his top security aides when he announced on Monday that he'd be releasing the last batch of documents the following day. This thing, the New York Times reporting that Trump's national security team was stunned and forced to scramble after he made the announcement with only 24 hours notice. Because while work had already been underway to release the documents since back in January when Trump signed an executive order mandating the move, again, we're talking about tens of thousands of pages of documents. So that process was still ongoing when Trump suddenly announced that the remaining materials would be made public. And so with that, according to the Times, the tight deadline raised a number of concerns among the nation's top security officials, with reportedly sources telling them that some officials were worried about the unintended consequences of rushing the release, right? Including the possible disclosure of sensitive personal information like addresses or social security numbers of people named in the documents who are still alive today. And in fact, we've seen at least one report of this happening, with an attorney who works on national security issues accusing the Trump administration of doxing former public servants who staffed the congressional investigation into JFK's assassination by revealing their social security numbers in full. So, as of filming, that is where we are. We're gonna have to wait to see what happens, but it does bring us to the other Trump news, all of which revolve around some very significant court rulings. Like, just first up this morning, we saw a judge rejecting Trump's efforts to dismiss the deportation challenge brought by Mahmoud Khalil, because as we talked about before, he's a Palestinian rights activist and former Columbia graduate student who the administration detained and is trying to deport. And this, despite the fact that he is a green card holder married to an American citizen, and he still hasn't actually been charged with any actual crime yet. Instead, what we've seen so far is the administration just broadly accusing Khalil of leading and engaging what they called activities aligned to Hamas, and they're attempting to deport him under a rarely used and little known provision of the 1952 Immigration and Nationality Act, a provision that gives the Secretary of State the power to remove people from the country if their presence is deemed to, quote, have potentially serious adverse foreign policy.
Yeah, they use this against communists from Russia.
Consequences for the United States, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio arguing that it is a policy of the United States to restrict the spread of anti-Semitism. Though there, many people, including plenty of American Jews, have said that's bullshit, given that Trump and others in administration have embraced anti-Semitic conspiracies and rhetoric. And this is legal experts and many others across the political spectrum, including those who oppose Khalil's views, argued that it is an explicit violation of free speech, them accusing the Trump administration of trying to illegally detain and deport someone purely based.
You bullshit on one side, and then you're like, oh, wait a minute, I totally. Are you telling me that I've said some other things? Oops.
Based on ideological differences. And that's actually something that Khalil's lawyers have argued in their effort to seek his release. Them claiming that the administration exceeded its legal authority and violated his constitutional rights to free speech and due process. And in his decision today, rejecting the administration's efforts to toss Khalil's claims, Manhattan-based U.S. District Judge Jesse Furman noted the severity of the allegations here, writing, "These are serious allegations and arguments that, no doubt, warrant careful review by a court of law. The fundamental constitutional principle that all persons in the United States are entitled to due process of law demands no less." But that also is notably not the only loss that Furman dealt to the Trump administration here, because he also rejected their efforts to transfer the case to Louisiana, where Khalil is currently being detained. Because while Khalil was initially arrested in Manhattan, he was then moved to New Jersey and then later Louisiana, where the government is trying to have the matter heard. But you have Khalil's lawyers arguing that the case should be heard in New York because that's where they first filed the challenge to his arrest, with also his legal team accusing the administration of trying to avoid having the case heard in New York or New Jersey. Because as experts have noted, if the matter was heard in Louisiana, it would be under the jurisdiction of the highly conservative Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, which could have set a sweeping precedent for deportations Trump would favor. And in his ruling,
they're literally, they're court shopping.
Furman acknowledged that the legal challenge had indeed been filed in New York, but by that time, Khalil had been moved to New Jersey, so that is where the case should be heard. With him writing here that requiring Khalil to move his case to Louisiana would also mean litigating far from his lawyers, from his 8 months pregnant wife, and from the location where most, if not all, of the events relevant to his petition took place. Though a big and notable thing, Furman also added that additional matters will also need to be determined by the New Jersey court, including whether Khalil should be released or transferred from the Louisiana detention center. But regardless, right, you had Khalil's legal team cheering this move as a victory. And that notably is not the only legal setback that the Trump administration has experienced in the last roughly 24 hours. Because third up today is that a judge has temporarily blocked DOJ's efforts to dismantle USAID and ordered the administration to partially restore agency functions, marking yet another blow to Trump's efforts to purge the bureaucracy. Though, I will say very notably here, this decision appears to be especially damning for one person in particular, Elon Musk. Or with us seeing the New York Times reporting that the move appeared to be the first time a judge has moved to rein in Mr. Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency directly, and adding the finding that Mr. Musk had personally and unlawfully overseen the dismantling of the agency offered a firm rejection of his operations authority. Right? And specifically here, the ruling in question stems from a case brought by a group of USAID workers who claim that the power that Musk had assumed over federal agencies is unprecedented in U.S. history, and arguing that under the Constitution, that kind of authority can only be exercised by someone who has been nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate as an officer of the United States. With the suit also contending that regardless of Musk's role, Doge's effort to unilaterally eliminate USAID is unconstitutional because the agency was created by Congress, so only Congress can get rid of it. And yesterday, the federal judge overseeing the case ruled that Musk himself and his team had likely violated the Constitution in multiple ways, writing that Musk's ascent to power as
So do we charge him with, creating a constitutional crisis? Because that seems kind of like a crime.
An unappointed official appears to be unconstitutional, as does the unilateral dismantling of USAID without approval from Congress. With the judge then also ordering Musk and his team to immediately stop all efforts to get rid of the agency, reinstate email access to all employees, and submit a plan for workers to reoccupy a federal office that they were evicted from last month. And very significantly here, the judge also appeared to reject the argument by the Trump administration's lawyers that Musk doesn't actually lead Doge and that he's serving in an advisory capacity with no ability to steer decisions on his own. So this is definitely
he technically doesn't really run it.
Very significant move against Musk, but it's also unclear exactly how large of an overall impact this is going to have on Trump's efforts.
And he's
to
kind of
abolish
treating like Elon Musk like one of his kids, like that would run the business poorly, where it's just like, you know what? Hold on, which one was that? Don Jr. or what's the other one's
USAID,
name?
given that most of the workforce and agency contracts have already been terminated. And in addition to that, while the judge said that the unilateral dismantling of USAID was likely unconstitutional, he also made it clear that his order only applies to Musk and Doge, not USAID officials themselves, who are not parties in the case. With him acknowledging, at least under this current ruling, USAID officials could continue efforts to unwind the agency, with that including Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who has assumed control of the agency. Right, so this ruling, it could be very short-lived, but you still had lawyers for plaintiffs cheering on the move as a victory, while a White House spokeswoman condemned it, with her accusing what she called rogue judges of subverting the will of the American people in their attempts to stop President Trump from carrying out his agenda. But then that brings us to number 4, the final story of this segment, which is that another judge has blocked Trump's executive order attempting to ban trans people from the military. Because as we've talked about before, right after taking office, Trump signs an executive order that paved the way for a ban by directing the Pentagon to revise medical standards. And then you had Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth issuing a series of memos obtained by the media that said that the military would stop accepting new trans troops who wished to join and remove most current trans service members. But with that, you had the administration promptly sued by both active duty military personnel and others who wished to join the service, with the plaintiffs arguing that the order violated their equal protection rights under the Fifth Amendment. And what we ended up seeing yesterday is a federal judge in Washington agreeing with that argument and issuing a preliminary injunction blocking the policy. And in a ruling, the judge specifically took aim at the language in the executive order that referred to being transgender as a falsehood inconsistent with humility and selflessness required of a service member. With her arguing there that the order's pronouncements are pure conjecture and that the policy provides nothing to support defendants' view that transgender military service is inconsistent with military readiness, and adding, plaintiffs face a violation of their constitutional rights, which constitutes irreparable harm. Indeed, the cruel irony is that thousands of transgender service members have sacrificed, some risking their lives to ensure for others the very equal protection rights the military ban seeks to deny them. They're then also going on to accuse the Trump administration's lawyers of misrepresenting the studies they provided as evidence to back up their claim. Right? And then also arguing that while policies impacting transgender troops were adopted after careful study and review, Trump enacted this order.
It's almost like you have to treat these people like people
so soon after taking office that no one knows what he relied on, if anything. And so yeah, you had another setback for Trump, and this after other federal judges have other orders targeting transgender Americans, right? Including policies halting federal support for gender-affirming care for transgender youth and forcing incarcerated trans women to move to men's facilities. But again, while this is big news, there are so many updates. This is part of the game that is being played. This is in no way the same thing as the sloppiness that you saw from the first year of the Trump administration back in 2017. This is part of the plan to do a lot of big things, break things apart, get people out, and then fight in court, most likely trying to take most of these things to the Supreme Court. Right? And the biggest questions are, if it gets struck down in the Supreme Court, one, will so many people been ousted or things damaged and broken down that you can't actually cleanly put it back together, and so you effectively did what you wanted to anyway? And two, what happens if Trump doesn't listen to the Supreme Court? Because while there's supposed to be checks and balances in place, it looks like we are at a very, very unique situation. You have Trump and his supporters rallying up impeachment threats against judges who don't go their way, and that's in addition to the crackdowns, or at the very least scare tactics they've taken against some law firms that they've seen as opposing them. And then as far as the legislative branch, where Republicans have control right now, they're seemingly fine with letting Trump and the executive do what they please. Either because, one, they agree with what he's doing ideologically, and or two, the people around Trump, including the richest man in the world, threaten anyone that goes against him with primaries, funding opposition and giving them the boot if they don't vote their way. And then we'll get to more news in just a moment, but first, y'all know we're a full-blown dog family. And I know many of you want to...
All right. Russia accused of breaking temporary ceasefire against deal.
Dog will be happy you did. But then, next up today, we need to talk about Trump, Putin, Zelensky, and the war. Because yesterday, as you may have seen, President Trump and President Putin had a long phone call, with some hailing it as a positive step in ending the Ukraine war, and others calling it a clear example that Putin is in full control. With the call ending up being about an hour long, and by the end of it, the White House said that both leaders agreed this conflict needs to end with a lasting peace, and saying they also stressed the need for improved bilateral relations between the United States and Russia. The blood and treasure that both Ukraine and Russia have been spending in this war would be better spent on the needs of their people. We saw the Kremlin largely echo that, with their spokesperson saying this morning that both the US and Russia understand each other well. And in a post on Tuesday, we saw Trump giving some details about the ceasefire, writing, "We agreed to an immediate ceasefire on all energy and infrastructure with an understanding that we will be working quickly to have a complete ceasefire and ultimately an end to this very horrible war between Russia and Ukraine. We also know that a prisoner exchange just happened today, but this news probably falls short of the 30-day general ceasefire that Zelensky had previously agreed to." But with that, you had Trump himself saying that a general ceasefire wasn't possible without more talks, telling Fox News in a pre-taped interview.
Well, you have a situation where you have a lot of guns pointing at each other foolishly, because it would have never happened if I were president. That was not a war that was supposed to happen, and it did happen. So that's where we are. And right now, you have a lot of guns pointing at each other, and a ceasefire without going a little bit further would have been tough. Russia has the advantage, as you know.
And while Zelensky said that he was skeptical about the limited ceasefire, he also said if there is a partial ceasefire, this is a positive result. Except, it's possible that Russia may have thrown a wrench into any serious peace talks already. And that is because just hours after speaking with Trump and claiming to agree to a limited ceasefire pending more talks, Russia launched a series of drone strikes all across Ukraine. Now, technically, this wouldn't violate the limited ceasefire as long as energy infrastructure wasn't hit. But according to Ukraine, the drone strikes did just that, with Zelensky saying, "This confirms that we must continue to pressure Russia for the sake of peace," and adding, "Only a real halt to Russia's attacks on civilian infrastructure can signal a genuine desire to end this war and bring peace closer." And just as I was recording and finishing things up, Russia came out and made their own accusations that Ukraine was the one that actually broke the limited ceasefire by targeting Russian energy facilities this morning. All of which then brings us to this morning with the news that Trump and Zelensky reportedly had their own call that Trump described as very good, with them then also going on to write on Truth Social that much of the discussion was based on the call made yesterday with President Putin in order to align both Russia and Ukraine in terms of their requests and needs, and claiming we are very much on track. From here, U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff will be working on trying to get a full ceasefire going, and talks for that are expected to happen over today and tomorrow, with a bigger meeting planned to happen in Saudi Arabia on Sunday. And it appears optimistic that this ceasefire on energy infrastructure is just a short jump to a full-scale ceasefire, but many have pointed out that parts of the Russian demand seem like a non-starter for Ukraine. For example, Putin doesn't want Ukraine to mobilize more troops or get more arms shipments, although it's not fully clear if that only applies to U.S. arms shipments or European ones as well. Because while the U.S. might agree to halt weapon shipments to Ukraine, European countries seem to be moving the opposite way. And that is another issue, is that it's not like Russia's going to stop arming itself or mobilizing troops, which opens the door to them just using the break in fighting as a chance to better prepare for more attacks. Now, with all this,
did your plan get canceled? What plan? Oh, tonight?
Bob is probably right in saying that the devil is in the details, but the Trump administration seems eager to get a ceasefire going. However, you have some feeling that Trump might be too eager to work with Putin with moves like ending anti-Russian sabotage campaigns and even ignoring clear insults, or with him pointing to Putin allegedly making a power move by forcing Trump to wait an hour for their call yesterday, with it also seemingly backed up by a Russian broadcast where Putin was reminded on stage about the call before saying he could finish that event first. But then with that, you have others claiming he just
really big dictum, but you know what? He can wait.
Reading too much into the situation, and that there was no official time for the call as long as it was done before the evening. Additionally, we've seen a lot of different views about how this limited ceasefire is being portrayed. We have the Trump administration calling it a success and a solid first step in the peace process, and supporters backing that up, saying things like Trump's deal with Putin shows strength, not weakness, trust the process, as well as why not have a relationship with Russia? Why shouldn't Trump and Putin work together to make the world a safer place? I don't see anything wrong with having a good working relationship with Russia Russia and Putin. It's about peace in the world. But this also is, depending on where you're looking, there's been far more takes blasting Trump for the deal. Right, first up, criticizing that the administration has made it seem like this was a great deal to work out, despite going into it demanding a 30-day general ceasefire, which notably is something Ukraine had already agreed to as long as Russia did. And so you had people like former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson writing, "What a surprise. Putin rejects an unconditional ceasefire. He wants to keep bombing and killing innocent Ukrainians. He wants Ukraine disarmed. He wants Ukraine neutralized. He wants to make Ukraine a vassal state of Russia. He isn't negotiating. He's laughing at us." And then on top of that, there's an argument being made that the ceasefire and energy infrastructure disproportionately helps Russia, right? And that is because Ukraine has increased attacks on Russian oil refineries, which are a major source of income there. And so for many, in the end, there is a real sense that the Trump administration has made it very clear that they are moving in a pro-Russia direction, especially because on top of all this, there's news coming out that other pro-Ukrainian programs are being cut, right? Such as a massive database the US has been keeping of Ukrainian children that Russia had abducted and forcibly moved, with there now being concerns that the database will be or has been deleted completely. But really, for now, where we're at is the situation happened, a lot of people are reacting, and we're really going to need to wait until Sunday to have a much better idea of whether a serious ceasefire is actually on the way. And of course, in the meantime,
Putin likes poutine. Putin eating
to hear from you.
poutine.
What are your thoughts here? Let me know in those comments down below. But then, next up today, we need to talk about this news that I'm going to ask you to put yourself into the story for a minute. So imagine being
Poutin Poutine, or wait, no, Poutin
locked
Putin
up and
eating
told
poutine.
you can't
There we go.
call your family, not because you misbehaved or you did something wrong, but because the sheriff would rather cut off all inmate phone calls and comply with a federal rule to make them affordable. Because that is exactly what's happening in one Arkansas jail. But also a key thing is that this ties into bigger questions about what's to come as the FCC heads towards a new Republican majority that's promising to deliver free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. But then, next up from that, in entertainment news, the controversy around Gal Gadot, it bled into the real world yesterday. Right? And that, because she was getting her own star on Hollywood Boulevard, and, you know, those are kind of big to-dos. There's a whole event, you have speakers lined up to honor the moment. But, according to the LA Times, protesters managed to delay the ceremony, with both pro-Palestine and pro-Israel groups present, holding signs and flags and chanting. You know, for those unfamiliar why there would be a conflict or controversy around, you know, Wonder Woman getting a star on the Walk of Fame, you had people noting that Gal is Israeli. She's reportedly the first Israeli actor to get a star. She's also been very vocal about her support of Israel, and she previously served in the IDF. And so with all that, you had one protester telling Reuters,
Because we need to boycott everything that is related to Israel, including arts and culture. This person should not be getting a star on the Walk of Fame.
But also, notably, like I said, both sides were represented here, and when Gal gave a speech and mentioned being from Israel, she was met with cheers.
I'm just a girl from a town in Israel, and yes.
Also, as this was going down, there was reportedly a scuffle between the two sides, with a Variety reporter writing that a pro-Palestine demonstrator stole a pro-Israel protester's flag and posted a video of what appeared to show the person running away and getting chased, with police joining the chase on foot.
Action musical reimagining of Disney Studios' classic 1937
Right, and that same reporter also sharing footage of protesters getting handcuffed against a wall, but according to the LA Times, no arrests were made. And notably, all of this comes as Gal's making more headlines than usual right now because she's in the Snow White live-action remake that's coming out this weekend starring as the evil queen. And with that, it seems like the potential for protest was anticipated by Disney because last week there were reports that the studio opted to scale the film's premiere back due to Gal's controversies. Though that also due to other mostly unrelated backlash that Rachel Zegler, the actress playing Snow White, had previously faced, including from people who called her casting woke or did not like comments that she made about the original animation. And this, as you also had others noting that Rachel's views on what's happening with Israel and Gaza, they're kind of the opposite of Gal's, as she posted free Palestine messages on social media. Though as far as how much this is actually going to affect the movie, that remains to be seen. Or you have Disney still hoping for a box office success, aiming to make around $50 million stateside and another $55 million abroad. But as far as if it's going to be a winner or loser, we should see in the next few days. But then, next up, we've got news that can be summed up in 4 words. Cold good, hot bad. Because that is the conclusion of a new study that looked at the link between heat exposure and what scientists call your epigenetic age. You know, you've got your chronological age and then your biological age, which, you know, to fully understand, you could just look at anyone with progeria, which is the rare genetic disorder that causes them to age several times faster than normal. Where you have folks like this kid, for example, who's only 12 years old. You know, even for everyone else, there are lots of things from diet and exercise to stress and pollution that can speed up your biological clock. And one of the ways that scientists measure this is with epigenetics, right? So your DNA is packed together by something called chromatin, but some areas are packed more tightly than others, with the more tightly packed genes getting suppressed and the more loosely packed ones expressing themselves, which is all good and normal so long as the chromatin tightens and loosens around the correct genes. But in the time that you've been watching this video, your DNA has naturally broken apart in millions of different places. And just as fast, your cells have rushed in to repair the damage, but in doing so, they have slightly altered your genetic structure. And so the chromatin tightens in some spots and loosens in others, particularly the areas around breaks, meaning that genes which should express themselves don't, and genes which shouldn't express themselves do, with these changes accumulating over the course of your life, offering scientists a convenient
So living where I live is actually making me age slower.
Metric for biological age. And so for this study, the researchers took blood samples from over 3,600 older adults across the US and then compared their epigenetics to their heat exposure over a 6-year time period. And what they found was dramatic. For someone living in a place that went over 90-degree temperatures for at least 140 days in a year, say Phoenix, Arizona, they could age up to 14 months faster than someone living in a place that only got that hot 10 days in a year, say Seattle. And very notably, that's after controlling for finances, education, physical activity, and smoking. And the consequences, it extended way beyond just your beautiful skin getting a few more wrinkles. Right? Premature aging's been linked to an earlier onset of dementia, diabetes, and cardiovascular disease, among other issues, with the study's lead researcher telling NPR that the impact is similar to the effect of smoking and drinking. And y'all, that's on top of the immediate dangers posed by heat stress such as stroke, heart problems, diabetes, asthma, and weakened immunity. And the thing is, whether you're in Phoenix or Seattle, climate change is going to make all of us feel these effects more. With seeing the National Climate Assessment projecting that the number of extreme heat days in the US could rise by 20 to 30 across much of the country by the middle of the century. And so that pressure, it can make people age faster biologically at the same time that the country as a whole is becoming older chronologically. And those trends interact since older people's bodies deal with heat less well than younger people's. They tend to sweat less, feel less inclined to drink water, and have less blood flow to the skin. With a heat physiology expert telling NPR, it's basically like if you're trying to tread water and someone hands you a brick. It's extra strain on all your physiological systems. It's just an extra weight that needs to be responded to in order to maintain homeostasis. Now with this, I'll say as eye-opening this study is, there are still a lot of questions that need to be answered. Things like how staying indoors and using air conditioning affects aging, what kinds of epigenetic changes heat exposure causes, whether acute exposures cause long-term effects, and whether the aging process is reversible. But, since people are not going to stop getting older or dying in the near future, I imagine that we're going to be getting more research in the future. But in the meantime, wear some sunscreen, drink some water, and stay cool. But then from that, let's talk about your daily prescribed dose of good news. So the story begins just over 3 years ago with seemingly the most ordinary of women, Jessica Higgs. She was an Instacart shopper in Dalton, Georgia, and one day she recalls getting an order that at first she ignored. But then, after finishing the rest of her order, she says she noticed it was still sitting there a little while later, so she figured, why not? It's a little bit of extra money. With her then going to the store and grabbing all the listed items, saying that she learned that they were for a woman's elderly father who couldn't shop for himself. Right, and then she recalls arriving at the house with the woman having instructed her to leave the bag on the porch, but when the father opened the door and greeted her, she thought he looked sick. And so feeling an intuition that she needed to help, she says she brought the groceries inside for him. And immediately she says that she felt dizzy, smelling a strong odor, and noticing the culprit, a propane tank. Now with that, understandably, she wanted to message the man's daughter about it, but here's the thing. According to her, Instacart policy prohibited shoppers from entering customers' homes. With being a 27-year-old single mom just trying to pay her rent with Instacart as her sole source of income, she says even a small risk of losing her job was scary. But in the end, she ended up hitting send on the message and saying, I came to realize someone's life is more important than my job. And so that's it. It was done, but then the next day she got a notification from Instacart. Except it wasn't the company firing her. Instead, it was the customer telling her something that immediately broke her down with her opening up TikTok and recording.
She changed her tip from $14 to $100, which I'm grateful for, but I'm crying because of what she commented this morning. And I'll show you. Commented, thank you so much. Once my son went to check on my dad, it turned out it definitely was leaking. You definitely saved my dad and my younger son's life. So that being said, I'm just an Instacart worker, but if you see something, say something, and I did, and I'm so happy I did, and I'm so happy that he can live a better life.
Now, first of all, I gotta correct Jessica on one thing. You're not just an Instacart worker, you are a BAMF. And I know I'm not alone in saying that. I think right now that video has almost 20 million views. So I imagine that's partly because she reposts it every year on the anniversary of that delivery, and every time she says it still brings tears to her eyes. With her telling people after the most recent repost, the more people that see it, the better. It's not for me, not for the comments or likes, it's for the message. The message is strong, tearjerker. I read every single comment, every single
Oh,
message
man.
request. And adding, it gave me a purpose and a completely different outlook on life because you truly just never know. And the thing is, she says still after all these years, she still hasn't been able to get in touch with the woman or her father with her telling the outlet. I remember him to this day, and I think of him often, how he's doing and if he's still doing okay. They're noting my email is in my bio, and I hope that one day they'll reach out. And so one, who knows, me including this in the show, maybe that could happen. You never know who's watching or who's sharing stuff. And two, it kind of serves as a reminder of how big of an impact you could have in just taking an extra moment in an otherwise transactional or passerby situation. Right? Especially because, I don't know about y'all, I'm so in my own damn head about all my own bullshit even when I'm out among other people. But then also I'll add a third thing. Stories like this make me just think of like how random and amazing and horrifying life is. How things have happened or not happened based off of, split second decisions of, yeah, I'll pick up that order. Or how like maybe a car crash wouldn't have happened because you're like, oh, I forgot my keys. I got to go get that. And it like changes your life by 30 to 60 seconds. But then finally today.
All right. That's a sponsor. So Philly D. Philly D. Yeah, I still like him. I still enjoy his news commentary. Oh, man. Oh, God. I should probably do some self-care here. Ugh. Kind of hitting that point. Oh, geez. It's been 6 hours. Okay, guys. Yeah. I did a 12-hour stream yesterday. I'm going to call it. 6:20. Oh, 6:20. Hey. There we go. And new cart. Thanks for the stream. Have a good one. Cheers. Time went by. Yeah, I know. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. We cheersed. Yeah, I think that I don't think I said anything like vocally. I typed it in chat like an idiot. It's okay. But all right, guys. Tomorrow is going to be one of the later streams. Definitely look out for it. Keep your notifications on. You know that that's usually the deal. Other than that, we I think we got everything right. Matash, again, thank you for the donations. Thank you everybody for supporting the stream. Thank you for all the likes. Thank you to all the new viewers that came over in the raid. Also shout out to RTP Talks for the raid. I really appreciate that. All right, guys. I will catch you all later.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pussy. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.